It's Create Mod Movie time. Over the course of this video, I'll be converting this bland and uninteresting landscape into a vibrant, shining city, complete with farms, contraptions, and even a rail network. Making good use of the Create mod, I'll be mincing up glow squid, slicing up witches, and generating a whole bunch of materials as I make my way towards the Applied Energistics 2 rabbit hole. What could possibly go wrong? Let's create. Over the last 1,000 days, I built this gigantic power station, which is nuclear powered, running on 4 big old nuclear reactor cores, which powers 4 big old Create steam engines, 4 max size ones to be exact, and all of that produces 1.2 million stress units, which then is all stored in the form of energy inside of my big old battery compound, and each one of these is absolutely full, giving us a total of 1.4 billion energy, which is quite a lot, and we're going to need a lot of it for my future projects. However, the projects that we're about to do are not necessarily the ones you think I'm going to be doing, and that's because in a recent episode I said I'm going to be converting this power station into a big Applied Energistics 2 storage building, which I am. However, I am nowhere near ready to start the Applied Energistics 2 rabbit hole, because that needs a lot of things that I haven't got, mainly Certus quartz, a lot of silicon, which you get from Certus quartz, a lot of diamonds, and an awful lot of redstone. And I don't have any redstone at all, hardly, or diamonds for that matter. So it would make sense then for the first thing that I start farming to be redstone, and glowstone, and diamonds and the things I need, and we have all of these spare available buildings in order to be able to do that. But that's not what we're doing, because we're moving away from the power station. We're going to be taking our power via power lines away from here and over to this big old green plains area, where we're going to be building a modern industrial city. And the first farms that we're going to be making inside of this modern industrial city are, of course, that's right, you guessed it, dye farms. What? Yeah, well, the thing is, right, if I'm going to build a modern industrial city, I'm going to need a lot of concrete and terracotta that all needs to be dyed. And whilst I have a piddly little dye farm back at our very first area, just under this building in here, down these ladders, here it is, we've got kind of a dye farm. We've basically got a whole bunch of mushrooms which get composted to be turned into bone meal, which then gets turned into white dye. And we've also got a handful of flowers, which then get bone meal to be turned into, well, those dyes. But I want all of the dyes, and I think the best way of going around doing that, rather than having a big old mushroom farm like this and bits and bobs all over the place, is to build a skyscraper, or a high-rise building more likely, because skyscrapers are very tall and, well, that means building big things. And I don't have anything to build them out of yet, which is why we need a dye farm. So back over here at what will be at some point in the future a big old industrial city, I suppose it's time that I started preparing the area by getting out a big old machine and making flat with all of these little hilly bits. Yes. Oh, look, there's a little pillager outpost over there. And if I remember correctly, over this side, there should be a little witch hut just sneaking around the corner there. And just behind me, there is a meteor there. So this area is going to give us everything we need to get started with the Applied Energistics 2 mod. But we got a long way to go before we get to there. So stay tuned and watch this time lapse. we've now got a big old area ready for building a big old city on. And I'm not 100% sure it's going to be this full size, but at least we've got plenty of area to start working on, and hopefully this grass eventually will all start filling in, because it does look a little bit gross. Anyway, my thoughts are as follows. Obviously, we've still got this area here on the power station, which I thought could be a nice little car park. We could have a bridge coming across here, and then along the front of this line here, we could have some big old high-rises, probably with some smaller buildings at the back that are not necessarily... Oh, geez, I'm picking up all these seeds. That are not necessarily functional, but will add to the aesthetic when we stand back at the power station and look across the river towards the city. I think that could look quite nice. Of course, we're going to need roads and cars and trucks and stuff running about this place, and car parks and all that sort of stuff. And at some point, we're going to need all of that Certus quartz that I found. But right now, what we need is a big old building to put a lot of different dye farms in. And I'm thinking a big old high-rise, probably around about this point here, made of concrete, which we don't have, so we're going to have to do the design and the build of the building later and just try and work out where our floors are going to be so we can get our farms in. And the first farm we need is going to be a bone meal farm, or a white dye farm, I guess. And obviously we can get white dye from flowers and bone meal. We can also get it by crushing bones and cutting flowers. So we can either make a flower farm, which might not be a bad idea because we are getting flowers around here. And speaking of flowers, while we are getting quite a few different varieties over here, it doesn't look like there's anywhere in particular that is giving us lily of the valleys. So we'd only get light grey dye and not white dye. So yeah, flower farm out, bone farm in. And we already have a bone meal farm. In fact, we've got a very successful bone meal farm here underneath my little mining area, which is running off wither skeleton spawners that we found in the nether. And back over at our starter area, we got our big old mushroom farm, bone meal farm thing. So we probably got enough bone meal to last us a lifetime, because we're really not going to need that much white dye. So I suppose I could just run this and steal that on occasion, just like I'm stealing all of the iron from the lighthouse. Or we could find some way of shipping this ridiculous amount of bone meal over to our new area. And back over here, the other thing we could do is go into a little bit of cheaty free cam and see if there are any spawners around that just happen to be skeleton varieties, which could take quite a long time because apparently my free cam goes very slowly. And using that little bit of cheaty free cam, I just happen to have found a skeleton spawner just down here. Quite a long way down here, and yes, it's not going to render in, but I can see the chest. But I can absolutely assure you when we get closer that there is indeed a skeleton spawner just here, which is very convenient because that's quite close to our power station. So I guess I just need to dig down. When did that ever go wrong? I should probably repair my shovel first, though. That's better. However, that was just one skeleton spawner, and in order to make an effective spawner, really I'd need a few. And I can't be bothered to go looking around underground for ages, so instead what we're going to do is come into one of these chests, this one here, get some rich soil, make some more rich soil with dirt, straw, bone meal and tree bark. I have an absolute ton of tree bark, I have an absolute ton of straw, I have plenty of dirt, and as we've already seen, I've got plenty of bone meal. And I think 3 stacks will be way more than enough. And let's go turn all of that into rich soil so we can make a brand new bone meal farm out of mushrooms, because it's just nice and easy, isn't it? And then I can use my little ticking one thing and actually make it work. There we go, loads of rich soil, but I've been cheating, peeps. I completely forgot after I did the thumbnail for the last video, the sun has not been moving. I wondered why it never went nighttime while I was doing all of this flattening and all, oh geez. Yeah, that's better. Anyway, now we've got rich soil, what we need to do is nothing to do with making mushrooms or white dye. We need to plan out our first skyscraper. Yeah, I've just dealt with those pillagers. Anyway, to plan out a skyscraper, we're going to need a whole bunch of metal girders, and we're also going to need a whole bunch of smooth stone. I've got a bunch of smooth stone slabs, and that's basically for the concrete between the floors because we don't have any actual concrete yet. However, what we could use instead, something that might look a little bit like concrete, is if we get a whole bunch of, I guess, stone, because we've got loads of it, and bring it over to our mason table and put it on there. This sanded stone kind of looks a little bit like actual concrete for buildings and stuff. And bearing in mind, this is just going in between the floors, so you're never really going to see it. I think it's the perfect stuff. So back over here then, let's plan out our first floor. I guess we don't want to be too close to this edge, so let's come in a little bit and let's maybe make some markers around here. We stick our girders in the corners, And let's say that each of our floors, our main rooms, are going to be 12 by 12. Thinking about this, which would be better being 16 by 16 and being chunk aligned. And that means that I actually need to come all the way over here. So let's start that again. And it doesn't need to be 16 by 16, it can be 14 by 14 for the main rooms, but as long as they're chunk aligned, that's going to make life a lot easier for us. And there we go, we've now got our ground floor main room in, which is nicely chunk aligned now. But we don't just want a main room for all of our processing, we're going to need rooms for power to come through, and storage potentially, and an elevator to take us up and down, perhaps even a staircase. So we should probably come out at least another 5 blocks this way. So we've got a nice 4-block space for all of those things going on. And that'll give us space potentially at this end for a little storeroom just there, and an elevator in the middle just here, and then maybe even squeeze in a little staircase at the side just there. And that, I think, is a good size for our first skyscraper. But now we need to put in all of the different floors. And you might be thinking, well, if this is a dye farm, you're going to need 16 floors. Wrong! We don't need 16 floors at all. We actually only need 9 floors. Because a lot of the dyes are just going to be crafted from other ones without requiring any processing at all. So, yeah, 9 floors. And I guess each floor should be at least 5 blocks high. And if it's 5 blocks high, that means at this point here, where our first floor would be, we would have the concrete, we would have some sort of ceiling material on that side, and then we would have the floor material on that side, giving us a gap in the middle to be able to put in, well, wires and electrics and all that sort of stuff, and still have enough room underneath for the majority of our processing things. However, just grabbing some rudimentary materials, how's this going to look from the front in terms of windows and doors? So our wall would actually be here like this. We would have something like that for the windowsill, and then that would come up to there like that. Would probably have some sort of trim around this sort of point here on the walls, and then our window would go in there. That's probably about right, but I feel like it's a little short. Perhaps we should go up 6. And then our inner layer of concrete would be there, our little bit of building trim would be there, and that means that our main part of the building would be more like that, which means we would have slightly bigger windows at the front potentially, and I think by the time this thing's finished, that's probably going to be a more reasonable size. So I guess let's build up the front facade of this building, see how tall it's going to be with all of its 9 floors, and then we'll start putting in the floors at various levels. Oh, jeez. And now that all the framework is in place, we can get a good idea for what the front of this little skyline is going to look like. Now, this is probably going to be one of the taller buildings in this area, but still, it's pretty tall. And it has absolutely no floors in yet, and I think it's probably a good time for us to designate all of the different floors, with the first one, or the ground floor, being the area where we have our storage and our facilities for collecting the storage. And my backpack keeps feeding me golden carrots. Stop it! Unfortunately, I have a new backpack from a skeleton that was wandering about, so they can go in there, and now I should only get fed bread. So yeah, we'll have our storage collection down here, and I think we should start with our bone meal right at the top, because I'm a moron. And then we'll work our way down through the different colours all the way to the bottom, and the good thing about this is I can only fly up to this point here, because it's too big. Jeez, we can really do with an elevator or something here to get us up, but at the moment I just have to sort of bunny hop up these blocks that I've put here so that I can actually make my way to the top to put the floor in at the top. Now, this is obviously going to be the roof, so we don't need to be up here. So our first level, our bone meal, is going to be at this point here, and I think I'm just going to put all of this stuff in as the actual floor we're going to build on. Or should I? No, I want to do these out of tuff. This was supposed to go in between the floor and the ceiling, but we don't actually need anything there because a gap would be better. So I think I'm going to go make some nice variations of tuff to do these things with. And fortunately, we do have a ridiculous amount of tuff, so that shouldn't be a problem. And I think we'll have some eroded tuff, some sanded tuff, and perhaps a few rounded tough stone bricks. And what better way to place these than completely randomly with this trowel rather than trying to make it all look nice, because, well, realistically I don't have time to make every single one of these floors all look unique and interesting, so I'm just going to spam this in, see what it looks like, and hopefully that'll do. And you're probably never going to even notice because it's going to have all of the machines and mushrooms and all that sort of stuff sitting on it. And there we go. We've now got a decent sized platform to start building our mushroom farm on. And I put a little bit just here as well for our little storeroom, or whatever's going to be going in here. So a bone meal farm then. We don't just want this to create white dye to make us, well, white dye. We also want this to create a whole bunch of bone meal that's going to help us with growing all of the plants and things that we're going to be using to create the other dyes with. So we want this to be as big and efficient as possible for the space that we've got for ourselves. So I guess what we need to do is leave room for our little minecart contraction, which is going to be collecting them, and then come up with a relatively space optimized composting system. So I think the best thing to do would be literally to bring this all the way up to the side of the wall, have it several layers deep, and then have our little minecart contraption running backwards and forwards, emptying the items out into a composter where they can all get sent downstairs into a storage system, which then can be sent back up to other floors as required. And that should do nicely. And I think this entire platform being 8 blocks by 14 blocks is going to be more than enough mushrooms to us to generate a ridiculous amount of compost, leaving us a reasonable sized amount of room at this side of the room for all of those other bits and bobs. And I am going to skip through creating all of that because I've done it before, and if you're interested in how the mushroom farm goes together, watch my older video from earlier on in this season. And there we go. I now have a nice little mushroom farm with a harvester on it that just goes backwards and forwards, collects all of the mushrooms in that barrel. It will drop them off here, which will go up this conveyor, down through this hopper into our composter and get all turned into compost. And while this is working okay with no power, of course we need power for our create stuff, which means that we need to start getting our energy from our power station over to here and then turned into rotational power. And for that, I'm going to need a few things. Firstly, I'm going to need the backpack that's got all of my cable stuff in it, particularly these overcharged diamond wires, as well as these electrical connectors. And I'm also going to need some form of electric motor. Now we have these ones from the Create Crafts and Additions mod, and then we have a whole different collection of these motors from Create New Age. And these look very expensive. It generates 8,192 SU and can go very quickly, but I'm pretty sure the Crafts and Additions motors can go pretty quickly too. And I also think they don't have to suffer from any efficiency losses from turning the electricity back into rotational power. So I think we should craft a bunch of these up. Maybe we could craft a few of these strong motors up because I haven't got enough redstone for the reinforced ones. Or maybe we could just test out our basic motors, but there's not much SU from those. However, with a strong motor extension, that gives us an additional 800% stress capacity and a whole bunch more energy capacity. That doesn't look too difficult to make, but I also don't have many diamonds. So I think we'll stick with these ones, which means I'm going to have to turn a whole bunch of this brass into brass sheet. I'm going to have to turn a bunch of this copper into wire. I'm going to need a bunch of empty spools in order to create the little copper spools. Let's make... oh, geez. I may have made too many empty spools. And I'm going to need a bunch of capacitors, which is copper sheet, zinc sheet, and redstone torches. I've got plenty of copper sheet. I've got plenty of zinc sheet. And I've got a handful of redstone torches. There we go, now we've got a stack of those. So now all I need is some andesite alloy, that brass sheet that I've crushed, and then we can go to my big old crafter and start putting in the recipe, which I believe is like this. No, that's not right. That wants to be... how do I get it out? That goes at the top. Those go round there like that, and I believe that's the recipe. If I press the button... are we going to end up with a motor or a pile of junk? We got one. Excellent. And now I have 8 of them, which should be more than enough to get us started. So let's head over to my energy facility and figure out how we're going to make a whole bunch of pylons go all of the way over there. I was planning on it all going that way and having my city there, but then I changed my mind to have it over there. So I guess we could probably go down the side of this, across the water there, and end up over there. That makes sense. Okay, so with a little bit of jiggery-pokery later, I now have 3 composters filling up 3 of these things, coming from this thing which is now on the other side of the room because that's the side that our power's coming in, and the power was a bit of a problem getting over here. As you can see, what we've got is a whole bunch of these pylons with wires in between going to a motor on the inside of here, which is on a 256 RPM. which is then sending power all the way up to the top of our skyscraper. The problem was, however, unlike shafts from the base create mods, which don't need the source of the shafts to actually be chunk loaded to know that they're supposed to rotate, these wires don't know there is electricity in them if the chunks with the transformery things are not loaded. So what I've had to do is come over here and do a whole bunch of chunk loading just to get the power through these cables and actually over to there. So I only needed to chunk load up to there where my little green squares are, but of course I've also chunk loaded and force ticked our little skyscraper building here so that our mushrooms will keep on growing even when I'm not in the area, which means we'll keep on getting bone meal. And other than tidying up this floor and making it look all pretty and fixing that and sending our bone meal down to a storage system, that's pretty much it for white dye, which I realised we're not actually producing white dye here, so we should probably do that. Now realistically, this compost isn't going to be coming through all that quickly, as the mushrooms do take a little while to grow. I am considering adding a second layer to this just to improve the speed of their growth, but even with 2 layers or even 3, it's not going to be a particularly fast machine. It's just going to accumulate over time, which means there's very little point in using crushing wheels to crush our bone meal into white dye and a little bit of light grey dye. We may as well just use a mill, which gives us exactly the same amount back. And realistically, all we need to do is take that away from there, pop that mill on there, get that some power, and then just feed that into another chest. But the chest that the white dye needs to go in really does need to go all the way down to the bottom. So what I'm going to do with this spruce trim is I'm going to come all the way to the very bottom here where we've got our power coming in, and I'm just going to run a whole bunch of these all the way from here to the top. And I'm going to hope the distance between the bottom and the top of this skyscraper with these spruce trims is close enough for the storage network to actually pass through. So this needs to come across here like this. It's going to need to go underneath this concrete, and now our little storage system will be able to connect to that and send all of the items down through it. So here's my little plan. We're going to move these out of the way for a second. We're going to put a storage interface just there, and I'm just going to grab a couple more hoppers, and then everything can feed into that. So all of the bone meal should end up in there. That means we don't need those 2 bits there. And then what I'm going to do is go all the way down here, throw a controller on at the bottom, put a simple storage box on top of that, and hope, there we go, it's working. So now our controller knows it's got bone meal coming in from all the way up there. We can now access that from anywhere else in the building, providing we connect it to this. And then we're going to need to get rid of this one, because we then need to create white dye in this space in then order to take that into there. So what I think I might actually do is move this storage interface to that point there, have another hopper coming into there like that, have another hopper there, another hopper there, and then our mill can go on the top of that there. We just need power to this. So let's stick on a gearbox there, make it a vertical one if we can, bring a bit of shaft down there, stick a cog onto there, and now we should be making white and grey dye. So if we use our wrench to clear all of those and bring these downstairs to our temporary storage system at the moment, we should start getting white dye and grey dye into these. Well, light grey dye, and that's if we get any. But you can already see we've got a reasonable amount of bone meal down here. So other than making all fancy and nice, that is this little bone meal section done. However, what I do need to do is double this up, because we're not getting enough in here to fill up all of these things. In fact, this one's probably hardly ever going to get any mushrooms at all. And just a few minutes later, we've now got a dual layer mushroom farm, which is just growing so many mushrooms. This thing's constantly backed up, which means we're getting an absolute ton of white dye, a little bit of light grey dye, and a ton of bone meal. But for now, it's time to move on to the next room, and the next room is going to be for black dye. And we've got a couple of options for black dye. The first would be a squid farm, which might be a little bit difficult to build here because we're not in a river or an ocean. The second would be to mill down charcoal or coal in order to get black dye and grey dye as well, which means we just need a little mini tree farm. In fact, sticking out the front of this building, we could even have a little balcony outside, so the tree could grow outside out of the front of the building, and then, you know, all of the processing could go on inside the room here. But there is another option thanks to the Better End mod, or the Better Nether mod, I'm not sure which one, and that is the bulk blasting of ink bush seeds. And ink bush seeds come from ink bushes, and I'm kinda hoping, although I've done absolutely no testing at all, the ink bushes, oh geez, I need to get back up, might work, oh geez, a little bit like mushrooms. And if that's the case, we're on to a winner. If not, we'll have a balcony with a tree on it. Jeez. So back over under the mining town in my storage area, we do have a nether box, and in here I believe we do have ink bush seeds. We do, we've got a few of them. So we just need to figure out how to grow these things and also how to harvest them. So coming outside, let's do some testing. We've got some rich soil, we've got some netherrack, magma blocks, soul soil and soul sandstone. Cannot plant it in rich soil. I can plant it on netherrack, not magma blocks. I can plant it on soul soil, but I can't plant it on soul sandstone. If it can't be planted on rich soil, that could be a problem, but I'm assuming if I was to bone meal this, then we get an ink bush, and that goes through several stages of growth, and then I guess you would harvest it and get the ink bush seed back, but I only seem to get one back when I did that. Let's try that again. Grow it to full size, and then break it. I got 3 that time. Can we automatically grow these without bone meal? And I think the only way to determine that is with a test world. And the easiest way to find that out is to increase the random tick speed and just watch. And yes, they will. That's good to know. The second thing I'd like to know is, can we just get the seeds somehow without breaking them? And I don't think there's going to be a way to do that. No, doesn't seem to be. So we can bone meal them, and it takes a lot of bone meal, but we can bone meal them to go through the growth stages a little bit quicker. And I'm assuming if we've got a diamond hoe with fortune 3, we might stand a chance of getting a few more seeds from this thing. We've got 64 on us, and we've got 5 from that. Now, do we get them at a smaller growth stage? We got 1. And at this growth stage, we just get 1. So they do need to be fully grown in order to get the seeds. But in order for this to generate a reasonable amount of black dye, we're going to need a big old platform's worth of them, like we have for our mushrooms, but then we'd need a system to be able to replant them, unless we can use a harvester. There we go, and off you go. It worked! But I didn't put a barrel on it, so I don't know what happened to any of the seeds. They're all falling off the edge. Let's put a barrel in it. Reassemble it, get rid of that with the wrench this time, and do that again. Let's just turn the random tick speed up so they can actually grow, and then it can harvest, and then we can see if this is going to work. It looks like it is. Yes, they're just going to carry on growing. It's going to harvest them, and they're going to carry on growing. This is wonderful. And then in our barrel, look at that. Just from that little bit there, it gets loads. Oh, this is good. Yep, so we've now got a black dye farm. So then all we got to do is put these through a bulk blaster, and that's going to give us black dye. It's not going to give us any grey dye like a charcoal farm would, but this is going to be substantially easier. And just like that, a few minutes later, we now have a fully functional, fully planted black dye farm running off these ink bush seeds, which still need to fully mature so that this thing's actually going to kick into action properly. But it is sending the seeds through this barrel, through this passer block here, into this barrel, where currently they're just collecting because I haven't connected any of this yet, because I wanted to do it with you guys. So all I need to do is get rid of that block there, stick an andesite full on, extend that. They're going to come through here under this lava. They're going to get cooked, and they should, hopefully, once that one's done, end up, there we go, into the system. And as you can see, we now got 3 black dye. So if we hop all the way down to the very bottom, we are now collecting 3 different dyes as well as some bone meal. And that means we can actually craft 4 different dyes with that, because we can mix our white dye with our black dye in order to give us grey dye. So 4 down, 12 to go. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? And now, because it's the next day, because this video is taking way too long to record, everything has actually backed up. The mushroom farm has completely backed up. The composters have backed up. My black dye farm has completely backed up in both this barrel and this barrel. And that's because I didn't put any upgrades on the drawers, so they've backed up. And with the upgrades I had available, I've managed to put 1 in there, 1 in there, and 1 in there. But we're going to need a lot more than that, so I'm going to craft up some upgrades, look at all of these mushrooms that have ended up on the floor overnight, and think, Oops. Then a couple of minutes later, I've now got a bunch of upgrades in these things, 3 in each of those and 2 in that one there. And I would put void upgrades on there, but realistically, when we actually move this to a spot where we're going to be keeping it, we can put threshold switches on the back to basically turn off the machines once they're full, which I probably should have done at this point here, but we've still got so many dye farms to make. And the next one we're going to be building is going to be relatively similar to these ones that we've already done, but vertical. And that's because we're going to be making a cocoa farm, or cocoa bean farm, in order to get brown dye, which means I'm going to need jungle trees and cocoa beans. That's acacia. I have got jungle logs, so that's good. But I don't appear to have any cocoa beans in here, so I'm hoping that I've got some in here. There we go. I have 60 beans. And thanks to my little chocolate shop that we built earlier in this season, oh, and my chocolate factory, I guess, we should have a whole bunch more cocoa beans in here. We do, 904. Let's take a bunch of those, not all of them, I'll leave some there. And let's go make a very quick cocoa bean farm, a little bit like the one we've already got in here, but probably on a slightly bigger scale. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? And just like that, it's done. Nice and simple. We've just got a little machine which is getting these cocoa beans and those cocoa beans in exactly the same way as before. They're coming through here, getting milled in there, and all of the tasty brown dye is going into our system and getting stored downstairs. Another floor done, and that's going to be plenty of cocoa going into our system. Bear in mind, nobody ever wants brown. You don't want brown glass, you don't want brown terracotta, you don't want brown concrete, so why are we even bothering with brown? And so with our 3rd brown level finally in, it's time to work on the 4th level, which is going to be green dye, of which we can either just choose to crush down absolutely tons of different flowers, or we could just smelt cactuses. Cacti! Yes, cactuses. Anyway, yes, that's what we're going to be doing, a very small, dinky little cactus farm, because again, who needs green dye? You want lime, yes. Green? Meh. Maybe. But the problem is I don't have any cactus. We've never found cactus. We've never been anywhere for cactus, but I think we have been somewhere where there might be some. You see, a reasonable amount of time ago, we took a little bit of a journey all the way up here to a mesa where I did some digging for some terracotta, and just beyond that is a desert full of cactus. So I'm going to head over there now. And there we go, we now have another fully functional farm, this one getting us a little bit of green dye. It's a very simple system, just like the ones upstairs, but with saws instead of harvesters, which chop down the cactus when it grows like that, as you'll see now. That will then get sent into there, that'll get smelted into green dye, and that'll all go into there, which is now getting stored down there. Which means it's time to move on to the next farm, which is going to be for lime dye. Now, I could just use some of our white dye and the green dye we're getting from this to craft lime dye. However, I like lime dye. Lime dye's a lot more useful. You see, it's not just useful for crafting lime-looking things, it's also useful for making things like slime. But more importantly, it's used in the crafting of lime light blocks, which are basically neon blocks, and I really like the lime-looking ones. So yeah, we're going to need a reasonable amount of lime dye, not too much, which means it's time to pack up my bags from this level, throw a new floor in at this level, and make a sea pickle farm. But this time, instead of blasting the sea pickles, like you might normally do to get lime dye, we're going to go back to our milling method because that gives us 2 lime dye and a little bit of green dye as well, which will bolster our green dye amounts and give us extra lime dye, which will be lovely. And that means the sea pickle farm doesn't have to be gigantic, which is good because we really don't have all that much space just here. However, just like cactus, I don't actually have any sea pickles or any coral to grow it on, so I've come back to my starter island. I'm going to head in this direction because I believe not too far away from here is a warm ocean. No, wait, that's a lukewarm ocean, and by the looks of the map, there's no coral in it, and that could be a problem. So in that case, I need to craft myself up a nature's compass. And for that, I need a normal compass and then just some logs and saplings. And the way we use this is type in the biome we want, which is warm ocean, start search, and that tells me where it is, which is 4,000 blocks away. Oh, jeez. So then what we do is we create a waypoint at the rough coordinates of where we're going. which is about 3,880 by 3,700-ish. Confirm that. That should, according to science, be over in that direction. Yes, it is. So now I just need to fly again. And here we go. I'm starting to see there's the smallest amount of coral I've ever seen in my life. But we should hopefully start seeing a bit of coral coming in to somewhere. Here we go. Oh, jeez. That was close. But yes, the ocean is lit down here, which means there will be sea pickles down there, and there's plenty of coral for me to be stealing. So let's go for a little bit of a dip. Remember that I can't breathe underwater, and try and mine as much of this before I drown. Drown. Yes, drowned. Drown. Yes, drowned. I don't really want blue for a sea pickle farm because it's very dark. I think I'm going to go for yellow. You just mined all the blue, want you? I know I have. I only need a few bits. And there we go. After a bit of smashy, I've now got 45 yellow coral, a few sea pickles, and a few other bits and bobs as well, which means I can now go home. And here we are, back at my building of things. So back in my test world, this is what I've come up with. This is the smallest sea pickle farm that's going to be the most efficient that I can come up with, and it's basically a whole bunch of drills on top of some coral, which has got sea pickles in the middle, and then a deployer on top with a chute with a barrel full of bone meal. And when I turn this lever on, it all just goes a little bit crazy. It works very well. As soon as they grow, they get drilled, and they all end up in this backpack, which has got a magnet on there, and you can see just how ridiculously fast these are all coming through, which is, to be quite honest with you, way too fast for what we need. So we're probably going to end up running this at maybe, I don't know, 32 speed instead. We just don't need that much sea pickle. Look how quickly they grow and go and end up in the backpack. Easy! So a backpack then. I've got a spare one just down here from when a skeleton popped along in the night a couple of days ago and left it, and it's where I've been storing all of my junk. However, now it is going to be a sea pickle backpack, and that means I just need a magnet, and we should be able to make one of them relatively easy thanks to my not so recent excursions to the end. Just need a bit of redstone, a bit of lapis, a bit of iron, a diamond, some leather apparently, a bit of slime, and I think that should be everything we need. Okay, piston, sticky piston, upgrade base, pickup upgrade, magnet upgrade, advanced magnet upgrade, a double chest for all of the junk that's already in here. Might as well put the magnet upgrade in there. And now it's time to get cracking. And there we go, we now have a sea pickle farm that has to run so slowly that it's almost not running at all. And that's just so that the mill doesn't fill up completely. I think I can go a little bit faster than we are, but realistically, it's pretty much always running. We're currently on 8 speed. If I put that up to 12, perhaps, it might be a little bit better. But I don't want this thing backing up, the backpack filling up with sea pickles, and then us just ending up with sea pickle, well, floating all over the place. So there we go. Done. Ready for the next floor. And this is going to be the last floor with any form of particular complication. You see, we now need blue dye. And blue dye you can get from lapis, from cornflowers, and from blue vine seeds from the better end. And lapis is surely going to be the easiest way to do it, because you get a lot of blue dye for one piece of lapis. And thanks to my bits and bobs mod, lapis is renewable. See, all you need to do is combine a little bit of nether quartz with a bit of blue dye in a mixer, and you get lapis. And then when you crush that lapis down, you get at least 2 blue dye back, which means all you need is a quartz farm and then a little bit of lapis to get you started, and you've got infinite lapis and blue dye. However, the problem you may have already spotted is the fact that this then needs to be superheated, which means we need blaze cakes or some other form of superheated power, which I don't have. So a fancy little superheated lapis duplicating machine is right out, which means I'm really hoping we can do something similar to this with those end seeds and farm it that way. But I'm not convinced, peeps. I'm not convinced at all. Which brings me back to my test world. Now, I have here some end mycelium and some end moss, and if I plant the blue vine seeds on there and increase the random tick speed, you'll see that these things do eventually grow far faster on the mycelium, but then you get these big old trees. Once the big old trees have grown, you can then knock them down, and I'm assuming if I was in survival mode, I might get some seeds back from that. I do. I got 1. So that's not ideal. In which case, let's try that again with a fortune hoe and see if we get anything better this time. Oh, it looks like I got more than one that time. I did. I got two. So we can chop those trees down and get our blue vine seeds. So at the very least, what we could do is have a deployer planting those, have another deployer doing some bone meals, and then having a third deployer with a diamond hoe in it knocking them down. However, I'm hoping that we can harvest these a little bit like we did here. Let's just get rid of a row of all of this soul soil, pop down a bunch of end mycelium, assuming I've got some of this in my storeroom, plant a bunch of these blue vine seeds, give them a bit of a grow, and then set this little thing loose on there and see what happens. Absolutely nothing. You get anything in you? No. Good to know. We'll get rid of the harvesters on the front of this thing and replace those with a bunch of saws instead. Glue all of that together. Hopefully the saws are going to completely ignore the seeds and just chop down the trees. And lock rotation. And once I get rid of that, it should go off and do absolutely nothing. Great. Okay, in which case I have another plan. Let's just plant a few more of these blue seeds along here. And this time I'm going to have that saw there, and this time I'm going to have a drill there. Let's just give those seeds a little bit of a grow, set this thing off again, and now we get absolutely nothing. Really? This is a bigger problem than I imagined. So how are we going to chop these down then? I guess with something a little bit like this, which is basically 3 deployers. One has bone meal, one has seeds, one has a hoe, which will eventually break, I would imagine. Another backpack with a magnet on it, and this thing just grows the trees. That thing breaks them down. We get the light bulbs and the blue vine seeds. I'm not really that interested in the lanterns, but this should work, and it's generating a reasonable amount. And while we only get 1 for 1 on this, over time that's going to give us plenty. However, it is going to burn through an awful lot of bone meal, just generating a little bit of blue dye. But I do want to check, is this hoe getting damaged? It is not. Well, that's interesting. And I just want to make absolutely certain before I leave this that a saw and a drill is not going to do what we need it to do on here. So let's just move this deployer for a moment. Stick a bit of chain drive up there to power those. Turn that back on and see. Something's breaking it. It appears to be the saw. No, it was the drill. So we don't need a hoe at all. But is that now getting the seed still? It is. The question is, though, do I have any end mycelium and the blue spore seed things, whatever they are? Let's find out. I've got the blue seeds and I have end mycelium. I have 1 piece. Oh, I've got end moss, though, and it works on that. That means we've got everything we need to make this work. And there we go. We now have a rather slow-moving blue dye farm, which isn't actually creating any blue dye at all. It's just creating us more seeds and a bunch of these lanterns as well. But none of it's being stored up here. Of course, it's all being stored down there. And you might notice we have a second power line now coming in because I overstressed the motor down here, and changing the speed of it didn't affect the stress that it had. So I've had to add in another one here, which is a second little electrical connector. But hopefully if we hop down here, we can see, yep, we've got a whole bunch of those, but we've got hardly any of those at all. And that's because the deployers want to have 64 in each. Even though I've set these up to only allow 1 through at once, they will slowly fill up each of the deployers, and once the deployers have got a full 64 each, then we'll start actually accumulating some which we can then turn into blue dye. But we're going to have to be careful that we don't turn all of them into blue dye, because of course we need some of them to be planted to create more trees to turn those into blue dye. And the only way to turn these into blue dye is to just craft them into blue dye. So we're going to need an auto crafter, but we're going to have more auto crafters coming up very soon on a level below this one as we start crafting all of the other dyes that we can make from the dyes that we've already got. But we're still missing some, which is exactly what the next floor down is going to be for. Oh, and why am I not running this at full speed? Yeah, that's good. I just didn't want to burn through all of the bone meal, and while we don't have threshold switches on our storage system, if I let this run at full speed, we would literally burn through all of the bone meal. That being said, we've probably got quite a lot of bone meal right now. No, we have 772, which is not ideal. And what's also not ideal, as much as we're getting a lot of these lanterns, they can't be composted, which is a bit of a shame. And now the bone meal has completely run out, which is not ideal because the next floor that we're going to be making is going to need a lot of bone meal. Oh, jeez. We need to produce a lot more bone meal than we're producing, or use a lot less of it. You see, this will all balance out once we've got threshold switches on there and we're actually only making as much as we need from each of these farms. But until we reach that equilibrium, we're just going to be short on bone meal. And one way we can quickly achieve reaching our equilibrium is to just bring a whole bunch of bone meal over here. And we know where we've got loads, don't we? Your mum's house. Yeah, yes, it might. Yeah. No. Now, I could really do with a waystone over there, so I don't have to keep going back to the power station to use this one to get back to my storage system. But anyway, bone meal. Many bone meal. Steal that from there, put there instead. Put a bit of bone meal in it. Take the void upgrade and stick that in there. And away we go with the wrong coloured box, but it'll do. And there we go. Now that that's swapped out, we've got an absolute ton of bone meal to get through, which means we can create all the things we need. And this next farm's going to be nice and easy. In fact, we've done it before. So as usual, I'm just going to blast through it. But of course, I should tell you what it is, and that is a 2-tall flower farm for all of the different 2-tall flowers, which is going to give us red dye as well as green dye, yellow dye as well as orange dye, purple dye, magenta dye, and pink dye, and some more magenta dye. So we're going to get a whole bunch of different colours just from 4-tall flowers. And here it is, a simple yet effective 2-tall flower farm that is turned off. But if I turn it on, you'll see we've got a bunch of deployers out the back here which are very slowly bone mealing those flowers. They get duplicated, the hopper minecart picks them up, sends them through these hoppers onto these belts. They get sent through these milling machines and all of that goes inside of our storage system. And you can see, even at this slow speed, we're getting more flowers than the mills can deal with, which is very nice. So, yeah, I'm going to turn it off for now because we do have a bit of a problem. And the problem is soon to be... Oh, jeez, the problem is bedtime. I think it might be safe. Anyway, yes, the problem is I have organised our storage a little better to see exactly what we've got. And we've got way too much brown dye. We have more brown dye than I could possibly know what to do with. We've got now plenty of stuff to make blue dye with, and I've now got a storage box for every single one of the dyes that we'll be getting, but you can see we've still got no cyan, we've got no blue, we've got no light blue, we've got no purple yet, but that's only because the 2-tall flower farm hasn't been running very quickly, and we've only got 64 grey dye, and that's just a placeholder that I shoved in there just to make sure that we had a space for all of the dyes. So, brown, too much. Green, lime green, well, it doesn't look like it's too much, but if we go back up to the lime green farm, we have a little bit too much sea pickle, so too much lime green, and probably way more blue than we need, and probably way more green than we need. At least the blue one hasn't backed up yet, and I wouldn't exactly say we've got a problem with the cactus farm. It's growing, but it's not over so quick. But yes, the cocoa bean farm is way too efficient. As you can see, it is completely backed up. This is not ideal. We need threshold switches. Now, fortunately, we have finished making all of the farms. The last floor that we're going to be doing is just going to be basically an auto-crafting farm to create all of the colours that we don't already have. And that's going to be going here. That means that we can actually have our little storage system on this floor here, and then we can have the ground floor as an actual ground floor entrance, and then send the items out to the trucks and things that will take them wherever else they need to go, coming out the back here. That's absolutely fine, but what it does mean is we should probably sort this out so that we can get some threshold switches on there and prevent us from overflowing everything we've got. So it's time to get out the trowel for one last time today, put in 2 more floors, because obviously we're worrying about decorating this building another day when we've actually got the materials to do it. And with those floors successfully in place, it's time to move the storage system into here in a way that we can use it to, well, turn on and off the farms, I guess. So it's not going to be pretty, it's not going to be decorated, but it should at least be functional. And first of all, we need to bring it over so that it actually goes underneath the floor to there. And I think it would make sense for us to have our controller there, perhaps, and then all of our drawers next to it like this. And now that all of those are in place and they're in a nice pretty pattern, I can now use the threshold switches to basically turn on and off the machines upstairs that we don't want to keep running. So let's start with our brown dye, considering that one is a big problem. If I put that on the back there, that's going to show me that this thing is pretty much full. Then all I need are some redstone links. I'm going to throw one onto there like that, grab myself a little bit of brown dye so that I can color code it, and then back up on the brown dye floor, what I need to do is basically actually make this on and offable with the redstone link. So the way I'm going to do that is to get rid of that lever, pop that on there like that, put it into receive mode, put that on brown and brown, and now that is only going to be active when the storage box is full, which is not what we wanted inverted. And we can invert it quite easily by going back down to our storage level and coming to this and clicking invert signal. So now this will be off unless there's enough room in it to actually start the machine. And if that is off, then so is this. So that's all good. Now I've just got to do that for all of the other farms. I don't need to do it for absolutely everything, but I do need to do it for quite a lot of them. And the ones I'm going to be doing it for mainly are the lime farm, the black dye farm, the cactus farm, the blue dye farm for when we ever get blue dye, and then we're going to need one that actually turns on and off the 2 tall flower farm, but that's going to be tricky because there's a whole bunch of different dyes coming into this, and there's no point in putting a threshold switch on the back of all of them. What we need is an AND gate, or an OR gate, or basically we need a gate. So what we're going to do down here is as follows. Oh, I need to do one on the white dye farm as well. Let me get all of these in place first, and then we'll worry about the 2 tall flower farm. Now we just need to stick a void upgrade onto there, and we're also going to need void upgrades on some of these other ones as well, particularly these lights, because we don't want to store tons of those, and some of the other coloured dyes once we get to that point. But right now, the next thing we need to do is control this 2 tall flower farm. So the main colours we're getting from the 2 tall flower farm are red, yellow, magenta and pink. So we need redstone links on the back of all of those. But from that farm we're also getting a little bit of orange, a little bit of purple and a little bit of green. So we're going to have a void upgrade on green, we're going to have one on purple, and we're going to have one on orange. We're also going to need them on those ones as well to stop them from overflowing. And what we're going to do now is set up a little system so that it won't stop until all of those are full, which probably means we don't want 3 capacity slots in all of these. I think 4096 of each of these different dye types will be absolutely more than enough. So let's save ourselves a whole bunch of money and take out a whole bunch of these capacity upgrades. So now that we've got the threshold switches set up downstairs, what we're going to do here is create a little circuit, and I think there's probably just about enough room to squeeze one in here. So I'm going to put 4 blocks there like that with the redstone links on the back this way. Going to set all of those to receive and then put on the corresponding colours of the dyes which we're using to control this, just like that. Now what we can do with this is add some redstone torches onto the front like this. We're going to have another redstone link over here, and let's just put, I guess, red and yellow onto there, and then we'll link all of these together so that they combine with that. Now, if any of these turn on, i.e. the box is too full, nothing's going to happen because the other torches will be lit. But if they're all full, then all of these torches will turn off, which means this will turn off. And if that's turned off, then we want this machine off, and the easiest way to turn this machine off is just to put a clutch into there with a redstone link on it, just like that. But we want this one inverting, which we're not going to do at this point. We'll put our red and yellow dye on there, and that's actually going to stop it. What we're actually going to do here is get rid of that, pop a block just there, have that redstone wire come onto there, put another redstone torch there, which is now inverted, put that redstone link back down there with the red and the yellow on there. And now if all of these are full, so all of them are turned on, all of these torches will turn off, which means there'll be no power to this redstone line, which means that torch will go on, that will turn that on, and that will stop the clutch over here, which means the farm will turn off. And that means that this entire system is now 100% fully automated in terms of starting and stopping themselves to make sure that they're not overrunning and producing way too much. But we're not quite finished yet. We've got one more thing to do, and that is the very last floor before our storage floor at this point here is to set up a handful of auto crafters to give us those last few colours of dye, which is basically blue, light blue, cyan and grey. But this is where things are actually going to get quite tricky. You see, it would be quite easy to set up a little auto crafting setup like this that takes our little seeds and turns them into blue dye and puts them back into the system. But then that's going to take all of our seeds and turn them all into blue dye and put them all back into the system. So yet again, we need to resort to our friendly neighborhood threshold switches to make sure that we don't take absolutely everything from the system. So what we need to do is come to our seed area here, put a threshold switch on there with a redstone link on it. This time we'll put on a seed and blue dye because that's what we're doing with that. And what we need to do is make sure that this turns on when we're running low. So we come back to this little machine over here. We come to this. We pop our little redstone signal on there, invert it, put one of those on there and one of those on there. And then when that's on, that will be locked. It can't transfer anything through the funnel, which means our seeds will be safe in their little storage area. And just hooking our little blue dye making machine up to our storage system and connecting our first crafter up to a little bit of power, we should now see this actually working. That is turning the blue seeds into blue dye, and that is because we've got more than enough of those in there. Once that gets below 50% though, which we can simulate here by just taking a bunch out. There we go. Let's just put a small amount in there. There we go, we've got a whole bunch less than that in there now. The redstone link has come on, which means that our little auto crafter has stopped auto crafting. And now I'm just going to put together the final ones for the final dyes. And there we go, with those few auto crafters in there, we are now producing every single colour of dye very easily. Okay, so purple and orange are not coming through ever so quickly because, well, they're just sort of spares from our too tall flower thing, but we're getting them, and I could always add in some more auto crafters to speed those up. But otherwise, yes, we are now getting a good supply of every single colour. Okay, light grey dye as well, we're getting us like a side thing, but again, we got so much black, we got so much grey, we did have a lot of white. Well, mate, look, okay, geez, we got more dye than we're ever gonna need, and it's all inside of this one big old fancy skyscraper that goes all the way up there, and all the farms are automated, they're all working. It's just very untidy, it needs a lot of decorating, which I can't do today because I don't have the materials. In the last episode, I built a big old bunch of dye farms in this big old skyscraper behind me, and it's been running in the background, working very successfully and generating me a whole bunch of all of the different colours of dye. I've not got that much purple, but I don't need that much purple. But as you can see, none of it is decorated. The entire thing is just a bare structure, and that's something that I'm hoping to change today, or maybe in the next video. I'm not sure yet, because in order to finish this off and get it all decorated, I need some materials, mainly concrete and terracotta. Which means today we're going to be building another high-rise, probably somewhere very close to this one, in order to generate copious amounts of concrete and terracotta, which means designing and building a whole bunch of create farms in order to generate those things, and then bringing in the dye so that we can actually make all of the different colours of those as well, so I've got plenty of stuff to build with. But before we start building brand new skyscrapers for brand new things, there's something I need to address. And no, it's not the comments that said that I shouldn't turn these farms off, I should just run them to get even more bone meal, although quickly addressing that, I really don't think I need any more bone meal. It's the fact that in my diamond backpack where I keep all of my shinies, I have hardly any diamonds and almost zero redstone. And if I'm going to be building big old high rises that do lots of fancy stuff with the create mod, I'm going to need a bunch of redstone. So it's about time that I went back down the mines, something I haven't done for a very long time in this world, and started gathering a whole bunch of diamonds and stuff. Let's do this. And yes, that means going back to my very first starter area where I've got a big mine. I mean, I could make a new mine over here that was more automated, but that'll have to wait for another day because I don't have time to do that. However, I kind of want a big mine under this new area that's all fully automated. I really want that. It does mean digging down an awfully long way, building elevators for items to bring all of those items up and organise and sort them somewhere, but I really want to do it. But automated mining is tricky. Tricky, but not impossible, as we can see here from my Season 1 world where I built a big mine under this building, going into spectator mode and flying very, very, very far down through my elevator shaft all the way to the bottom here. You can see that I dug out quite a large area in my efforts to fill myself with many diamonds and redstone and shiny things. And I did that with a big old create contraption, which I then picked up into my pocket, brought over here and unloaded it onto this, which then went into this little storage area here and collected all of the items for me. And that worked absolutely fine But fully automating it is a big problem. Because these things run on rail, what you need to do is actually pre-plan where your rail's going to go and then manually dig holes everywhere in order to run your rail down, let your machine go around the rail and then eventually park itself back over where you want everything unloading and get it to unload. Which is fine if you know exactly how many blocks you're going to be mining so that the machine doesn't overfill and just leave items absolutely everywhere. It also needs to be an area not too big that the machine doesn't go out of range and just stop. And it means you're constantly changing the route, picking up all the rail you've placed to put it somewhere else so that it can dig out more and more of the area. So I think we'll just do something very similar to what I've got going on here and just let it go off in strips, pick it up, put it back, offload, send the items ideally to the surface, and then, you know, that's a good compromise, right? I think it's a good compromise. And that means that we now need to designate an area of our new big old city to be an entrance to a mine. And because I'm thinking about having high rises along this front area here, we should probably set it back a little bit so it doesn't interfere with our current plans. But it's then close enough to get all of the stuff from. So perhaps what we should do is maybe do a little bit of town planning. Oh, geez. So now we know roughly where everything in the town is going to be, although I haven't really designated what's going to be where. I've just sort of made this layout where I'm imagining there's going to be a main road coming round here, coming round there, another road down there, and then that area back there is for future projects or some fake looking buildings just to make this city look big and complete, or even a residential area. I'm not sure yet. Anyway, now that we've got a rough idea of where everything's going to be, I'm imagining this area here is going to be a good spot for a quarry or slash mine, and that means it's not going to be too far away from everything we've got going on, but it's out of the way enough to not interfere with our nice little town. As for the roads, I'm imagining they're sort of going to carry on and maybe go into the hill and disappear, just so they're not in view. They're not really going to go anywhere else, they don't need to, so I need to be wary that this quarry doesn't cross this road line here, and we'll probably bring that road around there as well, so I need to be as close to this area as possible. So that means my next job is to dig down a long way. So it's probably a good idea for me to figure out which of these mining contraptions is the one I need to smash to bits in order to steal all of the drills, in order to make a drilling machine that goes down to the bottom, and then, yeah, put it back together again so we can mine down there. Jeez. Is it this one? No, that's my big old rolling machine. That's not going to be very much use to us at all. Let's pick that one back up. So it must be this one, which has all of my drills on it. Excellent. Right, we'll plop that down there so it becomes a structure, smash the whole thing to bits. And when I say the whole thing, I just mean the drills. These are the only bits that I need right now. We also need to get rid of any glue that's lingering, so that's not just floating in the world when I make this back into a contraption. And we need to... Yeah, I thought that might be the case. This is absolutely full of junk. Oh, jeez. Well, that junk can be sorted out later on. For now, I'm just going to lock rotation on there and turn that back into a contraption, pick it up, take it away. Put that back down, put that back down, put that back on lock rotation, put that back down, glue all of that back together again. Make sure it's actually all stuck together this time, then pick it up as a contraption. There we go. Now I just need to build a big old digging machine. And there we go. We now have a full chunk size that is chunk aligned, big old drill with a rope pulley on it, a bunch of chests for storage, and that's connected to our power line. What I've got here is a gear shift and a clutch so that I can start and stop it and reverse the direction. So first thing we need to do is make sure it's actually going in the right direction. So if I turn it on, there we go. It's going to start drilling down into the floor. And if I click on the gear shift like that, it'll come straight back up again while that was fast. So down and up and down and up. And that's just going to drill down to the bottom of the world for us. So I better get it going. Off you go, drill. Have fun drilling. Well, as you can see, it's very nearly at the bottom. However, it is starting to overflow. I haven't put enough storage on it, which means we're getting a whole bunch of items just stuck down there. I can't tell if it's quite got... Ah! No! Hey! Oh, dear. Now that could be a problem. My rope pulley seems to have gone. And the problem is, if I go down there, it's going to be very difficult for me to get back out. So what I think I'm going to do is build a new rope pulley. And perhaps take a second just to light up the area around this. Because, yeah, that's not ideal. There we go. That's a few torches dotted around. Let's get this thing fixed. Okay, crafting table, new rope pulley. Thank you very much. Let's stick that on there. Let's let that wind itself down. What? Oh, yes, I had a gearbox, didn't I? Let's wind that back up. Jeez. Stick a gearbox on there this time. Put the rope pulley back on. Undo that. Now let it go down to the bottom. There we go. Hopefully that'll reattach itself to our contraption, and then we'll be able to either wind it back up or wind it back down. There we go. Yes, it's attached. It's still working. That's good news, but I am going to bring it back up. With the flick of a switch like this, I'm going to run away because there's going to be creepers on it, potentially, unless it comes up fast enough that it knocks them off. So let's just... Oh, no, the creepers have not gone. The creepers have not gone. Shoo! Do not blow up my big old drill. I need those. No. Naughty creepers. Very bad. Right, okay. Creepers dealt with. Let's check on this situation. Oh, jeez. It's all deep slate, isn't it? Of course it's all deep slate. Well, let's take out the things I might like. Such as all of the shinies. Okay, so now that's all not emptied out, but I've got all the things that I want. I can set that back off, send it all the way down to the bottom this time, and deal with this spider. Stop it. Oh, and now we've got all of the lava that it... Oh, jeez. But it appears to have stopped, so I'm assuming it's reached bedrock. So let's bring it back up. I see you. There we go. Back to the top. Let's steal all of this XP that's sticking on there, see if we've got any more shinies worth having. A bit more redstone. And now I just want to check that it has actually reached bedrock level. Yes, it has. I can see the bedrock down there, which means even though we had a little bit of an accident, that was a relative success. Now, in order for me to not be stuck down there if I fall down there, I now need to turn this into an elevator, which means I need all of this back. So the chests, for now, can just plonk down here because they're absolutely full of junk. Thanks to the carry-on mod, that's going to be nice and easy. And now I need to demolish all of these drills. And there we go. That's all my drills back. Just have a little bit of glue tidying up to do. And now, instead of making a proper create mod elevator using all of the controls for different floors and things, all I really need to do is adapt this so that I can send it down to the bottom with a little platform on it and bring it back to the top. So all I'm going to do is stick a few bits of smooth stone on it like that, make myself a little platform here that I can actually stand on, glue that together, get rid of that so that I can glue all of those to the pulley. And now we need some redstone links. Oh, I do actually have contraption controls, though. That would make my life significantly easier. And I've got redstone contacts. And red elevator pulleys are so easy to build. All right, fine, we'll have a proper elevator. It just won't look nice for now. Jeez. That means what we need to do on this is to break a couple of blocks, stick on a redstone contact on there. That'll do, just like that. We'll glue that on there like that. We'll put another redstone contact just there so that it can connect together. We're going to need to put some contraption controls onto this, so we'll just shove those there like that and glue those on. And then we can stick the elevator pulley just there. Like that. Then we don't actually need these now. We can break that bit of glue there. We can extend that shaft a little bit there. Stick on a little bit of chain drive like that to activate it. And now if I click on that, it should, there we go, connect to that. Although it's got nowhere to go because we've only got a redstone contact at this level. So now what I need to do is throw a redstone link on there, and we'll put that as those and put that into receive mode. We'll build a little temporary wall over here with a redstone link on there with those on it, and we'll stick a button next to that so we can call the elevator up if it's not at the top. And then all I need to do is fall down directly in line with this. So let's just hop all the way to the bottom, just like this. Jeez, there we go. And if I dig out that little bit there and put that elevator contact thing there we go. It has turned into an elevator contact rather than a redstone contact. I need another redstone link on there. This time we'll just have one of those and a button. Put that into receive mode. Now if I put another one of these on the wall with one of those and a button next to it, I can click that and call the elevator elevator down, and here it comes. Now, it might be going a little bit quickly for me to travel with it, but we're about to find out. If I hop on here and then go back to 0 and click on that, I go up incredibly quickly, and I'm not glitching through, which is wonderful. And there we are, we're back to the top, and now I can go back down again into my brand new mine where I'm going to be building a big old mining system. So you're building concrete farm? Well, I'll get to that later, mate. Right now, we've got a bit of a lava emergency to deal with. Get the stone in the hole, mate. No, not a redstone link with the stone. No. There we go. Lava emergency over. We've got a nice clean space to work with. We've got plenty of sky access. But I am going to throw a handful of torches around just so that at night time it's not too dark down here that we have major problems. So now that all of that's in place, the first thing I need to do is build some sort of storage system that we can use to offload all the stuff we're going to be getting from the contraption that I haven't built yet. And ideally, as part of that storage system, we're going to have a system in place that's going to automatically smelt all of the shiny things we get coming through here, which means we're also going to need crushing wheels. So I've got a bit of work ahead of me. And the first thing I'm going to build down here is a waystone. In fact, I need to build 2 of them because that's going to make getting in and out of this mine even easier. So first of all, I need some stone bricks. I need a little bit of obsidian. Then I can craft a couple of warp stones. And now I can craft a couple of waystones. Let's throw 1 waystone down there and we'll call this City Mine. Let's hop back up my lift, and then I'm going to put another one near our new skyscraper for our dies, and I'm going to call that one City. And that's just going to make life a lot easier getting backwards and forwards over here, because at the moment I'm still having to go all the way to the power station to get to the other areas. So let's just throw this one down here, call it City, and now I need to go back to my storage area, because I need to make some more crushing wheels, which is just a little bit of stone, a little bit of wood, and a whole bunch of andesite. Just like that. And I click on that, make it all go, and hopefully in this box I'm going to get a crushing wheel. I got 2. Amazing. We probably don't need more than 2, but I'll just have a couple of spares just in case. And there we go. 8 crushing wheels should do us absolutely perfectly. And now we can head back to my city mine. But now we need to think about how we're going to get power down here, because we're a long way from our power line. And the easy way to do that is to call the elevator. Come on, hop back up to the top. And then we need to bring this power over here and get it running down the sides of our mine shaft all the way to the bottom, which will just take me a minute. And there we go. After a little bit of jiggery-pokery, we've now got power coming across here, going to our little motor down here, which I need to put back on full speed. And I can either send rotational power down to the bottom, but bear in mind we've only got 16,000 SU coming from this thing, or I can send wires down to the bottom, but I've only got 4 of these overcharged diamond wires left. And while that would give us a lot more energy down there, I think we'll probably be all right with just maybe 1 or 2 motors worth of energy going down, because shafts are a lot cheaper than overcharged diamond wire. And that means I need to just change this up slightly. If I get rid of that and that, if I spin that round that way and stick the motor on there, and then that on there, and then connect that back up to there, and put that on full speed, bring a little bit of shaft across here, stick on a vertical gearbox, I can then run that shaft all the way down to the bottom, which is going to be a lot easier to do from the bottom upwards. So let's just fall down the edge and start placing it from down there, which I bet is exactly where I put my waystone. It is. Of course it is. Okay, waystone, you're going to have to move a little bit, please. You can go there instead. Vertical, and just pile up and place shafts. And we have reached the top. There we go. We've now got rotational power all the way down to the very bottom, which is absolutely fantastic. Now I can get on with doing all of those jobs down here. And here we are. It's a bit more of a squirrely mess than I was expecting, but this should work. The idea here is we've got a mining machine which is going to head off in that direction first of all. It's got a toolbox full of cobblestone and deep slate and coal and rail to place and make sure it doesn't fall down any holes. And then when it's finished, I will plonk it back down on this particular space here. It will hover above these brass funnels, which will empty out all of the stuff onto this conveyor, and they're going to get split 3 ways. The total junk that I don't want, because I've already got way too much of it, is all going to go through this little bit here into there to back up, and then through this brass funnel into the fire. All of the already processed shinies, such as diamonds and emeralds and lapis and redstone and coal and thorium, will come through this side, get backed up into this box, and then get distributed into the storage system. And the rest of the stuff, which should be just the raw stuff, will come through this passer into there to back up and then eventually get processed through this blaster and then put into the storage system. And I can't see why that shouldn't work. So let's find out. So first things first, what I need to do is make sure that I mark down the spot that this is on, which means I'm actually going to take that away for a minute, break that for a minute, and of course it's on some deep... oh, jeez. That's fine. We'll just put a gold block there to signify that this is the one it needs to go on. We'll put a bit of powered rail on there. We'll put that back on there, put that onto lock rotation, throw down the furnace minecart, throw down a redstone torch to turn it into a contraption, and then if I get rid of that, we should be able to get rid of that, and then just give it a push, and hopefully it's going to start going, although it doesn't... oh, it is laying track. That's good. And it is going. It's working. And of course, yes, it's going to end up in big old piles of lava, which means we're going to have to deal with all that sort of stuff. We're also going to have to lay torches behind it because I haven't put a torch system on this thinking about it. I should probably have done that. But yeah, look, we're already uncovering diamonds and this is already semi-working. So the next thing I'm going to do is come back here, plonk that on there, come back, pick this up, and then just come back here, plop that on there, and what I need to do is put the cart assembler back down to turn it into not a contraption, and all of the stuff is going to come out of there and go through into the system, which should mean we're now collecting diamonds. We are, and all of the stuff to be smelted is getting smelted, and all of the junk I don't want is going into the floor. Oh, this is wonderful. It's working perfectly. And in order to add a torch system on here, I think I've got a better idea, and that's going to mean getting out of this squirrely mess of a place, going back up my elevator, and getting those lanterns that we just happened to be getting from our blue dye farm that I didn't have any use for. So let's just hop, skip and jump our way over to my first skyscraper, grab myself a whole bunch of these lanterns, and then head back again. So in this toolbox I've currently got spaces for cobblestone and deep slate, rail and coal, and that's because I want those to always be in the system and not always just fed straight out of here and, well, made to go into there. So if we get rid of a cobblestone slot and maybe one of the deep slate slots and throw in our blue vine lanterns in there instead, and then load that up as much as possible, now that's got 512 of those in there, which should be a good start. We'll throw a deployer there facing downwards with a filter on for those, and we'll give it a handful of those, and then we'll do another one over this side. And how many blocks in was that? That was 3 blocks in. We'll do the same thing just here, just like that, and hopefully these will place on the floor. I'm a little bit concerned that the deployer's a little bit too close to the floor. Throw a bit of rail down for it to start on, start that thing up, give it a shove, and off it goes. And it's not placing them at all. So let's bring it back, get rid of that redstone torch, put it back in there, and realize these are going to have to be a block higher up. Let's just throw down a little bit of rail. Pop that there. Yes, that placed one, and so did that. Let's give it a shove. And there we go. It's going to place an awful lot of these things. Oh, hopefully that won't be a big problem. Well, we've come a long way and it's finally run out of blue vine lanterns, which means it's probably a good idea to pick this thing up now, take it back and get it unloaded. And once it's unloaded and processed all of those tasty things I want, I do need to make some adjustments to our little processing system. But before I do that, I'm going to get as much of this redstone as I can. And the changes we need to make are basically because I've got these blocks of ore. And there's something we can do about that. My goodness, we went a long way. Anyway, it's time to plonk this thing back down on there. Get rid of that torch and let everything flow through into the system until it's fully unloaded. While that's doing that, I'm going to restock the blue vine lanterns that are in here. Then I just guess we've got to wait for this thing to unload, which is going to take an awfully long time. Or is it? You see, most of the stuff coming off here is deep slate, and that's what's clogging the system up because it's all going in there and having to get thrown in there. So what we can do is we can throw on a couple more of these. Let's just have them facing inwards for now so they don't do anything. And then we can filter these for deep slate like this. And then we can set fire to the floor below them. And then we can just flip those round. And that means that all of that nasty deep slate's just going to go into there. That's going to get rid of that a whole bunch quicker, which means our belt shouldn't be quite so clogged up with deep slate, so stuff can actually come through and get processed. And as you can see, we're already getting a whole bunch of diamonds, a whole bunch of redstone, and we should have a decent amount of things coming through to smelt as well, hopefully. Yeah, I see some zinc going through. Is it actually going into the bit? Yes, it is. It's getting smelted. Oh, this is good. This is very good. But I do need to make some changes, as I'm sure you're all screaming in the comments. If we crush down things like the raw zinc and the raw gold first, we'll get twice as much and we'll get XP as well, which is exactly what I need to do, because I need to crush down my deep slate, redstone and diamonds as well. But I don't really have a great deal of room in here to add another set of crushing wheels just yet, so we're going to have to do a little bit more mining before I can free up some space to do that. But this thing is very nearly empty. This is good. And there we go, just a little while later, this entire thing is completely empty, which means that I can do a little bit more mining, clear a bit of space in here, get some crushing wheels in there, and thoroughly optimize our system. And that's going to be a whole bunch easier now, thanks to the fact that we've got loads of redstone. And now our mining operation is even better. We've got a set of crushing wheels in here, which is going to take all of the raw stuff, crush it down into the really raw stuff, and then smelt it. And what I've done here is added a barrel, so I can just chuck all of this stuff in here and it'll get sorted. Even though these are going to end up going through the crushing wheels, we're not going to lose the items when it ends up through the smelting part, because the filter on here is just going to allow them straight through. So let's just try that. Let's chuck this deep slate diamond ore in there. That should go into there. It should go through the crushing wheels. They should end up as diamonds. And then they should go into there. We've got XP. I forgot about XP. Let's take that. Let's throw some XP in there as well and allow that through. And I don't know what happened there. Okay, let's try that again. We'll throw in, this time, maybe a few pieces of redstone. That can come through here. That can all get crushed in the crushing wheels. Then that's, I think it's just gone straight through. Yeah, 1,507. Let's throw in a bunch more, 26 of them, and see what happens. Hopefully we'll see. Yeah, they went whizzing through, and yes, it works. So I can just dump all of the stuff that I gather into this bit here, and they're all just going to get sorted accordingly. So our amazing little mining setup is now complete, which means we're going to have a whole bunch of diamonds, a whole bunch of redstone, and that's exactly what we need to start building some more create stuff. But because I'm having such a nice time down in the mine, before I go off and start building anything else, I am going to do a couple more strips of these mines to really build up our diamond and redstone supplies, and then we'll move on to the thing we're supposed to be doing today. Jeez, but it just occurred to me I completely forgot to empty this out after the last time it went through. So here we go, it's all happening again. Let's see what happens this time. And yes, I have just added on yet another little flame bit here, because as we crush some of the deep slate, the deep slate's actually going to end up through here, and we don't want that in the system, so now that's just going to come through and get burned as well. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. Let's just throw that in there to help. Let's see what we end up with. All those diamonds and redstone. Is anything cooking? Yes, things are cooking. This is awesome. Yes, we're getting things being squished down in the crushing wheels. We're getting things being cooked. We're getting all sorts of crazy stuff in here. And it's all moving through nice and swiftly as well. Look at all of those things getting burned that we don't need. And there we go. That's an awful lot of mining, which means we've now got an awful lot of redstone, nearly 15,000 of it, and a whole bunch of diamonds too. And that means I can start crafting all of the things I need to make that concrete farm, so I suppose that's what we should be doing next. So back at my storage area, I'm going to take a whole bunch of that redstone that we've just generated, a whole bunch of this quartz that we've just got lying around, and I'm going to make a whole bunch of rose quartz. And I think almost 9 stacks is a reasonable amount. I'm now going to take a bunch of these diamonds, grab a bunch of this tree bark, turn that into paper, put these diamonds through my crushing wheels in order to turn those into diamond grit, which should come through here any second. There it is. And then I'm going to make a whole bunch of diamond sandpaper, and realize that I made way too much paper. And then back at this machine here, I'm going to fill this barrel full of that diamond sandpaper, just like that. And now I'm just going to put all of this rose quartz into there, and that's all going to get sanded down into polished rose quartz. And I'm going to be able to use that to make a whole bunch of those little pink things that we need. Electron tubes! And for that, I'm going to need a bunch of iron sheet as well. Let's take some of this iron, turn that into ingots, and throw it into my press. Precision mechanisms. I'm going to need a whole bunch of these, and for that I just need this machine slightly reconfiguring in order to make that, but I'm going to need some ingredients to put through it, namely iron nuggets, large cogwheels, normal cogwheels, and golden sheets. Now I've got a whole bunch of golden sheets here, and I've got a whole bunch of iron nuggets, but we need 5 times the amount of iron nuggets that we do of the gold sheet, because it has to go through this process 5 times. That means I need 5 stacks of big cogs and normal cogs as well. And there we go. That should be all of the ingredients we need. And good news, all of that polished rose quartz is done. And now that should mean that if I put these golden sheets in here, we'll just try one. That's going to go into there as an incomplete mechanism, and we want those to be able to come back round. So if I throw that back on there, that's going to go round and hopefully end up getting turned into a precision mechanism, which it did. So now I just need to do 63 more of those, and that's just going to have a jolly time in the background while all of those iron sheets get pressed. Oh, and it looks like we've got a clog here already. Yeah, oh, my barrel's not big enough. Let's just take a bunch of these, just hide them in there for a minute. Grab this iron, grab all of this polished rose quartz, make a whole bunch of electron tubes, come back to this. Oh yes, we've had some failures already. This is not ideal, but it is part of the process, I suppose. Let's chuck those back in there now. It seems like it's going to be able to deal with those, and I guess the rest as well. And now it's finished, which means we managed to get, out of 64, 49 precision mechanisms and a bunch of junk as well. So not the best return ever, but we did get plenty. Let's chuck all of those bits into there. We'll put this crushed raw gold into our lava machine, and then we can store those in there. Now, how's my brass situation going on? We've got a reasonable amount of brass. We've got plenty of andesite alloy to be getting on with, but we are going to need a lot more iron sheet. So let's just put all of those back in there and let all of those get squished. And the reason we need all of these iron sheets is in order to make all the things I want to make, I'm going to need an awful lot of volts, which means I'm going to need a lot more than 21 barrels. That's a more reasonable number of barrels. And while we're doing that, we're getting a whole bunch more of this sheet squished. So that means we should just about have everything we need to move on to making this concrete machine. And while the rest of that iron is pressing, I'm back at my lighthouse, filling up my iron supplies with all of this lovely iron that's just sat here doing nothing. We have another high-rise scaffold in place, so all I need to do now is fill it with all of the things we need to make concrete. We've got power, we've got the storage trim in place, although no actual storage yet. And it's not quite as tall as the other one, and it's not quite as wide as the other one, but it should be plenty enough room for us to make a whole bunch of the different colours of concrete. So let's have a quick recap of how we're going to make concrete. Of course, we can bulk wash the concrete powder into concrete. That's nice and easy. And to make the coloured concrete, we just need a mixer with some gravel and some sand and some dye. Sand we can get from crushing down gravel. Gravel we get from crushing down cobblestone. And cobblestone we just get, well, from a cobblestone generator. And I'd I'd like to use these ones, but that means we're going to need a lot of lava, and that means we need an infinite lava source. But unfortunately, I don't have time today to do an infinite lava source because that involves getting over 10,000 lava source blocks stored somewhere where we can pump it into the buildings that we need. And we're going to need it in quite a few of these buildings that I've got planned for, so I guess what we should probably do is just set up a very, very basic cobblestone generator at the top floor for now, and then we'll turn that into a more powerful lava-based one later on. So let's grab my bags and my crafting table, get ourselves up to the top floor, and start making some concrete, or cobblestone generator, I guess. However, before I do anything, I think this time what I'm going to do is go down to where we're going to be having our storage, which is going to be pretty much the same place as last time, and get a very basic storage system set up, which is where my electron tubes and vaults came in handy, because these simple storage boxes require a whole bunch of vaults and display boards, which are electron tubes. So I made a bunch of them. All I'm going to do here is very similar to what we've done over there. I'm going to have our controller there and then a whole bunch of boxes next to it, although I'm going to do it across the back. So we'll have our controller there, 16 boxes just for our different colors of concrete, but then we're going to need ones for cobblestone, sand and gravel, which means we need 2 more over here, and a bunch of the other junk that we get coming through these machines. So let's just stick in a few more extra ones just so that we've got plenty. Now I am going to put void upgrades on all of these for now. However, we're probably not going to end up voiding off the concrete completely because we want that. So I'll maybe remove some of these later on. And I'm going to put capacity upgrades in all of those just so each one of these as standard can hold 4,096 items. And there we go. They've all got those in, which means now I can build a cobblestone generator. And there we go. That wasn't too difficult now, was it? All we've got is 12 little stone generators which get mined by the drills. They go onto the conveyors and then they end up inside of our storage system, and I've already put a system on here to stop it once that storage box gets full so that this thing isn't always running. So there we go. Floor number 1 done. We've got cobblestone. Now we just need to make gravel. And there we go. Now we're turning all of our cobblestone into gravel, and I'm going to assume that 2 sets of crushing wheels is going to be enough to keep up with all of our cobblestone. I've got 16 at a time coming through so that they can crush as quickly as possible, but if it can't keep up with the amount of cobblestone we're generating, then we've got plenty of room left on this floor to add a few more. And yes, this is already on and off system, so if we go right down to the bottom of here, you'll see that all of our cobble is getting turned into gravel. Now this is ticking up, but it's also going down faster than it's going up, which means our gravel machine is absolutely keeping up with the amount of cobble we're generating, which is exactly what we needed. Now I have run into one slight problem already, and that is that we've already completely overstressed one of the motors, which means we're now using both motors just for cobblestone generation and gravel generation. And that's because crushing wheels use an awful lot of stress, and so do these drills that are producing our cobblestone. But that shouldn't be too much of an issue once we've got our infinite lava source, because these drills will be gone and we'll just have mixers here instead. Unfortunately for us, there aren't too many too intensive processes left to do on this when it comes to stress units, except the next floor, which is more crushing wheels. Oh, and this is already stopped, which means we're now generating cobble that we're not using. Now I could squeeze our sand generation onto the same floor as this, but I want to make the most of these high rises and do our sand generation on the next floor. So I'm going to do the usual thing, get rid of my stuff, pop down a handful of lanterns to keep these floors nice and well lit so we don't get any monsters in here, and move to the next floor where we're going to be generating sand. Now at this point we do need to be a little bit careful because of course we don't want to turn all of our gravel into sand, just half of it. So I need to come up with a system that is going to give us exactly half of the gravel we've got, turn that into sand so that we've got equal amounts of both. That could be tricky. Well, that was simpler than I expected it to be, and I've used a design that I've used previously. Basically, in order to make sure we're only using half the gravel, we're allowing 32 gravel to come through here at once. Although it has just occurred to me there's no filter on there. We then take away 16 of those gravel and put them back in the system, which means every time we take 32 out, half of them go back in again, and then the other 16 come through the crushing wheels, get crushed down into sand, and they all go in there. Which means back down at the storage system, the sand should never eat all of the gravel, or at least I hope it won't, because there'll always be at least 32. This might not work. We're going to find out if this works. But the other thing is we're only using one crushing wheel as opposed to two for the gravel. So the cobblestone and the gravel should keep up with the sand production. So in my mind, that's all going to work, but we won't know until, well, a little bit of time has passed, I suppose. So let's just put this little bit of sand that I've got in here, and I also want to move these things over there so it's all nice and together. And of course, we don't want the clay or the flint at the moment, but we might use them in the future. There we go, that's a little bit better organised now, which means it's time to move to the next floor. And this floor is where we're going to be making our concrete powder. But of course, in order to do that, we're going to need to get dyes in here as well. And currently all of our dyes are over there. Now, my future plans for this area are to have transport systems in place in order to move items from one place to another. But a little bit like our infinite lava source, I don't have time to do that today, so we're going to have a temporary system in place to be able to connect the dyes from this building to this building so that we can use them. But in future, we'll have a little car or truck actually doing the deliveries, taking the dyes from there and dropping them off in here where they can be used. And I think the easiest way to get the things from there to there temporarily will just be to connect these storage systems together, but I don't really want it to just be one big old storage system. However, I don't really see that I've got much of a choice. Let's see what happens if we grab our spruce storage trim and just bring that across this way here, all the way over to there and connect it to there. How is our controller going to cope with that? Oh, it can see everything. That's good. And what about the other one? Can this see everything? It can. The only downside now is we're going to start potentially getting dyes in here as this thing starts to overflow. If it does overflow, but I don't think it will. So in order to combat that, we're just going to make a whole bunch of these simple storage box void upgrades, which are the most tedious thing in the world to make. So now if we just put a void upgrade on absolutely every single one of these, we shouldn't have any issues with dyes trying to escape from this area and go into this area. And it looks like that's worked out nicely. So, concrete powder. There we go, we've now got 4 different concrete making machines. Of course, we need 16, which means we're going to need 4 different floors for this, and I don't think we've got enough room for that, so we might have to squeeze some things in together. But basically what's going on is we've got these mechanical arms which are picking up sand and gravel from these depots here, as well as one colour of dye. That's getting mixed into concrete powder, and that's all going back into the system. But at the moment, there's no way of stopping these once they've reached the right amount, and that's where these redstone links are going to come in, and I'm going to stick these on each of the mechanical arms in receive mode, and then I'm going to go down to our little storage system, because what we don't want to happen is that we burn through all of our stuff just on these 4. So we're going to have 4 different threshold switches, 1 for each colour. However, I don't like these colours over there, so first thing I'm going to do is actually disconnect the storage systems altogether and organise this a little bit. There we go, that's a little bit better. We've now got those in an order where I'm going to want them. And now we need to stick these threshold switches on the back, yet again with more redstone links. And then we will just take 1 of each of those, throw those onto the corresponding ones of these, and then we'll use mechanical arm for the second slot. And then on here we just need to do the same thing. So white concrete, light grey with mechanical arms, and over here we've got grey and black with the mechanical arms. So now when those are full, it's not going to turn off the entire floor, but it will turn off the mechanical arms, stopping us from producing any more of these colours of concrete. So now I just need to reproduce this 4 times, and that's going to be tricky because we've only got 1, 2, 2 levels spare, which means we can get another 8 in, but then we're going to be 4 short. So I probably should have made this building slightly taller, or what we can do is we can move our storage system down to the ground floor, which was always going to be my original plan for that building and this one anyway, but I kind of like it on the first floor, but it's going to have to come down to the ground floor, otherwise this is not going to work. And the easiest way of duplicating this over 4 different floors is, of course, just to take a schematic of the entire floor, which has now magically become overstressed somehow, which I'm not entirely sure how that's happened, but that's okay. We can solve that problem in a minute. And we can save that schematic, plonk our little schematic cannon down somewhere, it doesn't really matter where, put this empty schematic in here, fill it full of all of this crazy design stuff, and then we can just plonk that down on whichever floors we want it all to be on. So I guess this is going to be the next one. Let's just get it into the correct position, which is going to be there and there. We'll throw that into the schematic cannon, grab ourselves a clipboard to see exactly what we need, and quite a lot. So just throwing down my create backpack with all of our stuff in there means we definitely have enough stuff for at least 1 floor, and in order to solve our little power problem, I think the simplest thing to do here is just going to be to turn down the speed, because we really don't need this thing running so quickly. I mean, we don't need 4,096 of each colour dye instantly. We're hardly ever going to be using them, so they might as well just accumulate slowly over time. So let's do the same thing for every single floor except for the cobblestone generator, and that means we'll always have enough cobblestone to keep going with everything else. There we go, much better, and now we've got plenty of stress left over, so let's get this next floor in. Cannon, go. And here we go, the next floor is building. And that took no time at all. So now we can do the next floor below that, and ideally get it in the right place first time. That would be nice. There we go. And let's see if we've got all the materials we need for that one. No, we need more speed controllers and more storage interfaces. And I've only got 2 precision mechanisms left because I made so many mechanical arms. So I guess I'm going back to the workshop. And we managed to get another 50 and a clock. Lovely. And I've also managed to make another 20 simple storage interfaces. So back over at the skyscraper, we should now have everything we need in order to create the next floor. We don't need the lanterns, so let's start the schematic cannon. There we go. And now all I need to do is connect all of these things together, move the storage system from this floor to that floor, get rid of that creeper, add another floor of these in, and then add all of those together. So skipping forward a little bit, as you can see, we're now generating every colour of concrete powder, and that's because I moved the storage to the bottom floor and added in all of the things that we need. So this thing is almost 100% complete, but it's not actually making us any concrete. And I really don't have a great deal of room to squeeze concrete washing machines in here. Now what I could do is add a washer onto every single one of these so that they get washed before they go into the system, and I could do that. However, I think it would be just easier to just build a single washing machine down here and just send all of the concrete powder through it. The only problem with that is we're going to end up with a lot of concrete powder that's sort of backing up, because that'll generate faster than the washer can keep up with it. I changed my mind. I decided it's going to be easier just to add a washer onto every single one of these, and I could probably just use 2 fans for this entire setup and just have them blowing all of the way across, but I thought having them on all of the individual ones was fine. The fan is blowing into a waterlogged leaf block, which has got a conveyor underneath it. The concrete powder will come through there, and it can't go into this funnel until it's turned into concrete, which means we've now got concrete making machines. What I need to do now, however, is change the threshold switches, because we're producing concrete powder but not concrete. So we actually want these things to stop when the concrete is full and not the concrete powder. And that means I then need to go all the way down to the bottom, remove all of these threshold switches and redstone links, and put them onto the corresponding ones that are going to have the concrete in, which I need to then designate. So that'll be white, light grey, grey and black. I need those back so that I can do my filters. Then we just need these threshold switches there with the redstone links on there with white, light grey, grey and black, and then the arms on there as well. But that's just one floor, so I've got 3 more floors to go with all of that to do all of them. But that does leave me with a little bit of a problem in that we've now got all of this concrete powder that's not going to get washed. So I am going to put together a basic washing system just to wash all of those, and then we can get those in the right places, and then we won't need this bottom row of storage boxes anymore. We can just use this one, which I'll have to move down. And there we go, we've now got a very basic little washing machine set up, which is going to take all of the powdered concrete, turn that all into concrete and send it all back into the system. So that's our powdered concrete dealt with, but now we need to do the rest of the floors, putting the washing machines in there so that all of these are producing just normal concrete. So I'm going to do that very quickly and then we can finish this thing off. And there we go. Our concrete factory is 100% complete. If you don't take account for the decoration and all of the... yeah, it's still scaffolding, and so's the one next to it. But soon, after we've completed our next high-rise, we will be able to fully decorate both of these sky-rises as well as the next one and make this area start to look rather lovely. In the last episode, I made this crazy underground mine to gather lots and lots of resources, mainly redstone and diamonds. And I also made a huge new skyscraper for creating concrete. This one just here that's right next to the one that creates dye, so that we can create all the different colours of concrete so that I can get the building materials I need to actually make these things look semi-decent. But we're not out of the woods just yet. As much as we've got all of the different types of concrete now, there's still a few materials I need to get. And one of those is terracotta, and the other one, as the comments pointed out, should be glass, stained glass specifically. So I'm hoping today to build yet another one of these skyscrapers, just for all of the different colours of terracotta, another one of them just for all of the different colours of stained glass, and hopping back up to the top of there quickly. If you remember from the last video, I said I wanted an infinite lava source to make our cobblestone generation a little bit easier, and a whole bunch less power consuming, and a whole bunch less, taking up quite so much space. So I think that's where we're going to start. And where else am I going to build a big old infinite supply of lava than probably in one of these buildings that we've reserved for this? I mean, this one should probably be about right. Now, in order to create an infinite lava source on the Create mod, we need over 10,000 lava source blocks. Hopping into the configuration for a second, you can see that the hose pulley block threshold is set to 10,000, and that basically says the minimum amount of fluid blocks the hose pulley needs to find before deeming an infinite source. However, a bunch of you in the comments have told me it doesn't actually all need to be lava source blocks. We could just put lava source blocks at the top layer and let it flow downwards, but I don't think that's going to work. Which means, coming to my test world, and behind me I have a tank which is 20 blocks wide by 20 blocks long by 25 blocks deep. So if I was to fill that with lava source blocks, that is going to give us exactly 10,000. And in order to do that, I'm just going to stand here in the corner and run a quick command to fill this entire thing with lava source blocks. And of course now I'm inside all of the lava, but it doesn't matter because I'm in creative mode. So there we go, that is 100% completely full. So now what we can do here is come to the corner, stick on a hose pulley, and what we're going to do is wind this thing all the way down to the bottom, which would be substantially easier if I just do that. And that doesn't actually say that it's infinite, which is slightly concerning. Perhaps I should have done it a block deeper. Build the walls up slightly. Do a quick maths check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 20 blocks long, that's 20 blocks long, and according to this, that's 25 blocks tall. Well, we'll put in one more layer of lava and see what happens. There we go, we now have 26 layers of lava. Well, it's not indicating to me that that is an infinite lava source, even though it absolutely should be. So the other thing we can do is put an identical tank just here, connect two hose pulleys, put a pump between them, and then try and suck all of the lava out of there and put it into there. And if we do that, that's kind of working. But is it taking away from this one? I would like to say that the answer is no. No, now it says bottomless supply. Perhaps it needed to be activated first before it would consider it an infinite supply. And I just want to check that if we get rid of this top layer again, like so, it is still going to be classed as a bottomless supply. Let's just do a little bit of pumping, turn it back on, and yes. Oh no, it no longer is. So if I was to put a bucket of lava there, turn that on again, now it's, yes. Okay, so it needs to be 10,001 blocks of lava, which is technically 25 blocks deep plus 1. But will it work with flowing lava? There's only one way to find out. This time I'm just going to run a command to fill the top layer in with lava, and I'm going to let that float all the way down to the bottom. Now we need to flip that pump round so that we can activate this one once it's actually reached the bottom. And this will be 26 full layers worth because I put the lava a block higher than I intended to. But that doesn't matter. All we're interested in is if flowing lava's going to work. And it has now reached all the way down to the bottom, so let's find out. It says no at the moment. Let's turn the pump on and then look at it. And yes, it is a bottomless supply. But can we actually pump lava out of it? Should be just about big enough, I think, and let's see if we can fill that thing up from this without losing any lava. Let's turn it on. And yes, lava is actually going in, and it does appear like nothing is disappearing from the bottom of this, and this still says bottomless supply, which means we only actually need 400 sources of lava rather than 10,001. That's a bit ridiculous. What I am going to have to do though is still dig quite a big hole to fill it full of flowing lava. So I guess I should go back to my real world. And back on my real world, getting 400 buckets of lava is not going to be difficult. I mean, I've already got 254 of them in my backpack, just from cleaning up spills while I was doing my mining operation. And I could just come back down my mine and scoop up a whole bunch more lava, which is probably the sensible thing to do, or I could hop back to my power station and steal it. You see, underneath my power station, we have a little bit of a lava farm, which isn't really being used all that much anymore. Just down this hole, we've got a dripstone lava farm that's got an overflow of lava in it. And that's not the only place I've got lava. Back over at my mineshaft area, there's another lava farm underneath the ground. Underground? Yes, underneath the ground. That's what I said. Let's just go down this crazy elevator all the way to the bottom that says lava farm on it. And once we arrive at our destination, we're just going to hop down here and see that this thing is pretty much full of lava as well. And we got a whole bunch of lava there. In fact, we got 432 buckets worth, which is rather ideal. Now there's a couple of ways we could transport this lava over to our new area. One would be just to turn this lava tank into a contraption, pick it up and take it over there, but then I'd need to build another one over here. The other is to build a little contraption that'll take empty buckets in there, pass them over to this depot, and then we'll filter only lava buckets to go in there and we'll squirt them full of lava. Let's just set a filter on that so they can't go in until they are lava buckets. Let's put the empty ones in there, get some power to this tank somehow. We do have power up there. Let's just steal a little bit of this, just like that. And oh geez, yeah, I forgot this was on its own power source, so it's not gonna do it. Oh geez, but I need it. Oh man, Let's just turn this into a contraption instead. Only problem now, well, we are going to have to stop lava being pumped into it, which I think is happening from the bottom, so I'm going to have to be quick here. We're going to turn that into a contraption, pick it up very quickly, and oh geez, it's already happening. Quick! There we go, lovely. And it's already refilling with all of that lava that was stuck in these cauldrons. Wonderful. Right, I've got some free lava. we go. We now have a lava pit that is 20 blocks by 20 blocks by 26 blocks down, full of flowing lava, and I'm really hoping this works. I've made it further down in the ground than I needed to because I didn't want it to be at ground level, mainly because we need to build a system underground to actually take the lava out of there and distribute it where we want it, i.e. over there. So I guess that means I should probably dismantle a bunch of this stuff, grab my lava tank again so that we can use that for testing, totally ignore all of these chests full of all of the rubbish that it's dug out for us, and then just hop down there and build ourselves a little area over in this corner. I'm not 100% sure that's tall enough, but there's only one way to find out. Let's dig a hole in this wall, throw our little minecart assembler back down, put it on lock rotation. I'm going to put a redstone torch next to it this time, just so that we can see, and it looks like that's about right. So let's just take away the red... Oh dear. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just do that. There we go. And there we have our lava tank down here. We don't need any of this anymore. That can all go. And get rid of the glue from it. And now we just need to try and fill it from this and hope that it's bottomless. And I guess the easiest way to do that is to stick a pump on there facing inwards. Get a little pipe coming across. Stick our little hose pulley on there. Wind it all the way down to the bottom. There we go. It's not saying bottomless yet, but we haven't added any power to it, so let's do that. So of course we're going to need a cogwheel on there, our electric motor, maximum speed, and then we just need electricity to that, which is going to be a little bit tricky. So I guess we're just going to have to go up through the floor. Oh, and look, we're directly in line with that power line. That's very handy. So let's stick a contactor on there, grab our wire, bring it all the way up to there. Realise it's getting very late. Oh, I got the achievement. I guess that's working then. Let's have a quick sleep. And in the morning we should have infinite lava. We do! We have infinite lava from just 400 lava source blocks. That's crazy. That's very cheaty. That's very cheaty, but I'm not complaining. Now all we've got to do is get this lava from there all the way over to there and up the side of the building. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Hopping back to my Season 1 world quickly, I did run into a few problems with this infinite lava source. Mainly that I only had a couple of pipes taking it out and distributing it where I wanted it to go. And I wanted it to go to a lot of places. The main place that I wanted it to go was, of course, my Inferno building, where we made netherite. That's right, I had a netherite factory. And there's a similar process in here that we need to copy in our new world, and that is to actually generate cobblestone. What we've got here are some mixers with water being pumped in and lava being pumped in, but as you'll see from here, we got plenty of diesel and we've got plenty of water, but the lava was always lacking. And that's because the lava pipe was always empty because it was going so far away and there was only one pipe. And the lava was also being used for other things as well, like squirting onto these things, as well as a few of the other buildings in this area. So I don't want to make these same mistakes again. And that means this time we're going to have to run a whole bunch of pipes over to our buildings. Ideally, I want a separate pipe for every single building, so we're getting plenty of lava over there. And that might mean we need more than one hose pulley as well, but we'll find that out later. Which is why I thought it was a good idea to have a buffer tank down here, so we can basically monitor how much lava we're actually using and how much we've got. So first things first, I'm going to have to dig some sort of underground network to get over to the buildings, and it would make sense with this being a city to have some sort of underground network system, sewer thing going on. But in order for me to achieve everything I want to achieve in this video, that's not a very realistic thing for me to do today. And it does seem like something that would benefit being done later on, once we've actually got some buildings in place and we know exactly where everything's going to be. So for now, I'm just going to dig some temporary holes to bring the lava over here, and then we can make adjustments to all of that later on. So we're going to need some space behind this lava tank, and I think it makes sense to go out that way, which is across the road first, and then turn right to go to a building which is that way. And digging through all of this is going to be a problem without my beacon, so I suppose I should go and grab that, which I'm hoping is still at the power station, because I haven't really got any ideas where I've left it. I'm pretty sure it was just sat round about here. Oh, it's over there. I can see the beacon beam. There we go. Let's just pop down one of those, turn that into a contraption, take away my beacon, and then go and place it back down over there. And for now, just so that I don't get in the way of the buildings that I'm building and so I can access this from pretty much anywhere, I'm going to just pop it down here in the middle of the road, which I realise isn't a road yet. Just like that. Let's break that torch, and now we have beacon power over here, which will make digging nice and easy. Let's go. Well, I've made it to the building. This hole here just pops out right at the side there, which is an ideal place. So now all I've got to do is just run a whole bunch of pipe. So the first thing we need to do is come along here and stick a pump on there, and then we'll just run a whole bunch of pipe. Of course, my torch is going to be in the way if I do it there. Let's put a pump there instead, and now we'll just run a whole bunch of pipe. And that brings the pipe to there, and I think at this point it would be sensible for us to have a tank that's holding some lava just for this building around about at this point here. And the walls of this building are going to be on the outside of these girders, so we can't really place it there where that pipe is, so we'll just... Oh, jeez. So what we'll have to do is just bring it across slightly, just like that, and then we can put our tank just over here like this. It doesn't need to be massive, and that should be big enough to store as much lava as we're going to need for this place. Now we just need to steal a little bit of this power from here and bring it round the side of our tank over to our new pump, so a bit of chain drive just there like that. We can have a cog there and a cog there. That's going to power the pump, and now we just need to make sure it's actually going to connect at the other end. Are we getting lava in our secondary lava tank? No. How far is the lava getting? Not that far. Oh, it's got to here. Ah, it gets to there. Right, that's fine. Just means we need another pump at the other end, and that's absolutely fine because we've got electricity over here, so that shouldn't be a problem. Let's just dig down there slightly, pop a pump on there, and another pipe there, and we just need to get a little bit of power to this pump. Let's bring that onto the inside of the building, grab another bit of chain drive, bring that along there like that, and there we go. Our pump is powered, so we should start getting lava inside here any minute now. This is good news, and I'm pretty sure that's faster than we can actually use it. Which means we now need another set of pumps to get it all the way up to the top of the building and where we want it. And there we go, we've reached the cobblestone generator level, which means it's time to tear out this cobble generator and build a brand new one. Play that replay. And there we go, we now have a fully functional cobblestone generator, which produces about the same amount of cobblestone. It's pretty quick, and it uses a whole bunch less power as well. And all it is just 8 mixers with 8 whisks, an infinite water source, and then just all of that lava being pumped into the little basins as well, and they just get mixed together. The cobblestone comes out and it goes into the system, but we've got too much in there already, so I better put this redstone link back on here, and that will just stop it. And now, yeah, infinite cobblestone for very, very little effort. My favorite type of infinite cobblestone. And how's our lava situation doing here? We've got absolutely plenty there, and if we go back down our little hole over here, we should probably have pretty much plenty over here as well. Yeah, we're not using hardly any of it. Amazing. Which finally brings us on to our brand new building, which is going to be pretty much almost identical to this, but terracotta. That said, there are quite a few key differences. For a start, we don't have to wash concrete powder into concrete, and we don't have to mix dye with sand and gravel to make concrete powder. However, there is no mixing recipe for the actual different colours of terracotta, so in order to make all of the different colours, we'd actually have to have 3x3 auto crafters set up for every single one. And bearing in mind we're on 1.20.1, we don't actually have the new Minecraft auto crafters, we have the create mod ones, which work fine, but they'll take up an awful lot of space. The other thing to consider is how we make terracotta. We blast clay. Clay we get from pressing clay balls, and clay we get a 25% chance of getting from washing sand, which we get from crushing gravel, which we get from crushing cobblestone, or milling cobblestone, or milling dripstone. But dripstone requires getting pointed dripstone to make the dripstone blocks, which of course are just grown like normal. So, how are we going to get clay? Are we going to make a pointed dripstone farm, which then turns those pointed dripstone into dripstone blocks, which then turns all of that into clay, which then gets pressed into clay blocks, which then gets burnt into terracotta, which we then auto-craft into all of the different colours? Or are we going to have another cobblestone generator and just crush sand? Because if we're going to do that, the top 3 levels of our new system can be exactly the same as the top 3 levels for our old system. And that means we can use a schematic cannon. It's just everything else that's going to be different. efficient. And considering there's only a 25% chance of getting a clay ball from a single sand, and you need 4 clay balls to make 1 clay block, or 1 terracotta block, that means on average it's going to take us 8 pieces of sand for every piece of terracotta, so we'd have to have quite a big cobblestone, gravel and sand generating process, which isn't a difficult thing to do, but I kind of fancy the dripstone idea, and I don't think that would be too difficult to automate with Create, and it could be a lot more interesting. I've got some thinking to do. So I'm thinking a farm, something like this, could be exactly what we need. We've got a whole bunch of drills going backwards and forwards, breaking the dripstone, apart from anything on this row and this row for some strange reason that I can't fathom out, and after 10 minutes we've managed to get 4 pointed dripstone, which is enough for 1 clay ball. So a quarter of a piece of terracotta every 10 minutes? Yeah, maybe this isn't the best way of doing it, and also the horrible water noise, the dripping. Oh, it sends me up the wall, I can't stand it. So yeah, we're absolutely not having one of these, but it has occurred to me while I'm doing this that I don't actually need all that much terracotta. You see, if we look at the different types of terracottas that are available, there are very few that I'd actually want. I quite like red. I quite like light blue, but the one I really want is the cyan terracotta because it's the best grey in the game, which yes, doesn't make any sense, but it is 100% my favourite grey in the game, even though it is cyan terracotta. I don't want white or light grey or black or brown, because they're all brown. And I don't like brown. I don't need orange or yellow or lime or green or blue or purple or magenta or pink. I also don't need white or plain terracotta, and I don't need any of the glazed ones either. So it does seem a little bit overkill to have a full skyscraper just for cyan terracotta, so maybe I could mix that in with the stained glass one. You see, stained glass still needs dye. It also, of course, needs glass, which means bulk blasting sand, and sand we get from, well, we already know, don't we? Crushing gravel and crushing cobblestone. So we're already half the way there, just producing the glass. And when we crush the gravel into sand, we get clay balls, or a 5% chance at least, as a byproduct. So that means we can have a cyan terracotta farm as part of our stained glass factory, just as an offshoot. And that's gonna save me a whole lot of time and a whole lot of money, because that means we only need 1 more skyscraper here. So I guess it's time to get building. We now have another skyscraper frame ready to build glass in. Hopefully, as you saw from the time-lapse, I've eradicated everything we don't need from all of these floors, which means we've got a cobblestone generator and a gravel smasher. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff to squeeze in. And I think it makes sense this time, like I was thinking about doing on the last one, is to have the sand processing on the same level as the gravel one in here. That said, I think we're going to need to produce even more than we did last time. And that shouldn't be a problem with our cobblestone generator, because these cobblestone generators are generating cobble far faster than the original ones we had. We're actually getting 8 at a time, very, very quickly, which means we need to process those and turn them into gravel even faster than we currently are doing. And in order to fully tune that, I think we're going to need a storage system in place so we can start processing some and see if it keeps up. So heading down to the first floor, we're going to build our storage system, this time on the correct floor, which, just like before, is going to consist of the storage controller and a whole bunch of these storage boxes. Now that's enough just for the different colours of stained glass. Of course, we'll need one for normal glass, we're going to need one for cobblestone and gravel, we're also going to need ones for sand and clay and flint, I believe. Yes, crushing down the gravel, we get sand and flint and clay, but in order to create the terracotta, we're also going to need one for the clay blocks and the terracotta and then the cyan terracotta. So that's an awful lot of storage boxes. And moving things around, hopefully this will give us everything we need. We've got 16 at the top for the different colours of glass, and then down here we've got cobble, gravel, sand, clay blocks, terracotta, cyan terracotta, and then we've got normal glass and flint that I've got to squeeze in here as well without it looking ridiculous. So let's remove the cyan terracotta from there. Instead, we'll have that as a finished product up there next to the glass, and we'll put the flint down there instead. That should work. And for now, I'm going to put void upgrades on all of these things just so that they don't end up overflowing. We won't need them on all of these things eventually because we'll have threshold switches, but for now I think it's probably a good idea. And I'm not going to put capacity upgrades in any of these because I don't think we're ever going to need more than 2048 of each of these different colours of glass. And if we do, we can always make more. So let's get this connected up to our little storage line over here. Stick a couple of threshold switches on the back of the cobble and gravel because we're going to be producing those straight away, and we'll put the filters on those. This time with glass. There we go. Storage system complete. Let's go and see if our cobble's going to start working, which of course it won't because we don't have any lava in here yet. And that means I'm going to need another tank and another whole bunch of pipe and some more underground digging to get it from over there to over here. And there we go. We've now got a pipe and a tank down here. We just need to get lava into this tank, and we could feed it over here because, well, let's be honest, we've got plenty of it over here and we're not using any because of all of our concrete is full, but I don't want to end up in the same situation that we did on my last world, so I'm going to give it its own dedicated pipe system underground, which means I've got to do a little bit more digging. And now, next to our infinite lava pit, we now have 2 pipelines running across here, and the second one is going all the way to our new tank, which we now just need to get powered, which is going to be tricky because we're nowhere near any power lines. Kind of done this on the wrong side of the building. Fortunately, thanks to all of these new connectors and diamond wire that I've got, it's not going to be too difficult to get a little bit of electricity around the side of this building and down to a motor. Just like this. And with one of those there turned into a vertical one, spun round and connected to that, we should now, there we go, start getting lava into our tank. And that will hopefully, yep, it's already being pumped upstairs into our cobblestone generator, so we should now be producing cobble. They're kicked in already and they're already producing at an incredible rate. This is wonderful. And going back down to the storage system, that shows that we are, yeah, look at that. It's crazy how fast it's going in. And we're keeping up with the gravel machine just about. The cobble number is, yeah, I think we're keeping up. Now we just need to turn it all into sand. Oh, wait a minute. No, that is going up. That's going up faster than that's going up. We're going to need another crushing wheel. Make it bigger. We just need another chute there. A couple more of those there. We need another one of those there with some cobblestone on it. Just like that. And another one of those there. And now we are processing 48 gravel at a time as opposed to 32. And how's that affect things in our little storage system? The cobblestone's going right down now, which means it's going to be starving our gravel machine. And that's good, because we don't want a build-up of cobblestone. Right, now, sand. And there we go. All I've done is mirrored up the gravel machine and turned it into a sand machine, which is now producing us the sand and the clay and the flint, which is all going nicely downstairs into our storage system just down here. And wow, it's already full. That happened fast. And we've got a tiny, tiny bit of clay. So there's our first problem. At the moment, in order to get more clay, all of our sand is being voided off, which isn't necessarily a problem, but it's a bit of a waste. And also, if we're going to be having 16 different colours of glass, plus plain glass, we really need 17 times as much sand as we have got the glass. And that means we need to be able to store 34,816 sand in order for us to then have enough sand to generate all of the glass we need. Although I know it doesn't actually work like that, but that's in my head, that's how it works. So now what I'm going to do is use some of these capacity upgrades to basically increase the capacity of this until we've got enough, and we need that many. So we're actually going to be storing 65,000 sand, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because sand does come in useful for other things as well. And what that means now is we could throw a threshold switch on the back of the sand in order for us to stop the sand machine when we've got 65,000. However, I'm not. I'm going to allow that to keep voiding it off because we actually need to worry about how much clay we've got. And that needs to be controlled by how many clay blocks, which needs to be controlled by how many terracotta, which then needs to be controlled by how many cyan terracotta. So actually, our sand doesn't want to stop if we haven't got enough clay to make the cyan terracotta. However, if we've got an excess of sand, we
we can actually wash that into clay to get more clay, which means that if we've got enough sand and enough of everything else as well, we could then turn on a washing machine in order to generate more clay if we needed it, and that's not a bad idea. So I think what I am going to do after all of that fussing is put a controller on the sand, just like that, which will control this redstone link on our sand machine, and then all I'm going to do on my next level down is make a sand washing machine to turn that into gravel, as well as the things that we need to turn the sand into glass. A blaster. So this level here, blaster and a washer. Very simple, nice and easy. Let's do this. And now we have a sand blasting and sand washing machine. The sand blasting machine is taking 16 lots of sand at a time through these blasters, and because we've got 3 fans behind and 3 above, it's producing the glass very, very quickly. In fact, it's so quick it's actually turned off because it's full. Whereas the clay balls, on the other hand, are only coming through 4 at a time because we don't want to waste all of the sand on clay. Both of them are being controlled from threshold switches, which are on the back of our storage system, which if we go down and check out now, you can see we've got an absolute ton of sand, a reasonable amount of clay balls, and, well, too much glass. And because we're going to need enough glass to support all of our stained glass boxes, we should probably stick a few capacity upgrades inside this as well. So if we make this match the sand, so it will hold 65,000, that's going to kick in again and we can go and see this thing in action. And I've set the speed controller to a speed so that these things pretty much just continue going through. They hardly ever stop, maybe for a split second or two, but they just continue being turned into glass. Now all we need to do is turn all of that glass into stained glass by adding dyes, press our clay balls into clay blocks and then blast those into terracotta, and then we just need to dye those. So there's really not all that much left to do at all, which is wonderful. However, we do have a couple of problems. Problem number 1 is that all of our dyes are still all of the way over here in this building, and that means getting them all the way over to where we want them is going to be substantially more tricky because it's further away. Chances are if I extend this storage network all the way over to our new building, well, I'm not 100% sure we'll be able to pick up the dyes. That said, there is only one way to find out, so let's see if we can link these two things together. Unfortunately, storage system is on the ground floor of this one, so let's just come across here between the buildings, probably bang straight into our our line here. That's, oh geez. We'll sort this out in the future. If you remember, what I said in the last video is that I want a transport system to take the dyes from one building to the other and deliver them and whatnot, so this will only be temporary, but I'm a little bit concerned that joining these things together is not going to allow us to actually access the... Oh, it does. Problem number 1 is solved. Problem number 2 might not be quite so apparent to you. Throughout the course of recording this video, which is currently on the 3rd day of recording, I've been getting more and more ill. I've got man flu, which means my voice is hurting, my throat is hurting, and my head is doing all sorts of spinny roundy things that I'd rather it wasn't doing while I'm trying to play Minecraft. Which means that the rest of this video is probably either going to be a big old time lapse or I'm just going to stop it here. Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, getting the actual glass turned into stained glass now really shouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just going to be a whole bunch of mechanical crafters, which I've got a whole bunch of because I'm a prepared sort of fellow. So I suppose, yes, let's roll that time lapse, save my voice, and see how many of those I can get put together. Well, that didn't take very long at all. We've now got 4 lots of auto crafters on this level, each one producing a different type of stained glass. This one's doing white stained glass, and all I've done is put the auto crafters together and linked the glass ones at the back just by clicking on it with this. And in the middle, we've got some storage interfaces with passer blocks on either side set to put the right ingredients in the right spaces. That's doubled up there, and then on this side, we've got the same thing doubled up again, giving us 4 types of stained glass per level. And when we turn this thing on, you'll see that it's not running at full speed because we've already reached capacity on our little motors down there. I've already had to turn the cobblestone, sand and gravel down in order to not completely blow out one of the motors. So we're now totally using all of the available capacity on 2 motors, and we've got another 3 levels of these to do. And speaking of another 3 levels of these things to do, we've only actually got 2 levels left, unless I move the storage system all the way down to the bottom of again like I did on this skyscraper that I was trying to avoid this time, which I think I'm going to have to do because I'm also somewhere going to have to fit in that pressing machine and blasting machine and then dyeing machine for the cyan terracotta too. So I've got a lot of work cut out for me, which is basically just copying and pasting what I've already done. And not to waste your time or mine while I'm not feeling very well, I think I'm just going to do that in between episodes so it's all nice and ready for you next time. In the last episode, I made a fully automatic stained glass factory that also produces cyan terracotta, and then I got ill, never finished it off. And thanks to me being ill, I've had time to actually get it finished off and fully functional, so that we're now creating all of the different colours of stained glass and the cyan terracotta. I've also had time to completely build and decorate the 2 skyscrapers next door to this one, as you'll see in a form of a time-lapse in a moment. But before we get to that, in today's video, what we're going to be doing is creating yet another skyscraper, but this one's going to be going underground. What? And as well as overground. I realise a skyscraper does need to stick out of the floor in order for it to scrape the sky, but this little area here is going to go both above and below the ground because we're going to be making a glow squid farm. But anyway, back to that time lapse, which I'm going to now explain to you all of the things I did while I wasn't feeling very well. So before I got the sniffles after building most of the stained glass and cyan terracotta high-rise, I realised I didn't have enough floors to get everything set up the way I wanted it. So I glued the top sections of the skyscraper together and used a mechanical piston to raise everything up by an entire level, which made a mess. And so after dealing with that mess, followed by building in a new floor, I spent some time fixing everything up ready to start duplicating the stained glass crafting sections onto multiple floors below. But then I realised I'd actually need another floor for the skyscraper in order to squeeze in everything I needed, so I raised it up once more and then fixed things up all over again. With the floors raised and the systems fixed, I grabbed a quick schematic of the auto crafting system for the farm and then prepared the schematic cannon several floors below. The cannon quickly replicated the schematic onto 3 more floors, which meant I could complete the stained glass crafting sections of the build by swapping out a few of the filters and connecting up the power. And with that stained glass system fully completed, it was time to build the cyan terracotta production floor, which consisted of a press to compact clay balls into clay blocks and a blaster to cook the clay blocks into terracotta. This system didn't need to be particularly fast or efficient due to how relatively slow the clay balls were coming in. What it did need, however, was yet another auto crafter to dye the terracotta into cyan terracotta, and with that done, the stained glass skyscraper was complete. However, I still wasn't overly happy with the concrete skyscraper, mainly because the storage system was on the ground floor instead of the first floor like in the other 2 buildings. So I got to work combining the floors for the gravel and sand production in order to free up some space in order to move everything up a level. And with a brand new spare floor, I was able to yet again use the schematic cannon to replicate one of the concrete processing floors onto that level, which then meant I could smash the lowest concrete processing floor to bits in order to create the space I needed to move the storage system up to the first floor, which I then did in the most convoluted way possible, using the schematic cannon to replicate the threshold switches and the redstone links purely so I didn't lose the settings and filters. I then put the storage boxes back in the correct places in front of the threshold switches, connected the system back up to the other 2 buildings, and that was all of the modifications to the farms complete. For now. With the technical side of things now out of the way, it was time to get technical, I guess. With the fancy new workshop area underneath the middle building, I had everything I needed to start decorating the skyscrapers. But before I could do that, they needed elevators. Basically, a way to get up and down between the floors without relying on my jetpack. So using a mixture of concrete, cyan terracotta and some fancy looking wool from the chip loom and some create bits and bobs, I added the first elevator to the die skyscraper, creating a stop-off point on each floor using redstone contacts. Instead of building all 3 elevators one after the other, it was time to start working out the design for the die farm's outer decoration. I wanted to keep things relatively simple due to the scale of the building, so using a little light grey concrete, some stained glass and a bunch of cyan terracotta of course, I came up with an easily repeatable modern looking bottom section for the building that I was happy with. Then things got a little messy as I created schematics of the front, back and sides of the first floor exterior that I'd just created so that I could start replicating that up each side of the building using the schematic cannon without worrying about affecting the interior. All in all, it took around about 2 hours from finishing the elevator to completing the exterior of the first building, and then it took a whole bunch more time trying to figure out a reasonable interior consisting of grey carpet, white concrete panels on the ceiling and a few glowstone ceiling lights which I intended to add onto every level of the building. However, it was getting a little tedious, and with my sniffly sneezes now strong enough to blast me in my wheelie office chair to the other side of the room every few minutes, I decided to move on to something a little bit less tedious, or at least something a little bit more enjoyable, which was coming up with a design for the concrete skyscraper. I wanted to keep things relatively uniform for this row of high-rise buildings, so I stuck with cyan terracotta, swapped the light grey concrete for white concrete and switched the stained glass windows for a lighter shade too. And then it occurred to me, I'd completely forgotten to add in the elevator. So before I started schematic cannoning the walls of this building together, I threw in another elevator very similar to the one in the first building, and again linking it up to every single floor. And with that complete, it was time to finish off the outsides of the building, again deciding that the interior was just far too tedious to bother with for my sneeze-induced stupor. And that's it! That's as far as I got with my little time lapse, which was basically 3 days worth of work, albeit not very long working every day because I wasn't very well, squished into a 5-minute time lapse, which really didn't show you all of much use. So let's just have a very quick tour. As you can see inside of this building here, which is our dye factory, there is absolutely nothing here on the ground floor. We have a little access hole here that leads to absolutely nothing, and if we come around here we can call the elevator down even though it's already here. Take ourselves up to the first floor, which has this nice little bit here, but absolutely no ceiling at all. And then we can go up to the second floor, which is the crafting area. And absolutely nothing at all is going on here either, because I haven't decorated any of this at all. And then leaving this building by going back down in the elevator, we can then go across to the concrete building where something very similar is going on in terms of how much I've actually decorated. As you can see, this ground floor here has some carpet. That's nice, isn't it? And the elevator can be called down, and again it can go to all of the different floors. The first floor actually having some walls and a little area here for absolutely nothing at all. And the second floor, very similarly to the other building, having absolutely nothing at all in it. And yes, my voice still hurts, it's still difficult to talk, it's still difficult to record, it's Friday, my videos come out Sunday, I'm busy this weekend, so chances are I can't get out my door. Chances are, this video's probably already late, or it's very, very short. I'm not sure which is going to happen yet. But anyway, it's time to make a glow squid farm, and that means doing pretty much what we did a few episodes ago and digging down a certain amount so that we can get underneath level 30 in the world. I'm currently on level 78, so it's not too far down to go. Underneath this building here, creating some sort of glow squid killing system to harvest their glowing sacks just so that we can make my favourite block. Light blocks of all of the different neon colours in both glass and concrete variants. And you just make them with some concrete and some glow squid, or some stained glass and some glow squid, or glow ink sacks I guess. So it's very convenient that we've just happened to have built a concrete factory and a stained glass factory, because both of those are going to be very useful for us to create our glowing lights. Right, anyway, big old drill time to dig down, and yeah, it's just going to be time-lapse central this video, because my voice hurts, okay? Jeez, leave me alone. Practically worn the wheels out on this chair as I've sneezed across the room every 5 minutes. Well, that was unfortunate. And this is oh jeez, I'm all my bed. Oh jeez. Well, as you could see from that little bit of a time lapse there, I was having quite a little trouble with water. Of course, we're going to need water for glow squid to spawn, but not as high up as it was, which means now I've got to get back down there, get to my grave, and try and figure out a way of getting rid of all of that water so then we can put it back in where I want it. The other issue with water is obviously if this is going to be a glow squid farm, we don't want any water in the chunks around where this farm's going to be, where glow glow squid might be able to spawn. But because this is a part of an underwater ravine, there are underwater areas full of water, which I shall demonstrate in just a moment. Now I've got my stuff back. If we just fly up here, you can see there's a big old underwater ravine over here. And I'm pretty sure if I go into a bit of cheaty free cam and look through the walls, we can, oh jeez. Oh jeez. See, the fact that there's a glow squid down there already. Oh jeez. Oh, there's a spawner though. Skeleton spawner. That could be handy. But what's not handy is this ridiculous amount of water. So my plan is to come along here with this magic wand, which apparently is set up completely wrong. Let's put that on row and column. Pop down into the water level here and just place an absolute ton of netherrack in the hopes that I can get rid of all of the water sources and that below it, not too far down from here, is just flowing water. And it looks like we got rid of a bunch of it there, so let's go to the next level and do this bit here. Yes, that's got rid of a bunch more. Let's do a bit more. And there we go. Now the water level is going down significantly. Hopefully there'll be no more water sources, at least in this bit up here. There might be some a little bit further down. And there are glow squid in it, which is a very good sign. There's a few water sources right down at the bottom. That's fine. We can deal with that. But basically, we need to be below, I believe, it's level 30. That glow squid will spawn below, and that is this level here. So let's just pop a quick marker on the wall there. Let's just shove a torch on that, and that's the level that's going to be the maximum height for our water that our glow squid are going to be spawning at, I think. Alternatively, we could make a squid farm and just use the haunting system to create glow ink, but this is going to be significantly easier. So now there's a couple of things we need to do. Of course, we need to build the tank for the glow squids to spawn in and a reasonable killing system to be able to kill them. And like I said, we're going to need to get rid of... Oh, I can't fly up any higher than this. Fly over to this bit here. There we go. I need to get rid of all the water around the area. All of this stuff. And that could take a very long time. Unless I use my brain. Which I will do a little bit later on, but right now I need to get out of this hole and, come up with some solutions for other things. Back on my Season 1 world, this is what we did for the glow squid farm. It was relatively simple. We had a pool of water 4 blocks deep, and then this just big old saw system which was going backwards and forwards on a contraption which would kill the glow squid and relieve them of their ink sacs. Then what we had was a whole bunch of fans blowing those ink sacs across over here. They would then get sucked in by that one and then go down there and get sorted. And while that worked pretty well, it did and it didn't. It did generate an absolutely ridiculous amount of ink sacs. The problem is though that the saws don't do a very good job of killing the glow squid, and we needed quite a lot of power in order to get all of the fans blowing all of the ink sacs to the other side, because I thought when the saws killed the glow squid it would collect the glow squid items, which it didn't. The other thing is we're missing out on the looting effect. You can see here that the glow ink drop rate is affected by looting, so we were only ever getting a third as many as we could have got if we'd have got looting in here somehow. So I need to figure out a system that's going to spawn enough glow squid, kill them with looting, i.e. use some deployers with swords ideally, and still be able to, deal with, oh geez, I don't know how we're going to do it. Which is why I've come over to this void world, so that I can do some testing and learn all about glow squid. In this void world, we have 2 different tanks. The first tank over here is full of water, 4 blocks deep, and it's got lights all the way around it. We've got tinted glass above us, and this one is very similar to that one, except for it's only 1 layer deep and then a whole bunch of open fence gates underneath. Because glow squid will only spawn in complete darkness below level 30, which is exactly where we are. So currently, because of all these redstone lamps, there are absolutely no glow squid spawning, even though we are technically in complete darkness because of all the tinted glass above us. So, for instance, if I was to flick this lever off, you'll see over there we immediately get a whole bunch of glow squid spawning in that water, which is exactly what we'd expect. So let's turn that off and then get rid of all of those glow squid, and now we need to focus on this one. Turn that one on and you'll get all of the glow squid spawning in, and they will eventually fall down underneath the fence gates and just suffocate at the bottom. But it does take them quite some time to decide that they're going to do that. As you can see, there are some benefits to the method that I have behind me. If we can get the glow squid to spawn in a single layer of water and fall into a void area, we can basically use machines to scoop those glow squid exactly where we want them to go and then just have a single deployer in the corner that'll deal with them, as I'm about to demonstrate. Here I have a very simple glow squid killing system set up. We've basically got a sweeper that goes from side to side, pushing the glow squid onto either one of these conveyors, which then come round the corners and then go underneath this deployer, which has a sword in it. The sword has Unbreaking 3, Mending, Sharpness 5 and Looting 3 on it, and when it kills the mobs it will pick up the items and drop them into this barrel. So all we got to do is find ourselves in a position that's going to allow plenty of glow squid to spawn. Somewhere about this sort of distance should work. They're all going to spawn in, get pushed onto the conveyors, end up in the little killing system, and off they go, getting turned into tasty glow squid sacks, and we're not losing anything because we're getting the full looting effect. However, the rates of this will be slowed by the fact that some of the glow squid are just too stupid to swim down into the open air and get killed. It's almost like they want to live. So something like this is very, very easy to build and will give us incredible rates over a short period of time, providing that we can make sure that the entire area around this glow squid's farm cannot spawn any glow squids. We need to make sure that they will only spawn in here, but as you can see from just that very, very short test, we already have a whole bunch of glow ink sacks and a bunch of nuggets of experience as well. And the sword on here will never break because it is collecting experience and mending itself. So this is what we're going to go with. We just need to build this tiny weeny simple little farm down the big hole that I've made and then just tidy up the area around it. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Well, we've got a basic system now in place. Right down the bottom here in this concrete-filled hole, we have a sweeper, we have some conveyors that have no power, we have a deployer which has my sword at the moment. It needs a proper one because that's got smite on it and not sharpness, so it's going to be slow. And we even have a little outfeed bit that's going into a little storage network which will deposit all of our glow squid and XP in there. But we got a little bit of a problem here, and that is, in order for me not to be just swamped by mobs down here, we need lights on. But the glow squid won't spawn with lights nearby, so we now need to get some tinted glass, about 4 stacks of it to be exact, to put over this so that when we put the water in, the squid can actually spawn in there. And yes, we still need to add the water in there as well because I didn't really want things going wrong while I was building all of this stuff. So thanks to our stained glass farm, we've now got absolutely tons of glass, so that's not going to be a problem. Probably didn't need quite that much. And I'm hoping that in my little backpack I've got a whole bunch of amethyst, but if not, I know where I can get some. Let's just check. I have 105. That might be enough. We're going to need 4 stacks. How many do I get out of this? Half a stack. I'm going to need a lot more amethyst. Okay, fine. If I need more amethyst, let's head over to our waystone. Let's just take care of this zombie quickly. Thank you very much for setting me on fire. And let's hop over to, where was it? Mineshaft storage. And if I walk through here and go on this little end pressure platey thing here, I should appear. Oh, well, this is the end portal. Oh, I thought that would take us to an amethyst cluster. I don't need to be at the end. That's not ever so useful for me at all. Huh. Okay, well, let's go back to my base. I've got to figure out how to get to the amethyst stuff. I know I've definitely seen some because we got some before. I just can't remember where it was. I'm not 100% sure if it was in relation to this mine or our original mine. So I guess I've got a bit of running about to do before I figure all of that out. Well, I've not had much luck running around all of my bases looking for them, but as luck should have it, using a little bit of cheesy free cam, I have discovered there's one very close to the mine that we were working on in an episode not too long ago. So let's just go down to the bottom of our underground mine. And if I dig through this wall when we get to the bottom, near where there is already quite a big hole in the wall, there should be an amethyst geode not too far behind it. Over in this direction. Shouldn't use free cam to find stuff. I know, but you know, I could spend all day looking for a geode and I'm poorly made. I just want to get this video done and make me glow squid farm. Okay. No. And here we go. We have found the geode. We just need to get in without smashing all of the good bits to bits so that we can get all of the good bits to bits. Oh, look, many of them already fully grown. And now that I've got nearly half a stack of those, I'm going to crush them. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Crush them to pieces. Hopping over into our underground mine area, we just happen to have a set of crushing wheels here, and hopefully, I believe if I just throw those in there, they should all get crushed. Go through. Oh, they're going to end up on there. I don't want them. No, I don't want them to burn. Give me those. Thank you. Is that it? Is that all I got? 3 and a bit stacks. Okay, let's see what that ends up in terms of tinted glass then. Two and a... Wow. I'm going to need a lot more amethyst, which gives me an idea. I'm going to use the carry-on mod to get plenty of amethyst. All I'm going to do is hop through here, grab myself a piece of budding amethyst, wherever that may be. There's one here, look. Let's grab that. Let's steal it. For now, I'm just going to chuck it down over here, and I'm going to get some more. Oh, and while I'm at it, I'm going to get some normal amethyst as well, because I believe we can crush these. Possibly. And here we go. We now have 5 budding amethysts, which I'm going to use to make a very, very temporary little farm with. However, before we do that, I want to see what happens when I chuck these amethyst blocks through the crushing wheels. Do we get anything for that? We do. We got 26. So not loads, but some. And that gives me another cheeky idea. If I give my pickaxe back to my building wand and put it on destroy and vein mine and head back to the geode, of course, I should hopefully be able to destroy all of this without affecting the budding amethyst. Just like that. There we go. I got all the amethyst. And now all the budding amethyst is free to grow, and I've got a whole bunch of stuff to shove through the crushing wheels. But before I do that, I just want to add these amethyst shards to that filter there, and that means that they can come through into our system. So now I'm going to throw in all of these blocks of amethyst. They're all going to get crushed down, and we're going to get a whole bunch of amethyst in there, which means I don't need to make myself a little temporary budding amethyst farm, and that's good, because that's something I'm going to be doing very soon when we get into Applied Energistics 2. And I wasn't ready to do it yet, so yeah, good news for me, bad news for you if you wanted to see that, but also good news for me, I got loads of amethyst shards now. So the first thing I want to do with this tinted glass is to make a lip all the way around the edge of the top of these fence gates. Now we can pour some water into this system, and hopefully it's going to flow over the top of the fence gates. It is. This is good news. Just a few buckets later, we now have a full layer. And now I can get my wand back out and create another layer of tinted glass above that water, which does render the water slightly weirdly invisible as I'm placing that, but don't worry about it. It's all good. There we go. And now there is absolutely no light in that area below us, apart from a bit of light coming from below because the torch is below it. So let's go and sort that out. And with that last row there, that should mean that the entire watery system that we've created should be in pitch black. Although I've got my gamma turned up highest, so I can't actually tell. So let's get back up there and have a look. Gamma down. Yes, it's very, very dark. There does appear to be a little bit of light coming through here, which could be a problem, but I'm pretty sure... it must be shining through the deployer, in which case what we'll have to do in here is actually make sure that there's no light in here as well. In that case, let's make the entire of this thing full of glass so things don't spawn in it. Get rid of that lantern. Wow, now that's dark in there. And it's very dark in there, so we should hopefully start getting some glow squid spawning in there. But we probably won't, because there's all that water near the edges of this thing that they're going to be spawning on. And that means we've still got a lot of work to do. But before I run off and start going and clearing out all of the watery areas around this farm, we're not finished. Of course, we need power down here because none of the conveyors or the deployer are running. So if we were to get any glow squid in here, we're still not going to get any glow ink sacks. So let's get that sorted out next, which means we need electricity. We just happen to have a pylon just here. Now, because this building is going to have power and electric run into it anyway for the other things going in it, I'm just going to run some power, well, just temporarily down there for now until I know exactly how we're going to deal with it. You see, I'm also going to want elevators and whatnot going up and down there as well, so this is all probably going to change as we continue building later on. So just a couple of minutes later, I now have power to all of the conveyors. They're all going in the correct directions. There's power to the deployer as well, which means all we need now is some glow squid. All I've done is brought our power across to the middle. It's feeding down the back of there, running down each side to each of the things, and it's basically just shafts and gearboxes. But yes, glow squid, where are you? I need you. Why are you all in the caves nearby and not in this one? And why did I chuck my pickaxe on the floor? I've got some watery bits to clear out. Well, there's literally a glow squid in the corner over here. Oh my goodness, I've got some work to do. We have glow squid, and I've not even done any work on removing the water from around the edges yet. Speaking of which, I need to go and get some blocks. And if you're thinking, oh, he's going to need a lot of sponges to get rid of all that water, I don't need any. In fact, I don't need to remove any of the water from around the area at all. I just need to light it up. And that's because glow squid need absolute darkness, remember? So that's going to make my life significantly easier, specifically because I have a farm, not this one, in the other building. I have a farm that produces a whole bunch of light blocks that I don't need for anything else. And if I'm right, we should have a whole bunch of them. Yep, 4,096. That should be plenty. But we need to know where I'm going to be putting these light blocks. I don't want to just spam them around everywhere. That'll take all day. And this is where the fact that this mod pack is a fabric mod pack is going to be an advantage. I see you pillagers. You see, I have the mini hood mod, which allows me to create spawning spheres. Can spawn spheres, can despawn spheres, and despawn spheres. So first of all, I'm going to use a can spawn sphere in order to determine where my AFK spot for this farm's going to be, because then I can determine what the despawn sphere will be around this farm, and then I'll know exactly where I need to put my light blocks. So coming down to roughly the center of this, a couple of blocks above where the glow squid are going to be spawning, I'm going to add a can spawn sphere, add a shape, enable it, and configure it to Y30, because that's one block below where I am. And now you can see we have the top of a spawn sphere. And using a bit of that cheaty free cam, you can see this spawn sphere goes around the entire thing. So I could AFK below this if I wanted to, but I don't want to. So first of all, what I'm going to do is grab myself a little bit of this white concrete, and I'm just going to bring a little platform across the center of this like this, trying to keep it in the middle of this chunk. And yes, this farm is completely chunk aligned, so we've got a whole chunk to play with. And now I have an area where I can AFK, and I know the glow squid can spawn. However, what I need to do now is move this spawn sphere. So let's set it to where I am. Now we know that when I'm stood here, things can spawn within the red sphere, which hopefully is going to include... Oh, it does. It's not quite high enough. I need to go down a little bit with my spawn sphere in order to encompass all of the water. So let's just bring this down a couple of blocks. Let's move the spawn sphere to here, and hopefully now that is going to cover the whole water area. It is. But it's not just this red sphere that we need to worry about, because that's just the area that things can spawn when I'm stood there. Of course, we need to worry about the things that have already spawned once I've stood here. And that means we need another spawn sphere, which is the despawn sphere. We're going to add that, enable that, configure that, set it here, and hopefully that means now if I go into free cam, we've got 2 huge areas. So yeah, this new red sphere is the area that I need to make sure that all of the water within this area is not spawnable, which seems like a massive area, but don't forget we only need to worry about things below level 30. So in order to make things slightly less complicated, I'm going to turn off the inner spawn sphere because we don't need to worry about that. Now I'm going to create a box based on my coordinates at level 30 that should cover the area around me. Kind of. I didn't quite get the dimensions right, but you can see what I'm going for. Basically, anything below this box is going to be spawnable by glow squids. But it needs to be bigger. That should just about do it. So now anything under here I need to worry about. And it looks like there's a whole bunch of water in it. So I guess I've still got my work cut out for me. First of all, it would be wise to find areas like this that are actually above where we need to worry about, but have water running down to below it. And the easiest way to deal with that is literally just to block off the water sources so that they don't flow down below the line anymore. Then we can go down to areas like where those zombies are that are under the area and just stick in some light blocks. You can see there is a glow squid in here, so it must have been pretty dark. And now I'm basically... Wow. Rude? I was going to say, I'm basically just going to fly around the caves with my jetpack, feeling all safe and placing round light blocks, but I guess I gotta go find my stuff again. Stupid things that kill me. That's better. The other tool in my arsenal, of course, for this is going to be the map. As you can see from the map, I can see pretty much where all of the water is in the area I need to worry about. And thanks to its cave mode toggle, I can actually toggle whether or not I want to show just the layers that I'm in, or the full cave map, or well, basically the surface, which isn't much use to me. And of course, I can see the map on my mini map as well, so this is going to be very handy. Speaking of handy, that water is now all gone, so it's time to run away, not get upset by any skeletons, and go and see if I can find some more water in another cave. I can't remember how I got in this cave. Oh, it appears I've made a friend. Hello, friend. Don't worry about me, I'm just going around placing all of these little light blocks in places and trying to get rid of the water. You just carry on doing, being an angry Enderman. You're outside of the sphere. I know I am, but I can't find my way back. Oh no, he was there. I found a rascal, but he ran off. Where did he go? Oh, he's over there. I'll find him on the map. Give me that rascal. Hey, stop it. I need the rascal. Down here somewhere. Let's see what they drop. Anyway, I've been going for quite a while now, lighting up not just the watery areas, but a lot of the just sort of big caves I've been coming across as well, just to reduce the sort of mob spawning in the caves and things. Oh, I heard you. I heard him. Where is this rascal? It shows him on the minimap, like here. Now he's behind me. Where are you going? Is he down here? No rascal in here. Oh, zombies. Have a light. I found him. He's here. Did I get anything? No, it just vanished. Great. Give me your stuff. Oh, man. Ah, no. No. Ooh, water. Found some. Good morning. Well, I think I have good news, he said. There were glow squid down there a minute ago, and there aren't any others on the mini-map. Although that rascal is still over there. And that means if there aren't any others on the mini-map, they should be spawning. But they don't appear to be doing now. Was I too close? I was too close. Ah, my AFK platform is slightly too close to the glow squid. But as you can see, they're spawning. They're getting pushed. Kinda. Sort of. It's not working at all, is it? Well, let's move the AFK platform up a few blocks. There we go. And now we'll go and collect all that junk I just dropped. See what we've already got? 76 already and a bunch of XP, so that's not bad. Now I'm just going to hop up here and just keep my eye on it. So I'm going to stand here, just like this, and then I'm going to free cam my way down. So hopefully we can see things happening. But we can't. Am I still too close? There's definitely none others in the area loaded. So yeah, maybe I'm still too close. Yep, I'm still too close. Okay, we're going up a fair bit. This should be a much better AFK spot. So let's get ourselves back up here. Try that again. The slider has stopped sliding. And there's things going on here. Right. It feels like I've got some adjustments to make. I need to make this non-spawnable because I keep seeing creepers down here. And I need to figure out why that stopped going round. There we go, it's going again. Excellent. And that means I should probably have some access to get over here a little bit easier than I have been doing, so that if it happens again, it's going to be nice and easy to come and fix. One last amendment that I want to make is to fix this little issue here. At the moment, if we just get some dead squid ink coming over, it just bounces between these two conveyors and it doesn't end up in this chute. And if I take that chute away and put it a level up where they will get collected, the sword will eventually just beat that chute to death and that chute will disappear. So the way we can solve this little problem is to take that chute away before it's broken. We'll just drop these conveyors back a couple of blocks. Belts. Yeah, belts. Yeah, that's what I said. And we'll literally just add a couple more in underneath. The problem then is, are the glow squid going to be in range of the sword? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's get some more belts in with a bit of chain drive behind them just to get those powered. Just like that. Pop our chute back on there. And hopefully that'll work. And now eventually back at my AFK spot. I am not seeing any glow squid, which is slightly concerning. Am I now too far? Oh no, there's some. We are getting some. They're getting whapped. They're moved over there, but are they dying? Yes, that one died. Excellent. And that one, yeah, it seemed to die. This is probably not the best position to watch this in. So let's just free cam down there and see what happens. These two need to swim down and go under the water, which they don't appear to be doing, possibly because there's a layer of glass above their heads. But there we go, a whole bunch more spawned in. Here we go, we get one here. That's going to go down there, and yes, it will get hit by the sword, and the items are going into the system. But the majority of the glow squid are not swimming down like they did in my test world, which is a little bit concerning. And that might be because this layer of glass here is one block too low, meaning they're a little bit stuck inside it. So I guess we need to sort that out. It also could have been that we were slightly too far away for them to actually have their AI working. That could have been the problem. So if I'm here, they'll swim around and then they'll fall down. But if I'm slightly higher up, they seem to just stop. So yeah, look, if I go slightly closer, they start swimming. So I guess it's just my AFK spot again. Now I'm down here, I can see them all swimming about. They're going to end up going down and getting chopped. I suppose I could have another pusher in the water level pushing them across. That would help. We just need to get this back into the little cart assembler over there. Come on. But building this is going to be tricky because it's right where our glass is going to be. So actually it would make more sense to allow this to come back a block further and then just do a little bit of demolition here. Let's put that there instead. Get rid of this wall, just like that. Get this pushed back into the cart assembler eventually. Now we can get rid of those two bits on there. We'll bring this up here. Wow, jeez, I didn't mean to do that. Bring this along here like this. Get it all glued together. Let's turn that back into a contraption. Get rid of that. Give it a bit of a shove, and then I'm going to have to be very quick. Yeah, that should help a little bit more. That should help a lot more. It's sort of just pushing them backward. That's not what I had in mind, game. They are dying, though, for some reason. And now they're out. So a little while later, I've made some changes to the system. Nothing major, but enough to hopefully fix the problems. The first one was to replace the glass that was at the bottom of this with tinted glass, which I haven't actually finished doing, so let's just get the rest of that in there now. And the reason for that was just because I didn't really see the point in having a glass layer and then just two air layers and then just the tinted glass layer. It didn't make any sense. What we do need to do now, though, is make sure that there's absolutely no light getting around these conveyors here, allowing them into the system. We also need to take the concrete out of here because it can't go through. And the other thing that I've done is to make the contraption slightly different. Because the squids were able to stop the minecart by getting in the way, the minecart now comes outside of the area, and therefore the squids can't get to it to stop it. That's the plan, at least, anyway. I can't see why that wouldn't work. I've also replaced this concrete and that concrete with the tinted glass as well, just so we can see what's going on here when I'm down at this point. So now I just need to get back to my little AFK spot and actually see if this is going to work now. And yes, we still need to move the AFK spot slightly so that the squid can have some AI while I'm up here. But look at all those that spawned. That's a lot of them. They're still bouncing backwards and forwards on the arm. I don't know if having that top layer for that arm was a good idea, but let's just go a little bit closer so that they can start actually swimming and figure out exactly where my AFK spot actually needs to be. They spawned while I'm here. Here we go, it's gone down. It's on the conveyor. It's getting minced. It got minced. And looking on the mini-map, there are no other glow squid in the area loaded around us, so perhaps this is the level that I need to be AFKing at. Not up there. And perhaps it would make more sense to actually build this into the wall on the other side so that it's not just floating in the middle of the room. So with this fancy new little AFK spot just here and a nice view of what's going on down there, I think it's time to do a little bit of AFK and see how we get on. But before we do that, I want to empty out the system and see exactly what we've got. We're at 283, so let's empty that out. Let's empty that out and do a little test. And doing this little test, I've just figured out what the problem is. We don't want a gap in our little mechanism there because that's allowing the glow squids to get stuck on the middle of it. And all I'm going to do in terms of adjustments is to just add a middle row of these in as well. Sort the glue out so it covers the whole thing. Now we can empty out the system once more, hop back up to the AFK spot and actually do a test. Well, it's been 15 minutes, so let's go and see what we got in that time, and I think it's going to be pretty good. We got 481 glow ink sacks, which after doing a little bit of maths is the equivalent of 1,924 per hour or 30 stacks per hour, which isn't bad. However, while I was watching that, I realized we can probably do this in a much more efficient way that will solve a lot of problems and save us having this stupid thing going backwards and forwards, which means there's only one place I can go. That's right, back to my void world, because I have a plan, which means I need to turn both of these systems off and come up with something entirely new. Well, slightly new. It's going to be very similar to this one, but not too similar. As you can see from this, we have no fence gates at all, just a whole bunch of tinted glass, a little bit of water, and a whole bunch of conveyors, all pushing forward and then across with our little deployer with the sword in the middle. And if we raise ourselves up so we can see this in action, you can see the glow squid just going straight down there and ending up being killed. They occasionally will try and swim away from it. They will try and swim across the current, but there is much more likelihood of them actually making it down onto the conveyors rather than just waiting for them to fall through the fence gates or hoping my little sweeper deals with them. And that's working very nicely. So all I've got to do is get this into my survival world, which could be a very tricky thing to do if it wasn't for the create mod, because of course we can just make a schematic of the whole thing. And that means back here hardly any of this needs to exist anymore, so I've got a little bit of demolition to do, and then we can start getting that new one in. Wasn't expecting to do this at this point in the video. The old stuff is gone, the cannon is ready. It has everything it needs, so let's hit that play button and get this new farm put in place. And here we go. Hopefully it's going to start with the bottom. It is, as it usually does. Because really what we don't want is all of those conveyor belts ended up being waterlogged. But that could happen with the fact that we've still got water in this, although I'm kind of hoping it will replace it. But then I've just realised that, oh no, stop. I didn't put you on replace solid with empty. With any. That's what we want. Carry on. That was a close one. There we go. The conveyors should be going in now. Kinda. This is the weirdest cannoning thing I've ever seen happening before in my life, but it is doing something. I'm not 100% sure what it's doing, but it is definitely doing something. Oh, and here it goes again. There's all of the conveyors. Lovely, and now it's... yeah, there we go. Done. So I've just got to wire it all up. Nice. And the main mechanism is now in this corner. We just need to get a little bit of power onto there and then we're good. A little bit more chain drive there. Some shaft across here. Not there. A little bit of smashy. A little bit of repairy. A vertical gearbox. Some more shaft. A little bit more smashy. Another vertical gearbox there. A little bit more shaft. Some tidying up of all these messes that we made before. And now all I need is a controller and my box is back. And we are now plugged back in. Everything is powered, or at least it should be. I've got a little bit of wall fixing to do down at the bottom there. But I'm hoping everything will be nice and dark in that water. And I just need to give the sword back to the deployer. That's going to be slightly tricky. Haven't really thought this through, have I? And the easiest way to do that will actually be to smash a little bit of this here. Give you that sword there, put that back in there, and then we'll just do a little bit of wall fixing. Just like that. Now, there might be a little bit of light coming through the back of this deployer here. So we need to keep our eye on that. And I suppose the easiest way to find that out would be to free cam into the water. And of course turn our brightness right down. So there is a tiny weeny amount of light coming through the deployer, which isn't ideal. That will affect our spawning rate. So guess the only way we can get rid of that is to just block all of that up as well. Oh no, there's still light here somehow. Is that coming from below? And there we go. I've managed to do it by literally covering up absolutely every single component through here with blocks. So that should mean everything's nice and dark in there. And that means it's time for another rate test. Well, there we go. The second 15-minute rate test is over. But what will the results show? And there we go. We managed to get 850 this time instead of 481, which means we went up from having 30 stacks per hour to having 53 stacks per hour on average, which is almost double how much we had before. That's an incredible difference, which means that this farm is ridiculous, and I'm going to have all of the glow squid I could ever possibly need and more very, very soon. In the last episode, I made this amazing glow squid farm, which has been running nicely while I've been safely here AFK in my little box, and as a result of that, we now have an absolutely ridiculous amount of glow squid sacks. 134,000 of them, as well as a whole bunch of nuggets of XP as well. And that means today we can use all of those glow ink sacks to make some of my favourite blocks. The light blue light blocks, as well as the green light blocks and the lime light blocks, and basically all of the light blocks. I'm so excited. I've just got to figure out how to get out of here now. I guess we go up here and up here. And there we go. And today we are going to be doing what oh my goodness, that's a lot of donkeys while I've been AFK. Right, yeah, we're going to be building another one of these skyscrapers in order to turn all of that tasty glow squid stuff into, oh my goodness, that's a lot of pillagers. Huh, I guess that's what happens when you go AFK for a while. They just, oh jeez, oh my goodness. I should probably leave this area for, oh my, where's my waystone? Here it is. Let's just go away to the power station. That should be far enough away for them to unload. While we're here, we'll have a little bit of a snooze. There we go. And now if I fly back towards them, hopefully they will have all disappeared and we won't have a pillager and donkey problem anymore. We still got a donkey problem. That's free leather. If only I had a sword. I gave it to my glow squid farm. Axe for the win. Not a single piece of leather. Anyway, it's skyscraper time, and basically what I'm going to do is copy and paste this bond, but have a completely different set of things inside it. And I guess we need to figure out exactly what's going to be going on each level. And figure out how we're going to get the glow squid items out of all of that deep pit down there and up to where we need them. And then figure out how we're going to get all of the concrete from the concrete factory and the stained glass from the stained glass factory over to there so we can process them as well. Now in the future, what I am going to have in this area is a transport network, which will be transporting all of the items from these factories we're building to a storage system, which will probably be in one of these buildings, and then distributing them where they need to go. But I don't have that right now, so for now, we're just going to have to wing it. So levels then. We're going to need a storage level for our storage as well as a ground floor, which I have added to my clipboard. We're not going to need a pressing or blasting section, but we are going to need sections to craft all of the things. And there are 16 different colours of light blocks, and there are 16 different colours of glass light blocks. So we're going to need 32 crafting stations, each one with 5 crafters in it. And the recipe for this means that I can't link them all together. However, I think I need to do a test. And for some reason in my test world, I'm a tunnel rat. Anyway, what I want to know is, can I cheese this a little bit? Yes, that's a rat pun. See, realistically, we only actually need those crafters there, but that's going to make it very difficult for me to get items into all of them, because we need glow ink in there, and there, and there, and there, and then our concrete in there, which means I'd need funnels on the back of all of those. And funnels are very expensive, and crafters are quite expensive too, but you get 3 of them, whereas funnels are actually really cheap. Right, anyway, my thoughts are, if I go like this, and I add in the corners, right, bear with me, and I join them together around the outside like we did with the other factory, then if I put those in one, they go in all of them, which is not the recipe. However, if I then put these little cover slots on those ones and then click on there, I can still fill them all in, which means I only need 1 funnel on the back of each of these. And that does make life a little bit easier, because then we can just feed each one of these with a belt rather than having a mechanical arm put in the items into each one. Am I going to be me? I'm me again! Hurrah! I don't know why I'm not me on single player, but there we go. So this one, for instance, here actually has the passer blocks pushing the items in, which is nice and easy, although incredibly expensive, but it takes up a small amount of space and it makes just getting the items where you want them nice and easy. And that means we could do a layout a little bit like this, where we've got crafters back to back, our little storage system in the middle, and just passer blocks on each side. And that is going to make life significantly easier to build, because the alternative, hopping back to my test world, would be to do something like this, which would mean having at least one mechanical arm. We might be able to get away with doing one if we filtered these and had these as brass funnels. See, if I was to replace all of these like this and put brass funnels on there instead, we could then save ourselves a mechanical arm by filtering all of those to prevent other items going in, putting the concrete on there, and then basically picking up from both of those and depositing in all of these. And I think that should work, and then we could have something like that. But that's still an awful lot going on for a little crafter compared to this, which is significantly smaller. We can't get this any closer because the funnels would bang into each other, which means we're significantly deeper than this system here. And yeah, I feel like this is going to be more expensive than this. It's just a few extra crafters. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? And that means we actually need 288 crafters instead of 160, which is, yes, well over 100 more, but I think it would be better. And realistically, how many can we get on each floor? We can get 4 on each floor, which means we're going to need 8 levels just of crafting. Which means in total we need 10 floors. And to go to sleep again? Bedtime already? Jeez. Which means our skyscraper's going to be exactly the same height as this one, it just doesn't need all of the stuff in between the levels. So I could basically schematic cannon a copy of the framework for that one, get it placed over here, and then all we got to do is build all of the crafters, which means I only need to build those once, craft all of the items, and get the schematic cannon to put it on all the other levels. So this should be relatively easy. However, it would be significantly easier on the new version of Create 6.0, because I could use a whole bunch of new transport systems to do it. So Create 6 was just released and it's all about storage. Basically, people are saying it is the equivalent of Applied Energistics 2. And I think the people that say that have never really played Applied Energistics 2, or at least are ignoring some of the more intricate bits of Applied Energistics 2, but the idea is very similar. We have a storage network at one end, which is containing a whole bunch of items. For me, I've got all of my concretes, I've got all of my stained glass, and I've got glow ink sacks all in there. We've got a little packager here with a little frog thing on there. We've got a blaze burner showing us all of the different things that we've got inside of our storage, and we've even got a little stock ticker for ticking stocks. I don't know, you've got to have it. And then we got all of this cardboard in the middle, which is totally unnecessary, but this entire board here is basically my factory. But before we get to that, let's go to the other end. At the other end, we have another little frog sat on a barrel with a funnel coming out, a little bit of a belt going into another packager, and here we have our crafter. And notice we just have one crafter. That's right, one crafter, not 32. Also notice there are no funnels or passer blocks or anything else like that going into this crafter. All it requires is a packager. Now that little storage network, it's all its own thing, and this one is too. So if we click on this little blaze burner, it'll show we've got 4 white light blocks, which are the 4 that are in this box here. If I take those out and click on that again, we've got no items. And that's good, because what we can do then is we can come to our board, and we can say, right, I need in that little area over here 4 white concrete light blocks, 4 black ones, 3 blue ones, and 2 red ones. And then you tell it where you want those items to be kept, and that is crafter, because that's what I've labeled it over there. And you can already see going on above my head, the things are going on. This frog is taking packages out of this packager full of the items that are required, putting it on there, and this frog is taking all of those, putting them in the barrel, and they're going through here into the crafter. And as you can see, we are crafting different items on the same crafter. One crafter to rule them all. And that means in this little box here, we're getting all of the items, and that means we can determine exactly how many items we want. And once it's finished making all of those items, it will stop. It's not just going to keep going and overflow itself. We've got a white one already. We've already got the 4 black ones. We've got the 3 blue ones. We've got the 2 red ones, which means it just needs to finish the white ones, which it's doing now. And any second now, there we go. It's done all of that, which means the entire system has stopped. It's no longer running, and we've got everything we need. And we don't have to just do the concrete light blocks. We can do the glass ones as well. So let's choose crafter on all of these. And let's say we want 10 of those. I want 2 stacks of those ones. I want a few of those, and I want a few of those. And now they're all just going to get sent over. All of the right items are being packaged up by this little fellow here. They're coming across there, and they're going into here. And we don't need to have the fancy chain conveyor in the middle. We could literally just go straight out of that storage system, straight into the crafter. No frogs required, which is absolutely insane. It's amazing. It's the best update that Create has ever done, I want it, I need it, but there's a problem.
Look at it go. Oh, look at it go. Oh, jeez, I can't leave this world. I've got to.
The problem is that that's Create 6, which requires Forge because there's no Fabric version and I'm running a Fabric mod pack. The other problem is, although there is a version of that on Forge for Minecraft 1.20.1, which is what I'm running on here, even if there was a Fabric version, it would completely conflict with all my other mods, so I can't upgrade to it, which sucks, which means I'm going to need 32 crafting stations instead of just a couple of frogs. Oh man, it's so annoying that I have to do all of this work when it would have been so much more fun just to add frogs. Ah, jeez. Anyway, right, let's get this skyscraper built and I'll go cry into my hanky while that's building. Well, everything is now in place. As you can see, there is a storage system just here. I've put all the threshold switches on. We actually need one of each of the items to set the redstone links properly, and I need to do the same thing on each of the floors that's got the auto crafters on, which there are 8 floors of. And yes, it took me an absolute age to craft all of these things, but we managed it, and it should be working. If it wasn't for the problem that each one of these crafters uses 512 SU. That's a lot of stress. And with each crafting station having 9 of the crafters, even with 4 of them blocked off, that is 4,608 SU per crafter, which means each floor requires 18,432 SU. That's a lot of SU. So that means the motors that I've got, which I've actually added 4 of on each, don't actually generate enough stress to even run one floor. That's a bit of a problem. But thankfully there are other motors in this pack, so we're going to be getting rid of these ones here, grabbing my jewel bag and heading over to the power station because there's some machinery there that's going to help me build some better motors. Inside this building just here, we have a setup that allows me to electrify stuff, which is very useful. It's actually for creating wire, but if I modify this slightly, I'm going to be able to make overcharged diamonds, as well as overcharged iron and copper circuits, I believe. Oh, geez, no. What? Superheating? But then there's another problem. So the motors I want to build are these reinforced motors, which needs overcharged diamonds, redstone, brass, diamonds, and iron and shafts, which is all easily achievable. However, the problem is these only generate 8,000 SU each, which is over 10,000 short for each of the floors. But thankfully, these strong motor extensions exist, which allow you to increase the stress capacity of the motors by 800%. But of course, there's another problem. Not only do they need even more of the overcharged stuff, but they also need copper circuits. And copper circuits are a big problem. Although it's only copper wire being deployed onto a blank circuit, the blank circuit requires superheated blaze burners, iron, redstone, stone, and nether quartz. And we haven't got to a superheated point yet. However, a few episodes ago when we were building our power station, I was discussing the fact that we should be able to superheat things using boiler heaters, but I didn't think it worked. In fact, I came to my test world, showed it on camera not working, but then others actually said in the comments that I didn't look closely and that it had indeed worked. So I'm hoping that we can take another look at this and maybe use our nuclear power station to actually be able to superheat things. So of course we need our nuclear power station and we need a boiler heater that is superheated. Now this is releasing 500T, whatever that means. So I'm assuming that means that that is actually, hot enough. The first thing we need to do to test this, of course, is put some ingredients in here that will mix together when superheated. And of course for the circuits, that's stone, redstone, iron and quartz. So let's dump a few of those into there and see if it will actually heat. At the moment it's just sat on a heat pump, so I doubt it will, but if we actually move this boiler heater to under there instead and get rid of those ones, hopefully it will. It is superheated, but the mixer is not mixing. It's very hot, but it's not mixing at all. Oh, it's a press. I'm a moron. It's a press. In which case, let's get rid of that. Let's stick a press there. Let's get rid of all of these, and we'll put a press there, and then I just need a gearbox on there, and that's going to start working. It did, and a little bit of shaft to this one, and hopefully it did. It worked. So we can superheat things with nuclear power. But have we got enough power? Back at our nuclear power station, we are running 4 giant reactors, which are all absolutely full to the brim with fuel. We've got fuel sat here waiting to go, which can only mean we've probably got way more power than we're actually using. If you haven't watched my power station video, those nuclear reactors are basically just heating up steam engines, which is creating all of the power that we're using in this area. And no doubt this one over here is broken again. Is it? No, it's working. Oh good, they're all actually working this time, that's good. So we should be able to steal a bit of that heat energy and make ourselves a little press system over here to make those circuits, and that really shouldn't be too difficult. So the first thing we can do here is stick down, I guess, somewhere roughly in the middle, a boiler heater, and then we can connect that from the boiler heater all the way over to these boiler heaters, and that should transfer the heat over to those, which means that's going to start getting very hot. It is, there we go, it's very hot now. Then we just need a basin with a press on top, and then we just need to steal a bit of this power for the press. So let's just bring that down behind all of this, and then we can connect that to one of these, I guess. If we bring that over this way and then bring that way, and then just do a little bit of that. We've managed to overstress it. Of course we have. I forgot these were at maximum capacity. Well, that's annoying. In which case, what we can do is add ourselves another little boiler heater in here, and maybe we'll have one there as well. And then what we'll do is we'll make ourselves a tiny weeny little steam engine. If we pop that on there like that, and all we need to do is get a bit of water to this, that should generate enough power to run this press. But I can't get power. Oh, jeez, where am I going to get the power for the pumps from? Got an idea. This may be a little bit of a squirrely mess, but it's my squirrely mess, and that's what it's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to come off there, bring this round here, down underneath there. That's now, you've not got enough water because you're a moron. Okay, we're going to come under here, like this, all the way over to here, bring that round there, and then if we make this a little bit bigger. Still no water? Why no water? You've got water. It's in the pipe, bro. How are you so bad at having water? Right, forget it. This is a stupid idea. We'll get rid of all of that and we'll figure out another way to power this. And now this is stopped. What? You've got water. Jeez. Useless machine. I don't know why this one seems to struggle. All of the other ones are fine, but this one always seems to have a problem. Anyway, power for this. Please tell me there's enough stress left over here. Let's just bring that out a bit, throw on a stressometer there, and yeah, that's using all the power, sending it to our little power station-y electrical grid here, which is getting it turned into electricity for us, but we're using 4 full-size steam engines to do that, and we're not using anywhere near as much energy as we're creating. So what I'm going to do is just disconnect this one from its thing over there, which means we now got all of the stress available to us to actually power this thing, which is a little bit overkill, but it's gonna do. So with the gearbox and a little bit of shaft, we can now run that. Probably want it going faster though. So let's try and squeeze ourselves in a little bit of a speed controller. Spin that round. Put a gearbox there instead and put that on many. And now we have a superheated thing that doesn't actually look like it's superheated because that's not producing anywhere enough heat. We need still more heat. Or instead of using heat pipes, if we use heat pumps, they will distribute the heat a whole bunch better. There we go. That should make many heat over here now. And I'm going to do the same thing over here for this one. Hopefully not set everything on fire and turn it all to lava. And hopefully these are going to get really hot now. Yes, it's pumping nearly 500 through there. Sometimes. There we go. Nice and hot. Now all we need to do is get ourselves a bunch of those ingredients. Throw them all into here. No, stop it. No, I don't want it. I don't want redstone blocks. Stop it. You stupid machine. Remove that. Stone, iron, redstone, quartz. And a press. And it's making iron blocks. Of course it is. You stupid! Stop it! Okay, this time I'm going to do one at a time in there so it can't make anything else. Then put that on there, and now we've made that, I can do that, set a filter, and now I can throw a stack of each of them in there, and we can make many circuits. Now, the reason I've added 2 more of these here was because I thought it'd be a good opportunity to have a mixer here as well, although, as you can see, having too many of these boilers is basically using all of our heat, so I'm going to switch those out with some more pumps. There we go. So now that should have plenty of heat, and that should crack on. Why are you stopped? You've got heat. You've got 4,000 heat. What's your problem? Is it full? Okay. Oh, oh, wow, you get loads. I've got 64 blank circuits. Well, I'm going to throw a bunch more in and have some more anyway. No, I'm not. There we go. We're going to have many circuits. So now we've got a bunch of circuits, I can modify this system in order to create the things we need. The first thing I'm going to do is remove that and put a deployer there, and let's actually have that facing down in the correct direction. There we no, oh jeez. And I'm going to give that a whole bunch of this copper wire. Then I'm going to get rid of this saw because we're not going to need that. I'm going to extend this belt, get the power joint back in, and now hopefully if I put on some of these blank circuits, they should go round and end up as copper circuits. Excellent. So let's chuck half a stack of those on there and get those all turned into copper circuits. And now we need to energize some diamonds and some iron, which means getting rid of the deployer now, putting the electrifier back on there. Energizer. Yep, one of those. So if I stick in a stack of diamonds in there and a stack of iron in there, they're all going to get energized. Yes, lovely. And other than making 2 reinforced motors, I don't think we need anything else other than a bunch more autocrafters. I should have some left over from what we built earlier. I do, I still got 103 of them. Excellent. We might as well make a little auto-crafting setup in here while we're here. And it's a weird shaped one because why wouldn't it be? We need 5 across 3 down on that one and 5 across 3 down on that one. And that's almost what I made. Excellent. Then we need power and shafts. Now my crafters are activated, my diamonds and my iron are ready. So let's first of all make ourselves a couple of reinforced motors, and I believe the recipe is something like this. I think it was redstone and brass there, and then those there, and then those there. Did I get it right? No. I think I got my redstone and the brass the wrong way around. Let's try again. I made one. Right, we need another one. Unless it oh, you do get 2, but I'm going to make more anyway. Because why wouldn't we want loads of these? There we go, let's have some more. And there we go. That should now give us a whole 8 of those. And in order to make these, we need to make more of those. We just need... Oh, it was overcharged iron sheet. Can I overcharge iron sheet, or do I have to... Oh, I can. I don't have to just squish it. Oh, that's good then. Excellent. So this time the recipe's a bit simpler. It's diamonds there. We've got circuits there and there. We've got a whole bunch of iron sheet there, a whole bunch of iron sheet there, and a motor in the middle, and hopefully this is going to work. It did. There we go. 2 strong motor extensions. Let's have a couple more of those. Just like this. There we go. We now have 8 strong motor extensions, but only 4 strong motors now, so I need to make some more of those. Which brings me back to this recipe again. There's 2 more. And 2 more, please. Just like this. Nice. So now we've got 8 of those and 8 of those. We should have plenty of power now. Hopefully, if it works the way I think it does. Which it probably doesn't. So back at our new skyscraper then, I guess I need to put my motor on the end of that like that. That's going to power it, but... Oh, it does have enough stress? What? Oh, because it's going slowly. Can I make it faster? Surely there's a speed thing on here somewhere. Okay, let's put the motor extension on. Ah. And then if we move these so that they're on the motor extension instead, maybe? Is this how it's going to work? No, I think you still need... No, okay, you still power that. The motor extension just helps. Right. So if I put that on at 800%, that's going to give us 65,000 SU. It's got plenty of power. And now I can make it very fast. And that's going to allow for at least 2 of the floors. Let's see if we can bring it up any higher. More shaft. Let's get rid of this bit and put another one of those in there. Yes, that's another floor done. More shaft. I can't reach. I need to be higher up. Let's get rid of that one. Put another one in there. No, we can't do 4 floors, but we can do 3. Okay, good. So that just means we're going to need 3 of these motors in total, I guess, with 3 of these. Now, I'm assuming we don't need the full 800% capacity on there. If I was to drop that down to 400, then it overstresses. 680% is what we need. Okay. The question is, though, can I then put another one of those on there and give it even more? I don't think so, no. Okay. So then we just need to attach the little thingies like that. Get them all wired up. And now we've got 3 motors all going like Billio. Oh no, that was fine, that one. We're going to extend. No, stop it. We'll extend this one by 3 as well. 1, 2, 3. No, how am I overstressed? What? Oh, now everything's overstressed. Why is everything overstressed now? You've got no power. Have you got no power? Because you disconnected a power station? No, there's loads of power at the power station. It didn't need it. Let's just add another one of these in then. And instead of having all 3 of those going over to that one there, in fact, let's just go... Oh dear, I broke everything. What are you getting upset at? Why are you breaking? Let's have 3. Let's take that to there, and that to there, and then that one to there, and maybe that will be enough power. Technically, it's all coming off the same thing, so probably not, but we'll find out. Why did my motors keep breaking? Stop it. What is going on here? Why do you keep breaking? Why? What is going on? Right, we're just going to go back to having 1 for every 2 floors. It's the only way I can think of reasonably doing this, because otherwise it's going to just totally get itself upset. Stop breaking for no reason. Why? Oh, create new age, you work so well. Oh my goodness me, this is ridiculous. Stop it. No. Oh, jeez. Okay, so a couple of minutes later, I now have the 4 motors in. They are not connected to anything at all yet, mainly because every time I connect them to everything, all of the shafts decide to melt themselves, and everything seems to be all right. They're all running at full speed. They've all got 680%, but they do say they're not storing any energy, so I guess they're using as much as they're getting. So let's see if we can actually connect these things now. If I connect that to that, yes, this one's actually going to connect. That's good news. And that one is as well. Excellent. And that one. And that one. Okay, we've got 4 layers all working. 5, 6, 7. And the final floor. Can it cope with it all? It can. It's all running. Excellent. So I don't know what that weird glitch was, but I have had a lot of weird glitches like that with the New Age add-on for Create. Let's just hope it's going to be stable from now on. So now that we've got all of those things in place, we need to think about how we're going to get the glow ink into the system from down the hole that's down there, and also the concrete and the stained glass into the system as well. Now, what I've done previously is literally just linked up the storage systems all together. So I would just link that one to this one and then it can get the items it needs. But at the moment, it doesn't actually know what items it needs because I've not set any of the filters. So before we do that, let's concentrate on getting the glow ink, which is down this hole, which now has that in the way, from down there up to here. And I think the easiest way to do that is probably with some fans and some chutes. I mean, unless you want me to cheese it. I can always cheese it, and that's nice and easy. You see, we could actually use the Waystones mod to move items over relatively long distances wirelessly. This is a warp plate which is attuned to this warp plate, which is on top of a smart chute which is filtered for diamonds, and this barrel is empty. This is a creative crate, which is basically our glow squid storage system, and if I was to put a brass funnel on there and let the diamonds come out, they will go onto that warp plate and they will then just be magically transported with all of the noise in the world over to here, where they will then go in the barrel. This is an incredibly cheesy way to move items long distances. The problem being, though, aside from the noise, is once this barrel fully fills up, as you will see in a moment, there we go, they have fully filled up, diamonds will sit there and just start to accumulate, many of them, and then eventually they will start to despawn. But there's a way around this, and yeah, I need... Shush, jeez. what we can actually do is stick a threshold switch on there with a redstone link, and then we can put our funnel back on there with a redstone link on there, and we'll set that to diamonds and that one to diamonds. We'll invert this so that it picks up the signal, and that means that when I spin this round, no more diamonds are going to come out because this is full. So when I get rid of all of the diamonds from there, that will kick back in and they can start filling up again, and that will fill up the barrel again. Which means we're not losing any diamonds, we're just literally having to deal with this horrendous noise when we're in the vicinity of it, which is, you know, it's got quite a good range on it, to be honest with you. It will be very annoying. Oh, it's gone away. How close? Here. All I have to be is this far away and it's going to be the most irritating thing in the world. But only while it's running. So, I need you guys to help me out here. What do you think I should do? Write a comment whether you think I should use the cheesy teleport way of doing it, or whether we should build it with fans. And while you're fiddling about with that comment section, why don't you hit that like button? And consider subscribing if you're not already, while I start putting in a system of fans, because I'm pretty sure most of you are going to tell me to use fans, because that's the correct way to do it. Okay then, so utilising a system of fans, the first thing I need to do is put down a couple of these fans. They're wall plates now, as you can see in my inventory, they are fans. Now what I need to do is actually click on those, which will allow me to get an attuned shard. That one's for the left, and this one is for the right. That means that the XP is left, and the other, oh jeez, left and right's backwards. Only in my mind. So yes, XP and glowing. Then I need to place down the other two, like so. Get the attuned shards from those. This one is going to go into there, and this one is going to go into there. Now that means this one here is going to go into here, and this one here is going to there. It doesn't actually matter, because both of these, well, it does matter. Jeez, we need the greeny looking one for XP and the bluey looking one for glowing. Well, that works out okay. The colours match. Okay, good. So green XP, blue glow squid. So let's grab those. Head back up out of here. And we're going to put the blue one on this chute that I prepared earlier, just like this. And we're going to give that that one. There we go. Now that's attuned to that one. That's very good. Now we need to go back down the hole because I've forgotten something. And what I need to do now is use that there with a redstone link on it, inverted, and I need to put glow ink on that. And it has got glow ink sacks in there, but they're not going anywhere. I guess this is too high up off the floor. If I throw that one on there, he says, is it going to go anywhere? Maybe. Possibly. Okay, right. I think these need to go a block higher up, which means it's going to be much easier to make these a block lower down. So let's move that out of the way for a second. Oh! Well, that's not ideal. Yeah, I guess these need to go a block lower down. In which case, let's put that there and put that attuned shard back in there, and hopefully they'll all start vanishing off to where they need to go to. And now I need to break this one, put that one back down there, like so. And maybe we shouldn't have 64 coming out at a time, because this might be a problem. So let's just take that to 1 for a moment so we don't lose too many. Let's pick as many of these as possible back up again and put them back in the system. Oh, and I've gone through, but nothing is coming through here. But I came through. But now we're just pouring them all over the floor because the crafters don't have the other things in. How are they ended up in the mid? Oh, because I don't have... Oh, jeez. It's a good job we've got so many glow ink sacks, really, isn't it? It's because you're trying to cheese it. It's karma. It's a pain in the butt more like, mate. Right, okay. Let's go back down here and figure out what the problem is there. Because clearly these are not going anywhere, are they? We need to stop this. Let's just move the box for a minute. Did the box just go in there? Tell me I didn't just lose my box. Oh, it's there. It's okay. Just shove all of those there for now. Let's pop that back down there. Take those out of there. Put them in there. Right. And I guess we should probably do the same thing with the XP one for a minute. No, don't go away. And we'll put the chute there with the redstone link on it. And this one is going to be XP and XP, but this could be a bit of a problem because this is going to have to travel an awful long way, and it felt like I was going somewhere when I stood on that. It's tuned to something. That one's tuned to there. Oh, that's why it wasn't working then. I've got the wrong one in the wrong place. Right, okay, good, fine. Well, that's nice and easy then. All I need to do is take that out of there, take that out of there, and put that one in there, and hopefully now this one is going to be tuned to the surface. It is. And this should be tuned back down there. Excellent. Good. Right. Now this can go in there. Excellent. We can put the glow squid box back up there, like so, and they can start going through, but I don't actually want them to go through yet because that's just going to break the system again. And I believe I've just sent the box back. Oh, jeez. Anyway, heading back up to the top. That's this side sorted out. But where's the XP going to be going? Well, that's going to be going back to my storage system where my big old XP tank is. So now I need to go to my waystone, I need to go back to my storage system, and if we look down here, you'll see I already have a little thing set up with it. There we go, just needs a waystone with the shard in there, and now if I throw some XP on there, yep, they're going to end up in the XP system, so that's good. And hopefully if I stand on here, I'm going to end up back here. Excellent. And now if I stand on there, I'm going to end up back here. Amazing. Now what happens here is the XP comes into there. It doesn't get stored. It actually comes out of this funnel, which is now facing the wrong way around. There we go. And then it all goes into there to get turned into liquid XP, which means I can stand here and fix all my tools and repair things. So that's why that exists. So now I just need to go back. Now we can put this there. And that can all start going through, and I really don't care about having that on a redstone link, because if these despawn, it's not the end of the world, but again, I'm only going to send through one at a time, so it's just not clogging up the entire thing. But we do need to worry about this, which means we now need to get all of the other ingredients sorted out so that I can actually, block off the filters and stop it just throwing stuff all over the floor from the crafters. And now apparently we have a problem here. They're not actually going in for some reason. Is that broken? Oh geez, I've got a lot of those. Why are they not going in there? I can't even put them in manually. There we go. Now they're going in there. It's not noisy at all. And now I can flick that back round. They can all get sucked into there and get turned into lovely liquid XP. Oh, wonderful. This is working lovely. And hopefully I can repair that. There we go. Everything's working nicely. Oh, the quietness. The quietness. Now what I need to do is a whole bunch of crafting. So a few minutes later, and I now have all of my items where they need to be in the storage system. I haven't put them on the redstone links just yet. I've still got to do that, and I haven't linked up my glow squid to the glow squid system just yet, although I am going to be using these still. I just won't be able to send the ones back to the workshop for the XP because that keeps overflowing. But we'll worry about that in a minute. First of all, let's get the filters on the back of these sorted out. And here we go with these last 4 blocks. That is all of the filters on the backs of these done, but I still got to do the filters on all of the redstone links up here. And we'll start with the stained glass variety. And I just have to go down every single floor and put the right colour in the right spot. And that's everything for the stained glass light blocks. Means I can dump all of those back in there. And now I need all of these back out again so that I can do the other ones. Just like this. Oh my goodness, it's so much fun filling in filters. And I didn't get brown. Oh jeez. And there we go, that's all of those done now. So everything's correctly filtered, which means if we were to turn this on, it wouldn't overflow, it would do the right thing. But of course, it's not connected to the stained glass or the concrete yet because we haven't attached that storage system to this one, and we still need to deal with these glow ink sacks. So we've got our warp plate set up here to receive, so let's go put it down there and hope it will send them without causing us loads and loads of problems. And I'm going to change this slightly because these smart chutes are not an ideal way of doing it. So let's get rid of that, get rid of that. Let's break this block and that block. I'm going to put the glow ink sacks back there. I'm going to move this warp stone up a block, and I'm going to do this exactly like we did in the test world, so that if there is an item on there and it's not going anywhere, the funnel won't drop any more out. So now I should be able to turn that on. We can start dropping those out of there, and that means they should now be going into the system. In terms of the XP, we're just going to leave that here and not worry about it. So there we go, that's all nice and tidy now, and the whole thing's stopped because this is turned on, which means we're not just spamming those warp plates with tons of items. Right, anyway, so that means the only thing left to do is attach this to that, reconnect the power, and we're in business. Let's grab a whole bunch of this trim and temporarily for a few days, maybe, until it takes me to get this transport system in place. We'll just connect this. It's all good. Don't worry about it, guys. As long as it reaches, we'll be all okay. Hopefully this will be able to pick up both the stained glass and the concrete once that's done. Let's find out. It can. Wow, and the dyes as well from the dye farm. This storage network is ridiculous. Good. So, all I've got to do is literally connect the power, and these things are going to kick in. Oh, and there we go. we've got this again. Okay, so let's disconnect it from these bits first. Jeez. Stupid create new age and it's stupid motors. You're doing it wrong. I'm not doing it wrong. I'm doing it exactly the same way I do everything else. Nothing else has this problem. Just the create new age stuff. The steam engines from the nuclear power, the nuclear power station itself, it's just all kinds of wrong. Doesn't work. Does. You're doing it wrong. I'm not doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Right, everything's disconnected. Let's see if we can actually attach the power lines again now without them falling to bits. Can I attach that one? No. No, of course. Really? I've got to disconnect the motors again? It's so annoying. Okay, if I put a motor back on, is it going to be okay? I don't know what I did to fix it last time. All I did was went away from the area and came back and it was all right. But I've just been away from the area and it's still doing it. It's literally not connected to anything at all. I hate these stupid motors and their stupid faces. I don't want to redo all the shafts all over. No, stop it. Why? Ah! Ah! This sucks. This seriously sucks. If you know what I'm doing wrong, please do leave a comment and let me know. And it's not because of the speed. There's not too much speed. The rotation's not fighting against itself. There's none of those things. It's just being dumb. Okay, I have a plan. What if? Hear me out, okay? We remove all of this, right? Okay. We remove all of these, and all of this, and those. And we just burn the whole thing down. I'm joking. I've got a plan. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get ourselves some chain drive, and we're going to run that at this point here, up there like that. Let's just remove some of these for a minute. We're going to stick our stupid motors on the back of the chain drive, like this. All 4 of them, and stick the stupid things on the backs of those. We'll then get our little thingy bobbies and stick them on there. Thingy bobbies? Yep, thingy bobbies, and we'll attach all of those just to one of those, because I think it's fine. Get rid of that, and we'll reattach our power over to there. Now all of those should be turning, and if we stick this stratometer on here, we should be able to get 32,000 stress from those 4 motors. And if we get them all running at the same speed and increase their power, let's go 800 on all of them. Why not? What could go wrong? We got now 262,000 SU. Very nice. Because we only actually need 148,000 SU. So now we've got all of those going nice and slowly in there and even storing power, which is very nice. We're going to come over here and which one of these can I get rid of? Can I get rid of those? Yep, I'm going to stick on a speed controller there, put one of those there, get rid of that for a minute, make that go mini. And then I'm going to come out there like that there like that, and then we're going to bring this up so that we can actually feed all of these lines. In fact, we don't need all of these lines now because we've got enough stress all going through one thing. So I'm going to get rid of all of these lines now, reclaiming myself a whole bunch of shafts and gearboxes. We'll attach that shaft to there. There we go, we've got rotational movement there. And then if we put a gearbox on there and go up a bit more, put a gearbox on there and go up a bit more. And we'll do this all the way up to the top of the building. There we are, we're at the very top. So now I can plug that in, and that's all going to work. Very good, we're creating stuff, we are producing. Let's plug that one in, and there we go. That's the second row of things all working. Lovely, all crafting nicely together. This is very good. And then we'll plug that. No, oh, we've got another one. No. Really? Really? Why? Okay, we can't have this row of crafters on, apparently. Can we have the one below it? No. No, we can't have this row of crafters either. What about this one? Are we allowed these ones? Yes, we can have these ones. Okay, good. What about are we allowed these ones? Yeah, we can have those ones. No, not allowed these ones. No. What about this row? The very last row, right at the bottom. Am I allowed the very last row? No. No, I'm not. I'm not allowed the last row either. Okay. Oh, stop it. Stop it. So we're destroying everything. Oh, and now that's kicked back in again because it needs more glowing. Jeez. Oh my goodness, that's loud. So aside from having a few issues with shafts, which I think a server restart will probably solve, it's kind of working, which means we are actually now generating a whole bunch of these different things, which is lovely. So I'll be back with you once I've restarted the server. The server's back. The noise is still horrendous, but am I allowed to plug things in again now? I am. Yes, it just needed a server restart. This is good news. I believe this is the last floor to plug in. With a lot of overstressed flashing at me for some reason. Come on, work. We're overstressed. How are we overstressed? We had 240-odd thousand SU and we only need 148. You don't know what's going on, dear. The Create New Age mod. Everyone should download it because it works perfectly. It's just create now. It's this lot. Look, the motor has no idea how much stress it's using. It hasn't got a clue. Right. At this point, literally the only thing I can do is just to add even more motors. I don't know if this is going to solve the problem. I doubt it. Okay, let's plug them in. I've only got one of those. I need to go find my other backpack. Oh, and the whole thing blew up. Of course it did. Why? You're all set to the same speed? Okay, let's take these things off the back. Maybe that's what's causing the problem. And let's just plug some motors in. So, no. 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 Okay, let's remove them all and start again. No. I give up. I give up on these stupid motors. Create New Age sucks. And on that note, good news! We've managed to craft a whole bunch of all my favourite blocks. Look at it all working perfectly. I think I need a new plan of how we're going to get 148,000 SU over here without using those stupid motors. In the last episode, I was having all sorts of problems with the Create New Age motors, basically trying to power this big old skyscraper, which requires an awful lot of SU because each one of the layers of this skyscrapers has 4 sets of full-size crafters on them. And that's a big problem, because these things, no matter which way we look at it, just don't work the way I want them to. You see, I had all sorts of problems with them just breaking or smashing the shafts that were in front of them, and a lot of people said it was due to the fact they weren't getting enough power, which I don't think is the case. You see, these overcharged diamond wires can transfer 8,192 energy per tick, and we certainly weren't using that much just to try and power all of this, and you could argue that maybe there's just not enough coming through considering we're using this for all of the other buildings as well, and that might be true. But again, I have absolutely no way of finding that out because they don't actually tell you how much energy is in the wires. Thanks again, Create New Age. If only there was some sort of device I could plug into this wire to be able to determine how much energy was available. But there isn't. So that leaves me with a problem. How am I going to power this massive skyscraper in order to get all of my things working? Well, we're not going to be using the Create New Age motors that I spent all that time in the last episode making. They can go back in that backpack to be never used again. Instead, we're going to use the electric motors from Create Crafts and Additions and just require a whole bunch of them because they don't generate very much stress at all. But they are a whole bunch more reliable, so I have absolutely no doubt that these are going to work perfectly in this situation. But we are going to add them in slightly differently because we're going to need a whole bunch of them. See, we can join 4 together like that and combine all of the stress from these. But I need to figure out exactly how much stress I need and how much stress I can generate and how many motors I'm going to need to do that. And some of the comments told me that there is a way I can save myself a bit of stress. You see, we don't actually need the full 9 crafters for these. We only actually need 5, but in order to make them work nice and easily, we had to join them together around the back to make a full thing. But that means I can actually take one of the corners off each one and the whole thing will still be joined together. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove the corners from each one of these. And that's going to save me over 2,000 SU per floor of this building. And now that's done, I've done myself a little bit of math and written it in this clipboard so we know exactly what we need. We've managed to save ourselves 32 crafters, which has actually saved us 16,384 SU. But that still leaves 32 crafters per floor, which means each floor needs 16,384 stress, and there are 8 levels, which means we need 131,072 stress in total. Each motor from the Create Stuff and Additions mod generates 16,384 stress at max speed, which means we need 8 motors in total just to power the crafters. And there will be other stuff in this building, so we're going to need more than 8, and that means we need to set up a little bit like this, with 8 motors there, all set to maximum speed. All connected to the electricity with these connectors and many of these cables. So we're just going to connect all those together like that. We'll connect those through the motors and connect those together like that. We'll put a connector on there, we'll connect that one to that one, and we'll connect that one to that one. And hopefully we should see that there is enough electricity running through this cable to, yes, power every single one of these with no problem at all. So yes, the Create New Age issue I was facing was absolutely nothing to do with electricity or energy. It was to do with the fact that the motors are no good. So now that we've got all of these plumbed into each other, what we can now do is bring these up a little bit like this and spin them round like that. And now if I put my stressometer there, we should see that we have 131,072 SU, which is conveniently the exact amount that I needed. So now all I need to do is get rid of that, grab myself a gearbox, put it on there, spin it round, put a bit of shaft there to join up with that, and now all of the floors should be connected and none of the shafts are breaking. But we're chucking stuff everywhere because, oh jeez. Let's disconnect it and figure out what that problem is. Probably something to do with the fact that I've smashed all of the crafters to bits. They were probably just letting loose all of the stuff that they already had in them that they couldn't actually run because they already had items in. Oh. And it would make sense that I actually spin the crafters round that are now just aiming to the floor. Yes, that would help. So now that all of my crafters have been properly twizzled, everything should run properly now. What I'm actually going to do though, rather than putting that shaft back in there, is literally just stick this stressometer here to show that we are, well, we've actually got remaining SU. Which might mean that something's not running. 4,096 spare? I guess I should check every level. Ah, there we go. Here's the culprit. This one's not running for some reason. Perhaps it's this cog. There we go. Let's just put the casing back on there and everything is back running again, which should mean we are using absolutely all of the available power to us. Yes, we are using literally every single ounce of power that we've got. And what that means is we should probably add on at least one more motor, just so that we've got spare for when we build things like an elevator to get up and down the different floors of this building. So all I'm going to do is come down below these motors, throw another one on there, set it to maximum speed, put a connector on it, connect that connector to that one. Now that's running at maximum speed. We can throw that on there and that will add to the stress, which means when we look at the stressometer, we've got 16,384 available to us. And look, no issues with the power going to it, because it wasn't that. It was definitely the Create New Age mod motors just being stupid. Anyway, enough of complaining about things in a mod that I would never in a million years be able to code myself. I should probably get on with other things that we need to do today. One of them being to decorate both of these buildings to bring them in line with our other 2 skyscrapers that are already decorated. And the main thing, building a storage system so that we can finally get a transport network set up to move the items between the skyscrapers rather than just connecting them all with these big old beams. Now I did get some suggestions of building some sky bridges between some of these buildings, and that might be a nice idea, but that's not very high on my to-do list. What's high on my to-do list is getting out the schematic cannon and adding some fascias to these ones. But before I do that, I really need to stop this little warp plate making the world's most horrendous noise, and there's an easy way to do that, and that is to basically get the box full of glow squid ink sacks from down here and swap it out with the one up there. This one. So let's just whip that out of there, put that one in instead. That one can be glow squid for down here, and now it's empty. We can take this one with us. With us? No, not the wither mob, mate. Go back up to the top, and I need to get this in there. So what I might do, just get rid of this warp plate for a minute and just put that on there and let it suck all of those out and put them in there, which is kind of pointless really, but I don't want to disconnect it altogether in case I upset the entire thing. And we'll just leave that there for now, I guess, until that one's full. Or do I dare rip this one out and put that one in its place? Well, I tell you what I could do, is take out some of these capacity upgrades and put them in there. Silence. And all of my mechanical crafters are doing an amazing job generating many lovely light blocks. Which brings me nicely to the design of this building. Yes, we're going to be sticking with the cyan terracotta, and yes, I'm going to be using white concrete again, just like I did on this building over here, but this time we're going to be utilizing some of the light blocks to make this entire thing look a little bit more snazzy. Yes, snazzy, it's a good word. You should learn it and use it regularly. So basically what I'm thinking, in between each of these floors, we'll have a row of the cyan terracotta there, we'll have another row of the cyan terracotta there, but we'll probably have to bring that out another block like this, and then we'll grab ourselves some shiny light blocks and make this building all neon-y. And I think the best colour for that to start with is probably going to be the green one, because the lime green just looks very neon, doesn't it? And we can throw those in there between that like that. And this building's going to have a very modern electric neon vibe, and we could even do different colours of neon all the way up and make it very neon-y and electrified. But just having straight rows of the neon electrified looking blocks like this is going to be a little bit boring, so what I think we could also do is actually, you know, do a bit of a wibbledy winding pattern around this building and bring up the terracotta a little bit like this. It says, having put that one in completely the wrong place, let's bring that up a little bit further. Bring that along here like this. Smash all of these bits I put in the wrong place to bits. And then we can bring our light blocks up through the middle, like so, and have them wind around the building in a very electrical way. That might look nice. I don't know. I haven't done any design or testing. I'm going to figure it out, probably in a creative test world, and then get on with it. Which means I actually need a schematic of this entire building to take it into a creative test world so that I can play with it. So I guess I'll be back with you guys in a minute. So, a little while later, I have completed my design in my test world. However, I've used quite a lot of these slab stair frame blocks from the reframe mod, which means using those on the schematic cannon, they're not actually going to get filled in. And when I mean filled in, I mean these can have two different colours, and even though they had that colour on my schematic, when I actually use the schematic cannon, they're all going to be blank, which means I'm going to have to manually go around and fill them all in, which means I'm probably going to need more blocks than I've actually got in here. That said, if I look at my material checklist, everything that I actually want to print is ready, and there's a handful of stuff that I don't need because that already exists in the building, except for this scaled light grey wool. I completely forgot about that. I do need that one. So I guess I need to go back to my little workshop and see if I've got any light grey wool. Got any left over from before? Oh, I do. So let's get this on the loom thing. We want this in scaled light grey wool, which is one of these. That one. Hopefully that'll be enough and I don't have to go all the way back to my starter area to get some more. Let's find out. Chuck it in the backpack. Put the clipboard in the cannon. Check my list, and yes, that has gone into the completed section, which means the only things we haven't got are the things that already exist in the building, and that means it's time to print. But I need my gunpowder, which is back in this building over here, where I'm currently storing all of this junk. Let's just grab that from my backpack there. There we go, 36 of them. That should be plenty. Head back to the schematic cannon, and let's get this thing built. And also, let's hope that when I print it, it doesn't overwrite anything that already exists, because I don't want to break everything we've already put in here. And there is one way we can make sure that doesn't happen. If I go to settings here, we've got don't replace any solid blocks, and that might mean that some of the build doesn't actually get printed, but we can add those in later and make sure that everything's in the right place. And it looks like a lot of these have stopped running, so we should have, yeah, a good amount of things in all of these, which means the redstone links have all... No, they're not on at the back, so why are we not producing... Oh, we've run out of glow ink. I didn't expect that. Well, let's get rid of that then. Put the warp plate back on there so it can connect, and there are some more down there apparently. I can only assume that that thing is actually running while I'm in the area. Let's go and find out and see how many are down there. There are... yeah, a handful. Not many, but a handful. That's fine. I guess I'm going to have to do a little bit more AFK if I want a whole bunch more of them. But that means we've gone through over 134,000 of them just creating what we've got here. So it's probably about right, because some have got more than that, and I have stole a whole bunch of them for this build. And speaking of this build, let's get it building. And 3, 2, 1, go. It's going. Time for the world's shortest time lapse of this being built and then me going round like a maniac filling in all the gaps. Hurrah! Well, there we go. We finally have a building, and it's very green, and it's very glowing, and it's very luminous. I'd love to see what this looks like at night with shaders, but at the moment it's, well, actually it's not far off nighttime, so we might be able to see that in a minute. But yeah, I'm kind of happy with it. It still sort of fits in with the simplistic sort of skyrise vibes we've got going on, but of course, yes, this one is very green and very glowy. And I've done the inside too. But first, let's hit that shaders button and wait for all of the lag. Jeez! It's a bright one. That's a very bright building. Yeah, it kind of stands out at nighttime. Jeez. Okay, that's enough of those shaders. Let's go check out what's going on the inside after I've had a little snooze in the garden. So inside at the ground floor, there's not a great deal going on. We've got a nice entrance space here, which wasn't finished off, that is now, with nothing in it. And inside here on the ground floor, there is also nothing, but we do have lights. These are technically light blocks in copycat panels, but they don't actually appear to be, well, producing a great deal of light. Whereas if I put one next to it, you can see that's much brighter. Which is kind of odd, because the light blocks in all of the other blocks, well, they still emit light, so I'm not sure if that's an issue with Create's copycat panels or what, but anyway, that's what we've got. We do now have an elevator, and we can go in this, go to the ground floor or storage or any of the other floors, which I've not bothered to label because they're all exactly the same. So let's head up to storage, hop out here. Why can't I get out? That was weird. Get out at my storage floor and you can see I've sort of hidden all of these things behind iron bars. We've got some iron bars where the elevator goes up behind. We've got our storage system, and that's about it. I have bothered to actually do the ceilings on every single floor this time, and we've got all this nice green glowing light around the walls, making everything nice and shiny, and all of the little hallways are like this. And in previous builds, I did get some comments saying, why have I made the floors too low down? Well, it's basically because when I built these things on the floor level that we had, completely forgetting that the floor level was supposed to be at this level. But it's fine, because I kind of like the fact that you step down into the business area of the room. Anyway, going back up and somehow why can't I get in my elevator? Let me in. Let's go up to the next floor, which is exactly the same as, jeez, all the other floors. And this is with the crafters in, and I haven't really done a great deal other than adding that on the wall to make that look a little bit more secure, and I've also boxed in all of the shaft that goes all the way up to make that look a bit better. We've got access to our stressometer, and that's about it. However, we're not finished yet. There is more to this building and more to this elevator, because, don't forget, this building is standing on something very important, which is where the source of all of that horrible noise is coming from. If we look down this hole, of course, we have our glow squid farm. And it would be very useful if we could get down to it without me having to fall down this hole, and it would also be quite nice if this wire wasn't coming through this window. So let's first address that, and then let's get the elevator to go all the way down to the bottom, which is actually going to be ridiculously easy, but let's worry about the wire first. So how are we going to do this? We've already got a wire going into there. Perhaps we could run a wire down through the floor in that room down to where that needs to go, or just extend our power downwards so that it actually meets with the glow squid farm. That's probably a better idea. In which case, what we can do is save ourselves a motor and the thing that's attached to the motor. That bit there and that bit there, which is going to give me my wire. Oh, jeez. Give me my bit of wire. Where'd it go? Why are you not all dying? Swim down and die. Oh, I've disconnected the power. That's why they're not dying. So let's go and reconnect the power. So we're going to have to be a little bit sneaky about how we deal with this. I think the best place to come down would probably be inside the wall here, seeing as there's not a lot going on there. If we just dig up through there, maybe get rid of that and then dig up through that bit, that should hopefully take us into, yeah, pretty much this area here. So all we got to do is sneak a bit of power down that hole. I'm going to extend this encased chain drive down to here. I guess stick a gearbox on there and a bit of shaft there, and then this window's right in the way. So what I'm actually going to do is get rid of that and that, dig into the floor a little bit where there's not a lot going on. We see we've got a whole big gap down there. And if I bring this encased chain drive down there, it's a little bit more hidden. I'll spin the bottom one round. We don't need any of this girder under here anymore, so let's get rid of that. Put a gearbox there. We'll put a gearbox there that will turn into a vertical one. And then if I join that to that and that to that, that's all going to start going. So now I can rebuild the floor in here and make that look a little bit nicer, just like that. And now we can go back downstairs. Struggle to get through our elevator door. No, we got through this time. And we just need to feed the power down here. First thing I'm going to do is actually encase this, but because now it all looks sort of out of place with everything else we've got going on, I'm going to use some of these copycat boards just to cover that up a little bit. You can see it on the edge of the glass, but it's absolutely fine, and now that just blends in a little bit better. So now we need to get down underground. So I'm going to send that elevator up, dig this floor out here because we don't need that anymore, fall down, and then we need to attach this shaft to the right bit, which means I need to get rid of all of that shaft, fix this floor up a bit. And thinking about this, I actually want this to go into this bit of wall here so we can completely hide it inside the walls without seeing it at all. So now at the bottom of our hole, we have our shaft coming all the way down. We just need to connect this to our existing power system, which is just behind the wall there. So let's just extend that bit of chain conveyor there, get rid of that, stick on a vertical gearbox there, and then all I need is a little bit of shaft there and we're all connected. So now I can put the ceiling back in, cover that shaft up there, and everything's nicely hidden. It looks a whole bunch tidier, and now the walls look better, he says, looking at my AFK spot and realizing this looks awful. So let's get rid of that and put that back to normal, and let's make sure the elevator actually drops me off at my AFK spot. And we can do that by, I guess, adding some more glass in this way. I don't know why we've got a glass walkway around here, but we have. And now we've got a gap the elevator can get past. We actually need it to stop in the right place. And that means we need to dig a hole in the wall there and put a redstone contact in that bit there. And it appears I'm off by a block, so the redstone contact actually needs to go there. Does it? Oh no, I'm off by a block that way as well. Okay, fair enough. So it actually appears the redstone contact needs to go there to become an elevator contact. And we're going to call this one Glow Squid AFK. And let's make this a little bit safer. We'll bring that round to there. And we'll add a whole bunch of railing around this so that we don't fall off. And we can stick some railing around the side of this as well so that we don't fall off. A little bit there and a little bit there, and we need a little bit of a space for the door. So now the elevator should come to the right place with that one. So let's call the elevator back to this floor. Let's hop inside, and now we can click both of those. Let's go to the Squid Farm AFK spot. And yes, we come out at exactly the right point. That's very useful. In fact, we could probably just stay in the elevator to actually AFK here rather than going into the little AFK spot. And if we go all the way down to the bottom, where do we end up? Block too high, but that's fine. So let's just sort that out a little bit. Let's send it back up to the AFK spot. And let's just move this redstone link into the tinted glass there. Just like that. We'll call it Glow Squid Farm. And now when we travel down, we should be level with the rest of the walkway. So we just need to build this out around here, which does mean we're not going to be able to see all of the Glow Squid Farm. I realise that, but it's fine. And I've also noticed that the Glow Squid Farm is running in completely the wrong direction now because, yeah, I put too many gearboxes in here. In that case, let's just put that there, and then if we put one of those there instead, There we go. Now it's all working correctly. And our glow squid are dying. There we go. Now the elevator's got a nice little box surrounding it. Let's just send it back up. Fill in this little hole here. A little bit just like this, so it's a little bit random. And we'll just have to assume the bit underneath the platform is still going to spawn glow squids. But we've got no way of calling the elevator back because I didn't put a button on that contact. But that's fine, because if we're down here, the elevator should be down here, so we really don't need to be able to call it. And with my jetpack, I can fly up to this point, so let's just check that once again. We'll go down to here. Everything looks nice. It all looks absolutely fine. I like it. It's good. Have we got any glow squid at the minute? No, it's all gone. That's even better. So now we can hop back up to here. I hang out at the AFK spot, make sure things are actually going to start spawning. Here we go. Yep, that worked lovely. Oh, and a whole bunch more as well. Excellent. It's all coming to plan. Coming to plan? Yeah, it's coming to plan, mate. So there we go. Our glow squid building and elevator and everything else is now 100% complete, as long as you didn't want me to do an interior in here and we fix this. Want you to do an interior? No, I don't think so, mate. I can't do an interior. It's finished. It's done. There's no room for interior now. It's time to move on to something else. Probably this building, seems though this is the last building that doesn't have any decoration. So after spending a night AFK, the glow squid farm, I'm having a little bit of a problem. As you can see, there are a whole bunch of pillagers surrounding me. They're not just in there, they're also outside. You can see some of them over there, and they're trying to get in, and it's a little bit dangerous. But we've got loads of glow ink sacks now, so that's good. And all of these have finished producing because they're all full. Apart from the orange one, because apparently we don't have much orange, and apparently the purple one because we don't have much purple. But apart from those, they're all full. Now I've just got to deal with those villagers the only way I know how, and it is not going around chopping them. It is doing a runner, running away as far as I can, getting them all to despawn so that I can come back in peace. And oh my goodness, look how many there are behind me. It's ridiculous. Maybe I should turn pillager spawning off. What do you think? Let me know in the comments if you think I should turn pillager spawning off, because they really don't have any benefit. I don't bother fighting them. I don't need any of the stuff that they've got. So it's kind of just a waste of my time to fly away and go back again. And while you're scrabbling around in those comments typing stuff, why don't you hit that like button if you're enjoying the video, and consider subscribing if you're not already, because there's a whole bunch more coming up very soon that might even not be on this world. But that's enough of that. Spoilers. Right, this building then. So I've been thinking, I've probably not got time to build an entire storage system today because I've spent so much of it faffing around with the glow squid farm. What I would really like to do is get our road network in and start building some roads, which kind of means I need to get this building done very quickly. So what I'm thinking of doing is just cloning one of these, perhaps changing the colour a bit, and then just putting it there instead. So let's just grab a quick schematic of this one, because this one is absolutely fine. I'm not going to be able to get to the top, am I? I can almost reach. Come on, just reach the top. There we go. I think I got it all. We'll save that as concrete building. And back in my test world where I built this one, let's go to here, load that up into this schematic. You're taking ages. Come on. Pop this down somewhere it's not going to interfere with anything else. Probably just about there. Jeez. Many lags. And the lags are coming from the power lines, which have nowhere to go to, so they just go back to 0, 0. And now that's in place, all I need to do is run a few commands and demolish a whole bunch of this stuff. Go away, go away, go away, go away. And now all that's done and we've got a nice big hole, I can just change the colour. And there we go. How does it look as light blue? It does stand out quite a bit. I don't know if light blue concrete is the best concrete, and I've just noticed there is an error here. This is no good at all. We don't want that. So perhaps light blue's not the best colour we could have used. Let's try and find a different block that will blend in with the others. Let's try grey concrete. That actually looks quite nice. I like that. I think the windows are enough contrast to make that not look totally awful. Let's get rid of that pipe that doesn't need to be there, and this will do. So let's go and grab one more schematic. We'll call it concrete building grey. And back in our world, we can whip the cannon and the table out, stick that on there, choose the right schematic, start getting that loaded in, stick a spare backpack down, grab the schematic, get it in place, which is going to be around about there, I think. Could be. And that looks about right on the floor, but how does it look inside? Does everything line up okay? It would appear to. Yes, the stairs are coming into the right place in the rooms, but does everything fit inside? Kinda.
Yes, I think that is right. So let's throw that into the cannon. Make sure it's on. Don't replace any solid blocks. Stick in the checklist and see exactly what we need. Many things. I'll just be a minute. Well, I've almost got everything I need except for a couple of bits. I need 302 more copycat slabs. And that's a problem because I've literally just completely run out of zinc. I have no glowstone left at all. I don't need to add lanterns or metal girders or sanded tuff because that already exists in the building. But the other thing that I need is vertical stiped white stained glass. That's right, there is a spelling mistake I've just noticed. I've used this block 1,000 times. Well, probably more than that, realistically. And I've only just noticed it's vertical stiped white stained glass. But the good news is we can make plenty of vertical stiped white stained glass because I have plenty of white stained glass. I need 977 of them, so let's grab this glass. Let's go over to our glass blowers table, and we will select many of these vertical stiped white stained glasses. There we go. Not glasses. Yes, glasses, yes. Just glass? No, it's glasses. And we only need 1,000 of them. I can turn the rest of these vertical white stiped stained glasses back into normal glass and go and put these back into my glass system to stop my machines going in overdrive trying to replace everything that I've stolen. There we go. So now if I put that back in there, all we really need is the glowstone, which I can't get, and the copycat slabs, which means I need a whole bunch of zinc. So let's head back to my workshop and see if I've got any zinc ore kicking about. Or what? No, don't you start. I do that to Mr. Beardstone. You don't do it to me. I have 48 zinc here. If I crush this through here, hopefully that'll give me a whole bunch more. It's given me a bit. Let's stick that through our blasting machine. And while we're here, I'll take out the stuff that I've pre-blasted previously. And there we go. That's how much we got. And we need to turn this into 302 copycat slabs. I don't think that's going to happen. It is not. So I need more zinc, and it just occurs to me that the area I'm in, there's an absolute buttload of it, and I'd completely forgotten about it. That was the whole point of this area, was to make all of the shiny things, and zinc was one of the shiny things we were making in my Fox Mine Reserve building. There should be a whole bunch of the stuff upstairs if I'm lucky. And these chunks are technically chunk loaded, so it should have been running in the background, but I'm not 100% sure it actually works when I'm not in the area, so let's find out. Have we got... 8,000 zinc. Yes, please. Thank you very much. I'll take as much as I can carry. Then we've got a whole bunch of... Wow, we've got so much gold. Loads of iron and copper and electrum, which I've found no use for yet as well. And look at all of the andesite. Oh, wow. Okay. It was a good idea building this system at some point whenever I built it. It feels like eons ago at this point. Is it time for a new series? Hey, don't you start with getting rid of this one. I only feel like I've just started. We haven't got my train network set up yet. You're never going to do it, are you? Probably not. Don't tell anyone. Right, okay, back here then. So now that I've got the world's supply of zinc again, we can turn a bunch of it into the slabs. Way more than I need, but they're always very useful. And let's go to my cannon, shove a bunch of those in there, chuck my checklist back in and see where we're at. We've got everything except the things I don't need. It's time to print. Build. Yes, print. That's what I said. Well, it's probably a good job that the schematic didn't have a roof on it. No, that time-lapse didn't cut short. Of course, this building is shorter than this one, so we're actually missing a whole 2 floors worth of building. So that means I've got a little bit more work to do manually, or semi-manually, I guess, because I can still cannon the top 2 floors in, but I do need to get rid of that trim on the top floor so that we don't overwrite those blocks. Oh, and of course we don't actually have an elevator, do we? So I guess I'm going up here manually. But it looks like everything else printed okay, and it hasn't destroyed any of our things, so that's good. But yes, this is all kinds of wrong. So back in the test world then, we literally just want a schematic of the top 2 layers of this building, which we can just grab like this, load it back into our schematic, back in the real world, try and get it placed appropriately. So I'm going to stick it there, and then we've got some moving to do. That's it, forwards and backwards. We just need to go left and right a bit. I think I got it pretty much nailed, actually. So that's good. Although I do want to check the roof. Yes, the roof does line up with everything else. That's also good. So let's stick that back in there, stick that back in there, and find out exactly what materials we need all over again. We just need grey concrete, cyan terracotta, and more vertical stiped white stained glass.
And of course, the cyan terracotta is in this building now. Let's grab a bit more of that, a bit more of that. Let's have a few more of those, a little bit of that. And I believe that's everything we need. So let's get it finished off. And there we go, a job well done, and another couple of jobs well done. I actually took the liberty of putting a roof on that one and that one after that finished, so all of the buildings externally are fully complete. Everything's working, everything's tidied up. The only thing we don't have in this one now is the elevator and interiors. I mean, literally none of the buildings have got interiors, right? Oh, and I haven't put any lights in the ceiling. But apart from all of those things, and why are you... what? As well as a bunch of tweaks and changes I need to make, we're all done here. Oh, I've got loads to do still. So much to do. I'm never going to get this city built. Good news! A small amount of time has passed and we now have an elevator that goes up to all of the different floors. Unfortunately, the storage floor is the only one that's decorated, because that's the only one that was decorated in the other building. Yes, I haven't bothered to put any decoration on any of the floors at all, which means we've got this weird step and floating elevator on each one. But I'm running out of time to get this video done, and that's just where we're going to be leaving it today, which means it's time to start considering what this road network is going to look like, where my roads are going to go, and more importantly, what I'm going to make them out of. Coming back to the city area of my Season 1 world, and you can see, I'm about to get run over by a train, but apart from that, there were a lot of roads. I built an awful lot of roads in this area, and these roads are nice. I like them. They're made from trodden deep slate, trodden blackstone, and a bit of rough mud. The problem, however, is that I don't have access to pretty much any of those materials in my new world, so I need to come up with a new plan for the road layout. I also don't want it to sort of blend in with the grass at the sides like this, because we're building a city and not an industrial area like this one, so I want pavements and paths, which means I need to consider how my roads are going to be inset, or more likely my paths are going to be raised. A little bit like what we've got going on here, which I quite like. Well, that doesn't help me very much in deciding a road material. So back on my test world, I have been through all of the blocks in the game and had a look to see which ones might be suitable for our roads. I think the black wall is nice, but it's possibly a little bit dark, although this bundled black wall looks pretty road-like. Looks quite tarmacky to me. I was wrong about deep slate. I've got absolutely tons of it. I don't know why I said I didn't. So we could go with some deep slate variants, although I feel like they're a little bit light, but maybe that's just in contrast next to this black wall here. We've of course got plenty of grey wool. We've got our grey concrete and grey concrete powder. We've also got grey wool, and something else struck me. These grey petal blocks. I've no idea how you make them or where you get them from, but they kind of look a little bit muddy tarmacky if you ignore the fact that they've got these nice rounded patterns on them. So perhaps I could create a mixture of a few of these things and create an interesting looking road. Alternatively, instead of sticking with full blocks, I could actually just go to the pavement blocks or a bit of carpet to create a road. You see, we've got these McCaw's Paths and Pavings blocks here, and I kind of like this one. This one also feels a little bit tarmacky. It's got a bit of a shine to it, but the pattern on it is a bit big and not really something that I think would be suitable on a large scale for a road. The pattern on this one is a little bit more muted, a little bit less contrasty, but again, I think it's probably a bit much for a road. One block I did come across though were these McCaw's Roofs grey roof slabs, which I think make quite nice looking pavements. Although in order to make those, I'm going to need a lot of grey terracotta, and I'm not making any grey terracotta. But I could probably make it quite easily, so we'll bear those in mind. And I think those, in contrast with this black wool here, would make quite a nice looking city, road and tarmacky bit. But is that going to look too dark? So using a building wand, I put together a few roads with its random pattern stuff, and this one is an absolute no-go. It looks like it's got a terrible case of acne, I don't like how the paths go with it, and it's just no good. This one, however, I quite like. I do think this one looks quite road-like, it's quite messy, perhaps these little bricks don't really go ever so well with the paths, but I kind of like the lightness of it all. I just wonder if it'll look too rough compared to our very plain and simple buildings. Those buildings. And that leads me to the third one, which I actually really like. It's very dark, and perhaps these big bricks don't really go well with this, but I'm sure we can find a way to break up these paths somehow. But yeah, this combination of the bundled black wool with a little bit of ribbed wool and a little bit of barky black wool seems to work pretty nicely, and I think that one does look the most road-like. It's quite simple, it's quite flat, like our buildings, and I think it's going to be nice and easy to build en masse. But I will need an awful lot of wool and quite a lot of these grey roof slabs, although I'm still not convinced on these. Maybe I should try this again, but with this nice light pavement instead. Let me do a proper job and see how it comes out. And so a few minutes later, this is what I think I'm going to be going with. We've got a fully wool road with these grey light blocks in the middle, which will actually keep this light and stop mob spawning on it. We've got a raised sidewalk here, or pavement if you're from the UK. Along the side of the pavements, I've actually put these copycat steps just to sort of give that an edge on there, and I've also put some grates down, which would be a little bit like drains, and perhaps we could even have the odd campfire underneath, giving us a little bit of the smoke particles coming through, making it feel a little bit more like a sort of smoggy city. I mean, that might work, right? But either way, overall, I'm very happy with this road design, and that gives us enough room on either side of the road to be able to build our trucks 3 wide. So they're going to run right at the edge of the road, but that's absolutely fine. Tempted to make the road a little bit wider, but this is 11 wide plus 3 each side, so 17 blocks wide. So back on the real world, have we actually got enough space for a 17 block wide road? Well, if we're going to be having the paths coming up to the side of these buildings, let's use these copycat slabs for that for the moment. We probably don't want the road starting to at least 4 blocks away from those, so there's actually plenty of room between the building. And then that's 11 for the road there, which means that we're actually going to be miles away from these buildings on this side, so perhaps we need our pavement a little bit wider. Perhaps we could go 5 or 6 and have a really wide pavement on this side, and that would bring our road to here with another, let's say, 6 of these on here. And that's probably about the right width. That will actually give us room to have these skyscrapers set back a little bit off the pavement with a little bit of an entrance way up to them, and I think that'll fit quite nicely round here. But in order to make it, I'm going to need a lot of resources. I'm going to need a lot of light grey terracotta, which means I'm going to need a lot of terracotta and grey dye. I'm going to need an awful lot of black wool, and we're going to need a lot of stone and andesite to finish the paths off as well. So let's see what we've got. Coming back to this building where we make the cyan terracotta, it really wouldn't be too much effort to actually just change this up, and instead of having cyan going in there, just throw some light grey dye in there. And then we'll have all of the light grey terracotta we need. The question is though, do we actually have any light grey dye in our dye building? There's only one way to find out. Hop up to the storage level and have a look, and no, we have absolutely no light grey dye at all. But we do have plenty of white dye, and we got plenty of grey dye, so we can make plenty of it. So that shouldn't be a problem. What we don't have though is a massive amount of wool. Or do we? Probably not. I don't think we've got enough, but we'll go and see what we do have. But I might have to do a little bit of AFK back over at the starter area. You see, we've got a wool farm over at this little village I made many ago. Over here in one of these side buildings, there is a wool farm full of mini sheeps. It's been running for a very long time. These chunks are loaded, so they should actually keep regrowing their wool and working while I'm not here, although I don't believe it does. We've got, well, not many shears left in the shear machine, so I think it's been working. But how many black wool have we got? Yeah, not loads, but these barrels here are the overflow as well. So have we got any black wool in any of the... We do. We've got a whole bunch of black wool there. It's still not enough, but I think I might have to come and do some AFK over here and make sure we get plenty of black wool coming through. I don't want... No, stop it. The other thing I should have over here is a whole bunch of bone meal from our chicken farm. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of chicken. I should probably upgrade my bread. I'm going to be so full of chicken. And I believe down under this building over here, we should have a whole bunch of dye as well, because this was my original dye farm down here. And if we hop down here, we've got a little bit of bone meal. And in here, oh my goodness, we've got all the grey dye and the black dye. So yeah, light grey dye is not going to be a problem at all. I should probably make some. And in order to make some, I think the simplest thing to do would be just to fill these things up with all of that dye from the other farm, and then set up a little crafter on this room upstairs to actually make light grey dye. At the moment, we're making light blue dye and cyan dye and grey dye, but not light grey dye. And that's very easy to achieve. We'll just, for now, filter that for grey dye instead of blue dye. Set these filters to grey and white dye, I guess, instead of that. And hopefully that's going to come through. It's not going to come through. I don't know what filter. Let's just do that. There we go. And that's going to make us all the light grey dye. And then hopping back to the cyan terracotta building, instead of having this, all we need to do is just filter that for light grey dye instead. I guess we should knock all of that off so it can start producing it. And then we need to actually put a storage box in place to actually collect it all. And this one just here should do nicely. And we can throw a threshold switch on there like we've done the rest with a redstone link on there. Grab a bit of terracotta, turn that into light grey terracotta, which we can then put on the back there. Put on there. And then hop back up here. And pop that on there. There we go. Now that's going to make us light grey terracotta, which means we should have all of the ingredients we need, apart from loads and loads of black wool. And I'm sure, as you probably guessed by now, the roads are not going to be happening in this episode because this episode is already too long. So I'm going to spend a couple of days AFK over at that sheep farm, gather all of the materials that we're going to need for these roads, and then in the next episode we can start building our city and getting transport networks and things in place. It's going to be epic. Maybe. Well, just be interesting, slightly, mildly, I guess. In the last video, I spent a bunch of time designing new road layouts for my city. And because of that, I realized I'm going to need a whole bunch of black wool. So back on my server, I came to my wool farm and spent a long time AFK here, so long that I've now got 29,000.27k black wool. I know that words were all over the place there. 29,000 black wool, because I decided I didn't need any other colours of wool, so I adjusted this sheep farm to just have black sheep in it, and then spent a whole overnight session here. Now we've got all the wool we're ever going to need, and I have no way of bringing it back because my backpack's pretty much full. We'll take a bunch. Well, I've managed to get 10,000 stuck in my backpack, so that's not a bad start. No, I don't know. Stop it. Leave me alone. Go away. So today we're going to be building roads and getting this city going, and hopefully maybe even getting round to building some vehicles to transport all of the items from these skyscrapers we've spent the last few episodes building and getting them to some sort of storage system, and then back out again to actually deliver them to the right place. And that's a lot to do, and most of it's going to be digging and placing blocks, so I guess I should gather the resources I need for my road design and cue that music maybe. And yes, I realise it's rather early in the video to have a time lapse, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles, my friend. What cookie? Yes, the cookie crumbles. That's the way it is. Do the time lapse. But before we get to the replay, there's a couple of things I need to do, including dealing with these pillagers again, which I asked you in the last video, should I turn off pillager spawning? Because it's a little bit ridiculous. And the majority of you said no. So I guess I'm going to have to deal with them the old-fashioned way and run away so that they'll despawn. Which some of you said don't do. Well, I am doing it because I've got other things to be doing and not dealing with pillagers. There we go. That's better. Right, the things that I need to do then. First of all, I'm going to show you that I have now gathered, I think, probably all of the resources that we're going to need for building this road. We've got the bundled black wool, we've got ribbled black wool, we've got barky black wool, and a whole bunch of slabs and blocks, as well as the light blocks with the white lines, some campfires, and some great blocks. And I really like those because they're really great. Wow. And what you might notice in my hand is I have a palette, and this palette basically allows you to use random block variations in conjunction with the construction wand. But I'm going to need 2 of them in order to, well, basically make the pallets for the roads. So I need to build another one, and these are made from item frames and chests, and I've got plenty of chests, and I think I've just about got enough item frames. So there we go, another pallet. Fantastic. So the pallet for the road is basically going to be bundled black wool, 5 of those, 1 barky black wool, and 2 of the ribbled black wools. And now when I hold this pallet in my offhand and use my it's bedtime. And use my netherite wand, you can see that this is going to place a random assortment of these blocks on the floor like this, which is exactly what I need. The other thing I can do with it is turn the rotate on, and the mode either random or sequential, we want it on random, and that should rotate some of the blocks if it's possible to rotate them so that the patterns aren't all uniform. But I don't think that's possible with the chipped blocks anyway, but I'm going to turn it on just in case. Of course, I don't want my road that wide, so hopping into the wand menu, we're actually going to be doing this, I believe, 13 blocks wide. And coming over to my little plan over here, that should just about line up with this one. So if I place a row of those there, that should hopefully, yep, come all the way to the other one there. Perfect. I just need to actually dig out the hole in the floor that the road's going to be going into, because of course we don't want the road higher up than the buildings. The other pallet is going to be used for the pavement, and again we're going to have 5 of this one, 2 stone ones, and 1 andesite one. And then when we use this, we just want to set this to, I think it's 4 wide we're going to be having at each side, maybe 5. We'll have to figure out exactly what room we've got. And then when I place these, it's just going to place a random assortment of those blocks like that. And I can tweak the values, maybe add in a little bit more stone and a little bit more andesite if I think there's just too much of the light grey roof slabs, which there might be. There'll be a whole bunches of tweaks and changes I'll make as I actually start placing this thing in the world, which I'm about to start doing any minute. But before I do that, of course, I need to tidy up this wall, and I'm going to need a lot more of these light grey roof slabs. And these are made from light grey terracotta, which I set up a machine to make for us in the last episode. So we need to hop over to that building, which I think is this one. Head up inside the elevator to the storage floor and see if we've got any more that's been... Oh yes, we've got 7,000 of them. That's 14,000 slabs worth. That should be plenty. It's just going to take me an absolute age to turn them all into the slabs that I need. More slabs for you. And more slabs for you. Now I'll go and get some more. And make even more of them. And there we go. That should be plenty, I hope. And that means now it's time to do the time lapse. So prepare to see many, many, many roads being placed. Now, before we get into this time lapse, if you're wondering, like many of my comments have asked, why my typically flawless upload schedule has devolved into something that makes even Continental Drift look speedy, it's because for the last 7 months, there have been a lot of renovation works going on at my home, which make more racket than a creeper doing creeper things inside of a fireworks factory. So, being the genius that I am, obviously, I decided to construct a brand new garden office. Soundproof walls, cutting-edge underfloor heating, and enough insulation to smother any noise within a 1,000-mile radius. And guess what? It works! Possibly too well, though, because even though it's colder than a polar bear's handshake outside at the moment, inside, it racks up to a balmy 30 degrees Celsius. It's too warm! Just from my computer, doing very little at all. Why are you so hot? Look how many fans you got. 4 there, 3 there, another 3 there, and 1 there, and the door is wide open. Why are you so hot? So now, due to my incredible office building planning, I'm forced to throw open the window. It's too warm! Turn on the world's noisiest fan. It's too warm! And let in the outside world's glorious chorus of soaring and drilling and general pandemonium. Precisely what I was trying to avoid. I love how forward-thinking I am. Let's add more insulation, even in the ceiling. What could go wrong? How hard could it be? Only now it's like working inside of a blast furnace, albeit with more sweaty commentary and a lot less blacksmiths. So now that you know my daily routine involves waiting for all of the hammering and the drilling and the sawing to stop, you'll understand why I'm now recording this on my day off, and why sometimes my videos are a little bit late, and this week's no exception. In fact, this week has been even worse than usual. As a result, I've done a lot more building than usual, so I suppose now would be a good idea to get to that time lapse, which isn't really going to be a time lapse at all. In fact, it's going to have a lot of me talking. Probably more than usual, so let's do this. It all started with the roads. Yes, I know that's not exactly thrilling content, but even pixelated people need a place to drive. So I wore my shovel down to the stick, digging out the grass, replaced it with a trio of black wool variations, and then repeated that, ad nauseum, until my eyes glazed over. Why did I make so many roads? Next, I decided I needed those lovely white lines down the centre of the tarmac, which was more tricky than I thought it would be. The lines refused to line up at the corners and the intersections, so more often than not I had to tear them up multiple times, replacing the wall that I'd removed for the light blocks, removing more wall and added in even more light blocks, over and over again. And that wasn't my only problem. One block! Oh, for God's sake. By the time I'd realised I'd placed all of these lines off centre, I had an entire runway's worth of road to relay. And while I was fussing over my white lines, the pillagers that had spawned while I'd been AFK were doing something a little odd. They're obsessed. Look at them desperately trying to get through that window to a room with literally nothing in it, in a building I wasn't even AFK in. What are they trying to get to? Anyway, with the lines kind of sorted, it was onto the pavements. Slabs, slabs, and even more slabs. My construction wand had a field day, though it seemed to delight in placing slabs upside down or in the wrong orientation wherever possible, just to spite me. Then came the curbs, which I used the fancy copycat step blocks. Great in concept, ridiculously easy to place, but due to many accidental misclicks texturing them, I spent more time removing spontaneously appearing blocks than actually texturing the curbs. Oh, for God's sake, gee. Next, I was supposed to add these neat little drainage holes along the edges, some with campfires underneath for that city smog effect, but because that involved counting spaces precisely, not my strong suit apparently, in a shocking display of procrastination, I abandoned that idea and moved on to something else. In reality, the time-lapse was supposed to end at this point, and the episode was supposed to continue with me doing other things, but life said, "No, Foxy. Why did you even buy that fancy microphone? You're not going to be able to use it today." That's because my real-life builder decided it was time to audition for the loudest tool on Earth competition. As usual, the door is wide open because my builder says he's too hot to do work inside the house, which is cold. So, as a result, I hopped into a creative copy of this world and decided to work on a couple of the building designs, starting with a giant grey storage structure. Simple lines, minimal fuss, why break my back over detailing if I can't even show it off with commentary? And with my first building complete, it was time to talk to camera. Right, okay. For the next building, I started with a more traditional looking building made mainly from terracotta. Not quite as big as the storage building, but a reasonable size nonetheless. Does it match the modern city aesthetic? Absolutely not. But after spending a decent amount of time on it, and avoiding any form of interior or decoration, it was complete, and it made me happy. So I set to record another clip. However, as I did, the builder brought his table saw into the garden outside of my office and proceeded to cut through what seemed like an entire rainforest. Oh, for God's sake. So back to building then. At this point, I was no longer building out of necessity, but out of spite. I made a little red mini-mart with a car park because apparently my city needs to be the global capital of empty parking lots, and then I moved on to a duo of equally mini coffee shops. One modern and one slightly less modern, with an awning over the pavement. Neither has an interior because it was time to move on to the next building. But wait, finally the soaring man had made his way through the Amazon rainforest and was actually being quiet inside the house. Sort of. So once again, I got ready to record. Yes. Good. So, I've been bit... For God's... This time, it was another man. The Strimming Man. God's sake. With the strimmer grunting at me through the window, I had no choice but to build more buildings. And as all good cities need somewhere to fuel your car, I built a gas station with a shop, and then moved on to a relatively small white concrete tower building with a curved light blue stained glass front. And while the gas station shop was on brand for having absolutely no interior at all, I did add simple floors to the tower, as well as leaving a hole running up the building for a future elevator. Next came an even larger tower, this time with grey squares hugging the white concrete. Is it creative brilliance or am I just bored? By the time I finished that, the strimmer man had gone, but the builder had found yet another rainforest to dismember on his table saw. With my ear defenders, or AirPods as I like to call them, dulling the hellish screams coming from the table saw, I tried my best, most modern tower yet. However, after toiling away for hours in creative, adding walls, windows, changing the size and shape over and over again, my masterpiece with overhanging apartments ended up looking more like two dinosaurs standing back to back than resembling any sort of real architecture. Now I'm all for avant-garde design, but this was borderline prehistoric. So, deciding I wasn't very good at making towers, I took on something a little simpler. A tiny newsstand made from green concrete, featuring a couple of bookshelves on the outside to resemble magazines. This tiny building was the perfect addition to a busy modern city, where no one actually lives, and where likely, if anyone did live here, they'd probably be too modern to bother to read actual newspapers. Speaking of no one living there, of course this city would need accommodation. Sure, I had loads of towers that could theoretically house a small army, but I wanted something designated. I decided to build a sleek white apartment block, complete with an overhang and even some balconies. The sort of apartment complex that only your finest villagers could afford. The sort of villager that sells mending books and Unbreaking 3.
I don't like it.
For God's sake. And this time I even did an interior. Sort of. All of the apartments have interior walls, hallways had doors with little bits over the top. Just don't look too closely at the ground floor. After spending the last few hours patiently building this new city, I was now confident that I would be able to start recording my next clip. So I made a coffee, took a small break, and prepared myself for what I was about to say. Then I looked out of the window to make sure that the soaring man wasn't soaring and the strimming man wasn't strimming. And finally, it was quiet enough to record. Let's do this. Okay. However, just as I started to speak, my alarm went off. It was time to pick Oliver up from school, which meant that was all of the Minecraft I was doing for this day. Early the following morning, I came back to the office, where there was peace. No builders were in the house making lots of noise, or outside cutting through a rainforest. No strimming man was trying to hide behind my office like he had been the day before. There was just me, and the melodic croaking of my morning voice, which wasn't suitable for camera. It was even relatively cool inside of the office, despite having left the computer on overnight, while I was AFK, collecting resources. Sadly, however, that raspy morning drawl of my voice wasn't exactly the cheerful YouTube voice everyone expects, so I kept building in creative, again. But before starting to place any blocks, I took a moment to look over what I'd done so far. And in doing that, I noticed that the city skyline still looked a tad sparse. So I cloned one of my earlier skyscrapers. Then I decided to add a lovely cherry blossom garden in front, because nothing says ultra-modern city like a tranquil pink garden in the middle of concrete chaos. For my final trick, with the window now open once again, the fan blasting slightly less hot air around the office, and the eventual knowledge that someone would soon show up to ruin my audio, I decided to take on my most time-consuming building yet. The Towering Behemoth. White concrete, light blue glass, and a bit of grey terracotta to define those majestic angles. Hours of planning swirling around in my overheated brain produced a skyscraper that might make even the most renowned Minecraft builders do a singular polite nod of approval. Possibly. This time I even spent time designing the floor layout inside, imagining how this oversized, overly complicated office building might actually function in the real world, and what might make working in this blinding environment of stained glass and white concrete semi-enjoyable. So now, with the majority of another real-life day gone and an impressive, mildly majestic tower dominating my city, I sat back, pleased with myself for a moment, and thought, it all looks a little bit bland. the simplistic concrete aesthetic I'd gone for does look Minecrafty, but those renowned Minecraft builders doing their singular nod of approval might not be so impressed with my overall achievement. The building seemed quite flat and uninteresting, lacking life and that wow factor I was hoping to feel when taking a step back to look at all of my hard work. Perhaps it's because my city only actually has 16 buildings in it, making it less of a city and more of a hamlet. Or perhaps it's due to the lack of detail, such as street lamps, crossworks, electricity pylons, vehicles, outdoor seating, and people. Or perhaps it's because I needed to set the time to night and enable shaders. Suddenly, what was a drab and bland place of muted colours and square edges becomes a neon paradise. Because I'd spent a good amount of my time building, adding in nigh on invisible lights around all of the interiors and exteriors of the buildings, in the dark, with shaders doing what shaders do best, my city really does shine. And it looks magnificent. Possibly, you might say, like a futuristic scene from a cyberpunk movie set in Tokyo. Maybe not. But it certainly does look good, and I'm very happy with it. That said, however, all of that shimmering glory will be totally wasted, given that I sleep through most of the Minecraft nights and I avoid shaders at all costs. Mainly because they require so much processing power, it makes my blast furnace of an office go from 30 degrees to almost 40. So, whilst it will be very unusual for me to see this new city in all of its glory, I'll be happy in the knowledge that sometimes, on the odd occasion, when the garden is quiet and my window is wide open and my fan is on full blast, I might be able to, occasionally, turn the shaders back on and see the city in all of its spectacular glory. So there we go. I've now built an entire city. Sort of. While I was only planning on building one building and adding some cars and things, but seeing as though it's now no longer my day off, it's actually Monday, it's now time to start recording the next video. So, yeah, apologies this one's short, but hopefully you'll understand why now. In the last episode, I built an entire city. Sort of. The buildings are all completely devoid of interiors, and looking around, there are no streetlights, or crosswalks, or even vehicles, and other things that you might expect to see in a Minecraft city. It's also completely unconnected to the area around the city. Ideally, it should blend into the landscape around it with things like trees and plants, and maybe even a wall. And certainly a bridge over to the power station. So in today's video, I plan to change all of that. Well, probably not the building interiors, if I'm being honest, and perhaps not the bridge over to the power station. But today, as well as doing many other things, including building train stations, connecting rail networks, and building witch farms, I do intend to, at the very least, make this city feel like more of a city, and less like a vibrant green football field plonked slap right in the middle of a desert. So today is going to be a very busy day, and therefore I best get started. That said, however, this video is the last of this particular section of this series, and as a result there will be a movie of the last 8 episodes coming up very soon, as well as an up-to-date world download for my patrons and YouTube channel members. And for all of you that have been watching this series from the start, and are a little bit concerned that I've not mentioned Roxy in a while, or shown any attempt to find and rescue her, just know that I do have a plan, and the city that we're building, including some of the things that we'll be doing today, are all building up to something rather spectacular. Which, of course, yes, should conclude in Roxy being rescued and all of this kidnapping nonsense being over and done with. Anyway, on with the video. So, I decided to kick things off with a touch of magic. How hard could that be? Witch farms are very useful indeed. Glowstone, gunpowder, and redstone mainly, all neatly packaged in one grumpy villager with questionable fashion sense. Now, as it turns out, there just happens to be a swamp not too far from this city, and inside of that swamp there happen to be a couple of witch huts. In fact, if we follow this road through this mountain here, just over the other side of this ridge is exactly where we're going to be working today. Just here, on this witch hut here. The other witch hut is over there, further in the swamp, and it turns out that this witch hut is not in the swamp at all. This is actually in the windswept hills biome, which, if you follow witch hut tutorials on YouTube, you'll know is probably not the best location for a witch farm. And that's to do with other types of mobs spawning and clogging up your witch hut. But we're playing with the create mod, so we can do things a little bit differently and not have to worry about all of those annoying mobs that will spawn in it as well. However, before I get too carried away tearing down this witch hut, we should probably head over to a creative copy of this world and see exactly what we're gonna be building. This thing! This simple contraption is pretty much all we need for a witch farm. And these 3 spawning layers are exactly where the witches are going to spawn, get pushed off the edge, and then fall down onto a series of conveyor belts, where in this world they will then travel up this bubble column, all the way up to where I'll be safely AFK at the top, whereupon they will then get minced by this deployer with a sword, and all of their lovely items will go into this chest. Now, truth be told, I don't actually need this bubble column at all. This is purely for demonstration, so that when I'm standing up here, you'll be able to see exactly how this works. Whereas on the real world, there's no reason that deployer that's now beating that... Oh, it's done it already. There's no reason why that deployer that's beating this series of witches to death can't go down where the farm is down there, where we'll already have power. Otherwise, I've got to bring power up here to kill the witches and then send all of the items down there to be collected. But in theory, it's really simple. Stop. No, go down the hole. No. Try again. Go down the hole. No, you're useless. Useless witch. Why? Realizing my design was indeed flawless, I decided to forgo any further testing on this perfect contraption and headed straight back to the real world to get building. I started by gathering a handful of concrete, some tinted glass, a couple of stacks of light blocks, and made sure that I had plenty of create items in my backpack. Then I headed over to the witch hut, tore out the old one and threw in some new platforms and tinted glass, digging out a little room around the witch hut for the sweeping mechanism and the bits and bobs that I'd need. Then I ran around like a lunatic, spawn-proofing the area around with the light blocks that I had, making sure I didn't spoil any of the natural beauty of this little mountain. With the area now secure from hostile mobs, it was time to get the ridiculously simple technical parts of this build in place. First, I placed the conveyors, followed by the pokey stabbing device, which I connected to a small temporary storage system, and then I built the self-powered minecart sweeping contraption, and that was it! My perfectly flawless design 100% completed in a matter of minutes. All I needed now was a small AFK platform in the sky, a nice shiny sword for my pokey stabbing device, and a little bit of power to the mechanisms, and it would be raining redstone. There's a witch! Proof this system is already working! And I haven't even done anything yet. Jeez, it's time to go and get that sword, connect that power, and build myself a little platform then. How hard could that be? For the sword, of course, I'm going to need a couple of sticks. I'm going to need a couple of shiny diamonds, because I think diamonds will be fine. You can craft that together to make a nice sword, and now I just need a little bit of lapis so that I can hopefully get some decent enchantments on this. For which, of course, we definitely need mending and ideally sharpness. So first of all, let's turn on my XP machine and get myself a whole bunch of levels. And while I'm doing that, I need to see if I actually have any emeralds to buy a mending book with. I've got paper and a bit of leather to make the book that I'll need, but I don't know if I forgot you were in a cage. I don't know if I've got enough emeralds for a mending book. So I might have to do a little bit of trading. And I'm just about to hit 30 levels any second now, and I'll be ready to get that first enchantment. There we go. Let's turn that off and not waste all of those levels and see what we get with this one. Oh, perfect! So now I just need mending. Right, which one of you morons sells mending books? Is it you? No, your efficiency. I don't need efficiency. Is it you? No. You? Yes. 18. Oh, I only need 6 more emeralds? Right, okay. Which one of you idiots buys sticks? Not you buy coal. I've got loads of coal. Got all the coal in the world, so how much coal can you eat? Not much, but that's plenty of emeralds. So there we go. We've got a mending book, and all I need to do now is pop that onto my sword. There we go. Put my emeralds back in my backpack, head back to the city, and now all we need is power. And it would make sense, because we've got a road going down there through that mountain, that I would actually send the power through the mountain with the road. But realistically, this is going to be the end of the road. There's going to be a fake end to it at the end of this tunnel, which means I won't actually have a tunnel to go through. So I guess we're going to go over this mountain instead. So let's do that. And of course, now that we have power supplied to my motor, my belts are going in completely the wrong direction, which means I've got to do a little bit of jiggery-pokery here. I have given the deployer the sword, so that shouldn't be a problem. We need to fix that. How am I going to do this? If I put that there, that one's right, but that one's wrong. So I can't use that. Let's move that there. Instead, put a shaft there. Put the chain drive coming down that shaft there and turning there. Have that going straight into those like that. They're now going in the right direction. If I put that there, that goes in the wrong direction. So if I put a gearbox there... And realizing my new motor idea wasn't going to work very well, I finally came up with a solution that easily solved my problem. Or not. Why can't I put glass back there? Did I kill the server again? For God's sake. Having fixed the server and sorted the belts, it was time to get this farm in action. Or was it? Looting 3! I've completely forgotten to put looting on the deployer's sword, and I don't... Oh, jeez, there's no easy way to get it back, because I need it to be dark in there. Gee, I'll smash this one and hopefully I can reach it from there. I can. Right, let's get looting 3 on this sword, and then it's ready to test after I've put the AFK. It'll be nearly ready to test. So I scurried back to the workshop, looked through all of my villagers to see if any of them actually sold looting 3, and remembered that they didn't. With no villagers selling looting 3 in sight, the only option I had was to make another sword and spend hours on the enchantment table. But then I got an enchantment that might have come in handy. So I made another sword and started enchanting that one. Then I realized I could re-roll the enchantments on the enchantment table without having to put the sword onto the grindstone. And aside from a few accidental misclicks, eventually I got exactly what I needed. Ah, I got it! I don't really want the knockback on it, but I have everything I need. So let's stop the XP flowing out of there. And let's combine all of these swords. So we've got Unbreaking 3, Sharpness 5, Mending, Sweeping Edge 3. And now... let's get a little bit more XP. Come on! There we go. Now we have Looting 3 on the most expensive sword in the world. Back at the witch farm, I gave the deployer its new sword, replaced the tinted glass, and then piled up high up into the sky to create the AFK spot, which I then realized I needed to do on top of the witch farm. So I spent a good few minutes breaking the little glass tower that I'd made, found the center of the top of the witch farm, and then made another tower, this time out of a much more easily breakable material. Now, I believe I need to get up to 204, at least that's what I remember from my test world. So this is the spot, but obviously it's going to be quite difficult getting up and down here without some way to easily get up and down here. So I suppose the best thing I can do right now is to make a reasonable sized platform, and I could use those elytra I got from the end a long time ago, these ones, but I don't have any rockets. So instead, I'm going to use the spare warp plate that I got from when we were fiddling about with our glow squid farm, craft up another one, and then if I put that one down here, that's going to give me an attuned shard, which I can then put in there, but I need an attuned shard in here as well, so I think I need to put those in there, and a piece of flint. Yes, that's working. So now I can take that out of there, put that in there, pick this one up, pop a torch down here for a second just in case, and then if I drop down all... Oh look, there's witches in my witch farm. It's working. There's lots of witches in my witch farm. Right, okay, so I come back down here, throw this one just there, put that in there, and now I should just be able to hop straight up. There we go, to the top. and then I can hop straight back down again when I've finished, or more likely just fall down. The other thing I'm going to need up there is a redstone link with this filter on it so that I can actually turn the contraption on and off. So let's just make this platform a little bit bigger. Pop a couple of blocks just there like that. Stick one of those on there. I think it was redstone and then glowstone. And then if I put a lever on there and turn that on, that should start going. There it is, it's going. Witches are being minced. I can't actually see them being minced because I don't have an easy way to see down there, but I'm fairly confident that witches are indeed being minced. They weren't. But I didn't know that yet. So, happy in the thought that my perfectly flawless perfect farm was working its best, I removed the ugly concrete tower going up to the AFK spot, and then I remembered something that I haven't done in a very long time. In fact, I don't think I've done it in this Let's Play ever, or my previous Let's Play, but there is a way that I can see exactly what's going on down there from all the way up at my AFK spot. I've just got to remember exactly how to do it. But before I could remember exactly how to do it, there was important news. Look! There's loads of witches in there. A whole gaggle of them. And they're not being killed because I'm assuming the deployer is full of something. I don't know what it's full of, but I'm guessing things are not making their way through into the storage system for some reason. So I need to break the glass again. And it can't activate because it has excess items. Right, but I have a chute here with nothing in it. If I take the filter off, it's going to work if I take the filter off, but now my sword will... Oh, it had sticks in it? I need to take my sword back out of there, so that's not just punching them all to death. Put the... Ow! Oh, they got me! Oh, and I didn't actually filter the filter. That was smart of me, wasn't it? So let's actually put a filter on there. Let's give the sword back to the deployer, ideally without getting minced myself. There we go. We'll put the glass back on there. We'll put those back on there. Ow. And now, oh, there we go. We're getting all of the things. Ow. It worked. My incredibly flawless design worked first time after I'd fixed it. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness, this is brilliant. Anyway, I need a way to see exactly what's going on down here from all of the way up there, so that if things like that start happening again, I'll know about it and won't just spend the entire time up there AFK wasting my time. And in order to do that, I need a man. And in order to make a man, I'm going to need a cap. And in order to make a cap, I need wool, a saw, a deployer, and some string. How hard could it be? Kind of wish I had waystone over here so I don't have to keep flying all the way back to the city in order to do things, but, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Fortunately for me, it just so happened that back over at the power station, there was a particular place that I had something like this almost ready to go. This is where I craft my electricity things that connect my power station to the rest of the world. And this little belt system here is almost exactly what I need in order to make those things. So all I need to do, I think, is get rid of that for a minute, pop a deployer there instead, which was easier said than done. I need another deployer next to that, and here I just need a saw. Let's just break that belt, pop a saw down there, that's going to start spinning round, and now if I pop the shaft in there, that's going to get those going in the wrong direction. It was belt mayhem all over again. There we go. We now have sort of a setup. Now I just need to give that a precision mechanism. That can have one of those. That needs to not be in attack mode. There we go. And then if I put if I put a piece of wool in there and then spin that round, that should... Did it do it? It kind of did it. It just needs to go around a couple more times. Let's let it come out of there. And it needs more precision mechanisms. Right, here, have all of my precision mechanisms. It's, I mean... What else does it... Oh, more string? But it's got string. Why are you not stringing? Looking over at the recipe once again, it didn't say that it needed to go round more than once. So what's the problem? It's got string. Next, deploy string. I have deployed string many times. But there's no power to the deployer. Right. Realizing I'd made a little bit of a fool of myself, I quickly added on a chain drive to connect the power and threw the cap back onto the belt. There we go.
It worked! Now, I think I would like a couple of these, so let's just throw a couple more of those in there. There we go. And now, if I put down a piece of andesite casing and click it with one of those, I get a little man that I can carry and take anywhere I want to. But this man needs something else. I believe he needs my goggles. There you go, this little man now has goggles. And now if I put my white conductor's cap on here, I thought I was supposed to be able to see what you see. Do I need something else? Yes. What do I need, sir? And how do I want my oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to make more goggles now. Glass, string, and golden sheet. Right, okay. There we go. I've got my goggles back. Well, not my goggles, you've got my goggles, but I've got some goggles, sir. I think I might need a remote control. Oh no, do I need to just give you a redstone link? I know there's 100% a way of doing this. I can't give him a redstone link. Can I give you a redstone torch? No? Okay. I'm just going to be a minute. So I spent a while poring through the create mod list of items, looking for anything that might give me an idea of what I needed. And after spending some time pondering many things, I realized that conductors are so scared of slime men that it forces them to press buttons when lasered in the head. And people with invisible heads apparently can also do lasering. Conductors can also carry toolboxes on their back. And that was about it. Nothing I found told me what I needed, until I found an item that I'd not seen before. A remote lens. Right. Okay. That looks easy enough to make. Hello, little man. I have everything I need to make the thing that I need. Remote lens, I click on you, and now, oh, there we go. I am a little man. Oh, I clicked off it. No, go back. This is incredible. Look at me go. I can still hit with that. How do I go back to it? Ugh, getting all kinds of lag. Oh, there. It seems a bit glitchy, but like, I'm not doing that. I'm not clicking anything, but my character is apparently clicking. Right, anyway, we have a little man that I now can't get. There we go. I'm out of. I can't open my backpack. Oh, there we. Oh, jeez. You, sir, are the laggiest little man in the world, but I'm going to use him anyway. I have. What? How did I? What? I now have. What? I've duplicated your goggles, sir. I don't know how I did that. Right. Okay. Anyway, let's go out of here. I've done it again. Every time I pick you up and put you. Every time. What? Free goggles. So, deciding I didn't really need an infinite amount of goggles, I decided to take the laggiest conductor in the world back to the witch farm, where he would become extremely useful. Right, sir, you are going to live here. I'm going to get... Oh, no, the goggles have gone. It was just a glitch, don't worry about it. I haven't stolen all of the goggles. In fact, I need you to sit probably there, so you can look through the window. Right, I'm now going to hop up to the top, grab this device, which is bound to conductor 3BB. Your name is 3BB76. I don't really like that name. Anyway, I'm going to stand here, activate my remote lens, and now I'm on the ground and I can see exactly what's happening. Almost. I need a... Huh? Apparently I've popped back down. Right. Yeah, okay, let's get out of that. I need to go back up there and not stand on this teleporting pad. I'll stand here, activate my little man again. There we go. And now I need a place I can actually see what's going on. Maybe I can make him a little step and he can look in here and see what's happening. Yes, this is wonderful. But no witches appear to be spawning. Oh, no, there we go. It's working. This is good news for the little man that can't crouch, but he can stand here and see exactly what's going on. So there we go, my little laggy conductor man is able to see exactly what's going on down there, and that means that my witch farm is, as expected, the most perfect, bestest witch farm you've ever seen. So I'm going to stand here and watch what's going on for a little while I do some editing. So here I am, currently editing the 1 hour long AFK session that I just did of this incredible witch farm. However, there have been a couple of problems. The first is I can't actually get out of my man, which is very unusual in Replay Mod.
I should be able to spectate from anywhere. The other strange thing is that when I play the replay, I can wander about as the man. I can't go into creative or fly, but I can run about however I like to, which is all a little bit odd. I can't get out and go into spectator mode. I can't get out and go back to being me up there. But I can be this little man wherever I want. So this is going to be a very strange looking replay of these witches going through here. And by the end of it, yet again, will be another problem. There's millions of them in there again. And the storage system isn't full. We've got so many spare slots in the storage system. The only thing I can think, because it says potion of healing here, is that it's trying to put more of them in there and it can't because it's full, technically. So if I take that and put it there, will it go through? It will. Oh, good, and all of the witches are getting minced again. The other minor issue that crossed my mind while I was AFK is the fact that my AFK spot doesn't have a roof, which means I'm going to be subject to lightning, but more importantly, phantoms. So I should probably sort that out in a minute, but I do want to check how much we've got from the witch farm already. 409 redstone, that's not too bad. 356 gunpowder, that's good. 387 glowstone, a whole bunch of sticks, a bunch of XP, and a whole bunch of pointless potions and whatnot. So it's all gone rather well. And yet again, the wine man is here trying to get me drunk. Stop trying to sell me wine, wine man. I don't want any of your wine. Go away. In fact, I'll tell you what, why don't you come with me a moment? There we go. You just come up here, sir. And if you would just stand next to that glass block. Oh, no, sir. Sir, you know, oh, dear. Well, it turns out the Wandering Winemaker isn't very sticky. I wonder if his donkeys are sticky. Excuse me, donkey, I just need to do an experiment. I want to see if you're capable of sticking to the side like the... Oh, no. No. Donkeys are not sticky either. I wonder if the other donkey's sticky. No, it appears that one is also not sticky. Well, we've learned something today, haven't we? Not only is my flawlessly perfectly flawless witch farm absolutely flawlessly perfect, but also donkeys and wandering winemakers are not very sticky. So as it turns out, my perfectly flawless perfect witch farm might not actually be that perfectly flawless. As you can see here, this witch is taking damage from her own poison because she's stupid, but she's not taking damage from the deployer. And that's because the whole thing keeps stopping. Every time I go up to the top and a bunch of witches spawn while I'm AFK, the system completely shuts down. And the reason for that is that these potions of healings will not stack. There's another one in here. If I remove that, everything goes through nicely, but as soon as another one goes through, they just refuse to stack. And I assume that's because this storage box is full, therefore this storage system thinks that all of the potions of healing storage boxes are full. Or at least that's the only thing I can think. The other possible solution is that these are all non-stackable, i.e. they all have different potion values. But they're not. They're all identical, which should mean that in this storage system they should be able to go in, but they don't. And the way we can fix this is quite simple. All I need to do is stick on a void upgrade on there, and now any more potions that go into the system will just be voided away. I also need to do the same thing for the leather boots because we don't want any of those. Although, because they've got different armor values, I can't get rid of those either. So we need a way of getting rid of all of the armor. And the easiest way to do that, of course, is with fire. First of all, we need this simple storage interface on there. Then we need to dig a little bit of a hole out underneath it, put some fire into that hole, and then we need to put on one of these there. We then need to get any leather armor that we're collecting in this thing, open up our list filter and throw it in there. Then we can put the list filter onto that funnel, turn it round, and anything that's in there that are those, such as this leather cap and these boots, should get sucked out and put into the fire. The problem with this solution, however, is local difficulty. You see, the longer that you are in an area, i.e. if you've been AFK in the same area for a long time, the higher the local difficulty becomes in that area. And the higher that the local difficulty is, means that when mobs spawn, they have a higher chance of spawning with a higher tier of armor, such as gold or iron or diamond. And that means this list filter needs filtering for all different types of armor, of all different tiers, and that could take a while just waiting to actually get each piece of that and then adding it to the filter. Alternatively, what I can do with this filter is take it back out again, get all of the different types of items that I'm currently collecting, change it from an allow list to a deny list, get rid of those, and just put all of these different type of items in there. Now if I put that on there and spin it round, it's not going to spit out any of the things that I want, but if something goes in there that we don't want, for instance this raw beef, that's all going to get spat out and burnt in the fire. That means I don't actually need this top row of storage boxes. Oh, I knew you were going to come for me at some point. Go away, leave me alone. Stop it. Quick, sleep, sleep, sleep. But the other thing it means is that I now need to stick a whole bunch of capacity upgrades into these drawers so that we can actually collect plenty of the items we want, which is mainly redstone and glowstone and gunpowder and XP. I don't want any of the other junk, that's all totally pointless, so we might as well void off all of the things that we don't really want. We'll put these on void just in case it does overflow, and now the witch farm shouldn't have any problems at all. And that means it really is perfectly perfect in every way until I realise there's something else wrong with it. But before I realise there's something else wrong with it, it's time to go and do something else.
And that something else meant designing and building a brand new train station. So, hopping back over to a creative copy of this world, I began building. Starting with laying down the gravel variants for the track to lay on, and then coming up with a build palette that suited the surrounding city. Which of course ended up being cyan terracotta, with white concrete, and a whole bunch of light blue stained glass. The main part of the station comprised of a platform on either side of the track with a simple rectangular shape and a slightly arched glass roof. And of course the station would need somewhere for people to purchase tickets or waiting areas to hang around in for their inevitably late trains. And potentially even a room for a little shop. So I continued a portion of the track part of the station closer to the roadside, lining it with white concrete and doing my best to keep a constant aesthetic, which meant ensuring I didn't add in any interiors at all. And finally, all good train stations need a car park, so I added one between the station and the adjacently blinding bright neon skyscraper, and joined it up with the main road to make it easily accessible. Once I was happy enough with the overall design, I took a schematic of the entire thing and started blasting it into existence in my actual world. And while it was being cannoned into existence, I ran around adding a whole bunch of copycat slices with white stained glass light blocks to ensure this building would match the nighttime aesthetic of the rest of the city. As well, of course, as making sure all of the platforms weren't constantly filling up with creepers. With the brand new, extremely shiny station now in place, it was time to connect up the tracks to the existing rail network I'd worked on previously, which was much more of a challenge than I expected it to be. Regardless, I powered through, starting with placing a ridiculous amount of track. Due to local terrain layout, there wasn't really a direct route to my new station from where the previous track currently ended. So, in order to create this humongous biome-spanning wiggly mess of a route, I had to create invisible bridges, dig through mountains, well, hills I suppose, and modify the terrain to make it suitable for almost the entire route. Which inevitably meant I had to spend extra time removing hundreds of floating trees and smoothing things out wherever possible. But connecting the track was only the beginning, because the majority of this track wasn't exactly hugging the terrain. So it was inevitable that I had to build a brand new track machine to help blend it into the environment. This new machine consisted of two sets of rollers, one to place dirt below the track in order to blend it with the terrain underneath, and the second to lay gravel directly under the track to match the previous sections of track and to make it look more intentful. The large rolling machine also consisted of a giant wall of drills which would smash their way through anything that might get in the way of the trains running up and down the track, such as trees, foliage, and even mountains. Or hills, I guess. And once my new smashing machine was ready, I slowly rode it for the entire length of the new track, as it placed the dirt, replaced the top layer of dirt with gravel, and chewed through anything in its way. And all of that took forever.
But now, thankfully, as I record this on my day off, once again, the track is actually semi-complete. I mean, there are no fences round it like there are on the other areas of the track, and the majority of it still looks like a big old mess with lots of holes next to it and lots of uneven bits of track. But it works, and that means it's time to get my favourite train back on the track. It also means that all of my plans for working on the city this episode are absolutely not going to be happening today, which means we're going to have to wait until the next phase of this series in order to finish off the city. But I do have some good news, and that is that starting next week, I'm going to be working on a brand new create-focused SMP. But don't tell anyone because it's a secret at this moment in time because we haven't actually announced it yet. And if you tell people that I'm playing with, I'm going to get in trouble already. I've not even started yet. In order to get Nigel running again, I needed another man. So I made one. Then I threw together a quick train schedule so that Nigel's new driver knew where to go, and off he went. Immediately. Without me. For God's sake. But I couldn't stay frustrated for long, because seeing Nigel, now free to roam this huge track around this world, made me incredibly happy. Even though I had to spend ages chasing him in order to try and get these shader shots that you're now looking at. But doesn't he look glorious? Oh, Nigel, you're finally free to roam the world. Everything's good, and that must mean this is the end of this phase of this series. So until next time, I'll see you on the new one. But shh, don't tell Mr. Beardstone.